Approaches: Drugs and Ecstatic Intoxication, Ernst Jünger. Skulls and Reefs. Where did you find so many stories, Master Ludovico? This is more or less what Cardinal Hippolytus of Este said to his protégé Ariosto after having read Orlando Furioso. Along with Byron's poetry, Orlando Furioso was among the favorites of my youth. My first encounter with this book took place when I was 14 or 15 years old, specifically the impressive edition illustrated by Doré. It was translated by Hermann Kurtz. I was not so pleased with the later translation by Grise that was published by Reclam. I read it in the spring of 1917 at the Siegfried Line, and I came home with both volumes. I think that during the two wars I read more than at other times. Many others have had the same experience. Reading Ariosto is dangerous, as Cervantes already knew. In general, literary culture lays down rules that should not really be obeyed. The playing field is far too large. The skeptical question posed by Hippolytus is not just the kind of question a cardinal would ask. It is also a question of cardinal importance. I have often reflected on it, even while I was writing this book. Endless questions arise about why I do this or that, or why I did this or that, and about what kind of answers should be given to such questions. And we ask ourselves these questions out of a sense of responsibility. We hardly need to fear that the swine of Epicurus, as they used to say, will break into the poppy and hemp gardens. The Epicurean is not inclined to excess. It would interfere with pleasure. He enjoys time and things, and therefore represents instead the opposite of the addict who suffers from the passage of time. He has nothing in common with the chain smoker. He is more like the sybarite who concludes a good meal with a Cuban cigar. He is the master of pleasure and knows how to moderate it, not so much from subjection to discipline as from the love of pleasure itself. There have been old Chinamen who similarly allowed themselves to smoke a bowl of opium now and then, and such people still exist today. It is as if, after a hearty banquet, one were not only to take a stroll on the terrace or a walk in the park, but were to extend the circle of time and space, and therefore the field of the possible. This yields more than food and drink, and even more than wine and good cigars. It leads much further. In this sense, after a certain age, perhaps when you retire, you are supposed to refuse to be restricted to certain boundaries. Those who are approaching the boundless must set very distant frontiers. At that age, not everyone can do what the elderly Faust did. However, each person is clearly in charge of drafting plans for the vastness. This applies above all to the period that is closest to the ultima linea rerum, when the latter presents itself with the greatest insistence. There are old vintners who live for months and even years on nothing but bread and wine. Conrad Weiss has paid homage to their lives. It is natural to alleviate the pain of the dying person whose time is running out, but that is not enough. It is our duty to approach, for the last time, the bedridden man alone, the wealth of the world. During those last moments, it is not enough to administer narcotics. Rather, what we need are gifts that expand consciousness and make it more acute. If one harbors even the slightest suspicion that such gifts might hasten the passage of the stricken person, and there are reasons to believe that this might be the case, then one must be wary. It is this possibility that necessarily gives rise to the conjecture that there are certain qualities that are inherent to this kind of passage. On the borders of this assumption, the experience of individual death possesses for many people enough value for them not to allow themselves to be deceived. For the captain, it is a question of honor to be the last man to abandon ship. In fact, it is possible that with the administration of painkillers, one not only eliminates the pain that accompanies death, but also its euphoria. Perhaps in one's last conscious thoughts as one is extinguished, important messages are concealed. Transmissions, receptions. Death masks reveal a reflection of these messages. The plumage of the rooster of Aesculapius is many-colored. We must contemplate, beyond pleasure, the spiritual adventure, whose enchantments are imposed on the consciousness of the highest and most refined culture. Basically, All enjoyment is spiritual. That is where the inexhaustible well springs emerge that give rise to every kind of unrest and anxiety, so that no satisfaction is ever really good enough. Every advertiser is familiar with this connection. When we receive our seed catalogs in the winter, their images trigger a more intense pleasure than the flowers that will bloom in the summer flower beds. So too, in nature, more cleverness and more artifice is wasted on seduction than on the fulfillment of the ultimate purpose. This is demonstrated by the designs on the wings of a butterfly or the plumage of a bird of paradise. Spiritual hunger is insatiable. Physical gain has narrow limits. If a Roman glutton like Vitellius devoured 3 large meals each day and rid himself of excess food by vomiting, this is because he suffered from having eyes that were bigger than his stomach, even if in a primitive way. The relation of disproportionality has its own scale, and so, too, does the faculty of sight that summons the spirit to its aid when it is not satisfied by the visible world. St. Anthony was more capable of enjoyment than Vitellius and his kind. He was capable of enjoying not so much a more solid physis or more wealth, as a higher kind of spirituality. In Flaubert's Temptations, imaginary banquets are depicted, full of the most alluring delicacies resplendent with the most striking colors, as if they had been created by gardeners or master chefs, or even artists. In his hut in the desert, Anthony beheld the source of all abundance. There it took direct shape as a phenomenon. That is why the ascetic is richer than Caesar, the master of the visible world, who consumes himself in pleasure. I tried to depict the type of the spiritual adventurer in the character of Antonio Peri. At first sight, Antonio was hardly to be distinguished from the other artisans that one often saw busy at work throughout Heliopolis. Behind this surface appearance, however, something different was concealed. He was a hunter of dreams. He hunted dreams the way others caught butterflies in nets. On Sundays and holidays he did not go to the islands, nor did he frequent the taverns on the waterfront at Pagos. He closed himself off in his studio and withdrew to the land of dreams. He said that all the unknown countries and undiscovered islands were woven into the tapestry there. He used drugs as a key to enter the chambers and grottos of that world. He also drank wine, but it was never pleasure that he was after. He was essentially driven to do so by a mixture of a thirst for adventure and a thirst for knowledge. He did not travel to settle in unknown regions, but as a geographer. Wine was merely one key among many others, one of the main doors to the labyrinth. Perhaps it was only his method that allowed him to navigate waters sown with catastrophes and nightmares. He had many run-ins with such obstacles. He was of the conviction that every drug contained a formula that granted access to certain enigmas of the universe. He also thought that it was possible to decipher the hierarchy of these formulas. The highest keys must reveal the secrets of the universe. He was looking for the master key. However, isn't the supreme mystery necessarily lethal? 12. That the constant quest for adventure, for remote and unusual places, meant something very different would not be revealed until the end of his path. Antonio fell into a radioactive net and was mortally injured and suffered serious burns. In the throes of his agonies, he refused morphine. It was not pleasure that led him to undertake his journeys, nor was it adventure. Yes, he felt curiosity, but it was a sublimated curiosity, one that was waiting to arrive at just the right door. Once upon that threshold, one does not need any key. It opens by itself. Every enjoyment lives thanks to the spirit. And every adventure lives thanks to the proximity of death, around which the adventurer revolves. I am reminded of a painting that I saw when I had just learned to read, a painting entitled The Adventurer. A sailor, a lone conquistador, had just come ashore on an unknown island. Before him, a terrible mountain arose, and his ship had foundered. He is alone. That is more or less how the painting depicted the scene. The Adventurer was, at the time, one of those famous paintings that was always surrounded by a knot of admirers at expositions. a model of the pictorial art of a literary inspiration, which culminated in Buckland's Isle of the Dead, 1882. The taste for this kind of work has been lost. Today, this painting would lie in some dusty corner if it has even been preserved. It was of a symbolic character: the ship from which the man had disembarked, the beach with his footprints, the colors that inspired fear and hope. Buckland was more profound. In the meantime, however, Munch has treated the same theme from a different perspective. Now, an entirely different solution is once again offered. Now we possess masterpieces where the proximity of death is not the object of description, but instead impregnates the whole atmosphere. I can only clearly recall a few details about that adventurer. The sand was strewn with the bones and skulls of those who had failed in their attempt to perform the same mission. I had understood this and also drew the lesson that the painter had sought to convey, that rising up to this level was undoubtedly seductive, but also dangerous. They are nothing less than the bones of his predecessors, of his ancestors, and when all is said and done, they are his own bones too. They are the shroud on the beach of time. When we are washed up on this beach by the waves, when we come ashore, we walk on these bones. Adventure is a concentrated form of life. We hyperventilate. We are brushed by the wind of death. The skull and crossbones was a legitimate symbol for many years, not only in crypts and cemeteries, but also in art. Particularly in Baroque art, it constituted, along with the hourglass and the sickle, a favorite theme. Today, it would be primitive to employ it in this sense. Its import has been reduced to that of a traffic sign. Even when the painter of the adventurer embodied it in an image, he succumbed to the temptation of indulging in a literary allusion. This poses the following question: how is it possible that an object such as the skull and crossbones was employed in the past as a theme of high art and emotion? As such, it is nonetheless clear to us today that this same object, in the eyes of our contemporaries, no longer moves us, and is even comical. It must be pointed out that any object can acquire symbolic power and also lose it. It plays a role analogous to that of the point of view from which the eye grasps its object. If this point of view is characterized by sound judgment, the radiance of the object will be communicated to the point of view. And this radiance persists, as in the images of old. Its light shines regardless of the passage of time. Not only has the beauty of the object in question been transferred, but so too has a reflection of the imperishable. Aphrodite was not just an allegorical theme in the figure of the lover, but was also represented in the embrace, and became anonymous. Today we are still deeply moved by the death's head depicted by the old masters. In its empty eye sockets, one can behold death. It was something that was communicated to the atoms. On the other hand, the skull and crossbones of the adventurer is purely accessory. Here a symbol, there an ornament, here a myth, there an allegory. On one hand, an approach, on the other, a distancing. Furthermore, it must be noted that the contemporary painter, even from the purely pictorial perspective, does not achieve the mastery of the classics, regardless of how much renown he may have in his field as an artistic technician. The concordance and the sense of well-being that is created between the spectator and the work of art, for whose glory the artist lives, is rapidly dissipated. The poor artist was, without even knowing it, a counterfeiter. The bogus banknote is confidently accepted, but sooner or later everyone finds out that it is worthless. The check is drawn on insufficient funds. On the one hand, the outward claim of the piece of paper; on the other, the gold that backs it up. On the one hand, the appearance; on the other, the reality. Banknotes can often deceive us. Few are the experts who can instantly perceive a fake by holding the note up to the light. Holding it up to the light means, in certain cases, that one recognizes that there is nothing hidden behind it. The idea that we might be impressed by a skull became absurd when X-rays became routine facts of life. This is not so much an observation about physics or optics as it is about the fundamental point of view, that is, a new mode of human sight, an almost instinctive mode corresponding to the genesis of man. X-rays arise as an empirical consequence, conditioned by the change of the form. This fundamental change that can be noted in physics and its instruments not only possesses a higher level, at which the air becomes rarefied, but also deeper layers where matter becomes more dense and suggestive. Physics explores both levels. What is more important, however, is the fact that in this way, the relation to death also changes, and this change calls for expression not only in faith and thought, but also in art. This is, furthermore, one of the reasons why the skull and crossbones has lost, like so many other things, its symbolic credibility. These questions pertain to perspective rather than substance. The power of the skull is in itself intact, but it no longer serves any purpose to look through it. Apart from that, one must bear in mind that we are participating in a global process of erosion of symbols. Very few powers will offer any resistance. Perhaps only mothers. Art must take this into account, and it is in fact doing so. Above all, ex negativo with sensitive antennae. The devaluation of the classic symbols is a trait that is inherent to every change in style. In the meantime, in the Great Transition, not only are isolated symbols at stake, but so is the symbolic world in general. This point was emphasized in the discussion of the process of whitening in At the Wall of Time. Ultimately, it must not be interpreted as a nihilist act, but as a retour offensive. White is not colorless, but the refuge from the chromatic world. Returning to our example, let us imagine one of those impressive limestone cliffs that loom over the French Riviera or the verdant grasslands of the valley of the Danube. Or we could think of the cliffs composed of Cretaceous rock on the coast of Rügen, or the coral reefs in the Pacific Ocean. In these places, death no longer stands out as the pallor of an isolated skull, but by virtue of its incredible sedimentation. In the past, all of this was the structural skeleton of life. Snails and clams, the shells of diams, corals that had been deposited for thousands of years before reaching the highest degrees of fossilization. Forms incubated in the seas of the primordial world, forged even more distinctly by geological pressure or destroyed when that pressure became a little too great. Then the process of dissolution begins again with the impact of the ocean's surf, and the rock is distilled into the molecules that once again fall prey to life and once again come alive in circles, spirals, and symmetries. A game played in the limestone mirror, but one with many possible players. The Carboniferous forest accumulated, shot through with mineral deposits, and the energy it absorbed from the sun is exhaled in the fires of the technological world. These changes took place over eons, like the ice crystals formed at the verge of the freezing point, which, whether they melt or crystallize, are like images in a mirror. All of this lies dormant in the limestone cliffs, waiting for art to instill it with life. Access to a new relation to death is in the process of being achieved. This is more important than all the feats of the world of technology. A great transition. Not only is the limestone cliff alive, but so is the desert. Moses knew this. It was proven by the incident where he struck the rock with his staff and caused a spring of water to burst forth, and his staff turned into a serpent. There's a thirst for this water in our deserts too. Those who thirst are legion, and this thirst increases when the human being is overwhelmed. One will soon get the impression that the state, the dragon with 1,000 scales, is the only creature that lives in the desert and populates it with its illusions. Dreams possess the most exclusive monopoly. Priests have known this since time immemorial. It is considered to be the privilege of the gods to dwell in the world of images and to descend to the world of phenomena only on exceptional occasions. Then they shine like rainbows. 5. As for us, we have been conceded a lesser share of this gift. We get a glimpse of the richness of the world from the images with their refracted colors, and, on the rarest occasions, it happens the way it does in dreams. We escape from the visible world of phenomena in order to penetrate into the universe of the imagination. As a native of a landlocked country, I knew the sea only by hearsay, and upon seeing it for the first time, I was not impressed by its waves. Only when I almost drowned in the undertow did it overweigh me like a giant. You could say that up until then, whether it was choppy or calm, everything was just a stage backdrop, and only then did the show really begin. Hokusai painted waves like these. That is how you must look at the limestone cliff. When the black, concerning whom I will provide more information below, deflowered his girlfriend and asked her how she liked it, she responded, "I had imagined it would be more beautiful." This must be the rule, even if you do not like it. Crime, too, has imaginary attractions. A bank robbery, like the ones that are depicted in novels or the movies, can seduce intellects with a taste for clever decoys and bold decisions in which a plan must be executed precisely to the second. In practice, unforeseen events and annoying setbacks supervene. After Raskolnikov used an axe to dispatch the old usurer, who, according to him, was worth less than a bedbug, in the hallway he ran into her devoted sister, to whom he meted out the same fate, for lack of a better idea. There can be no doubt that one of the more alluring aspects of the novel consists in abstracting the imaginary part of the crime from the blame for committing it. The sentence was merciful if one reflects on the fact that the crime consisted of a double murder, carried out furthermore in the most vicious manner, with an axe. It seemed scandalous to the other prisoners. They thought that the young master had been treated with kid gloves. Ecstatic intoxication also knows disillusionment. This disillusionment necessarily takes the form not so much of a relation between guilt and expiation, as in the framework of a more comprehensive bookkeeping in which guilt and expiation also undoubtedly play a role. Ecstatic intoxication and transgression are closely related phenomena, and sometimes it is hard to separate them, especially in their borderline forms. In ecstatic intoxication, whether it has the effect of a narcotic or a stimulant, time is consumed in advance, one handles it differently, and it is used on credit. It has to be paid back. High tide is followed by low tide, colors by pallor. The world turns gray and tedious. This may even apply to physiology and psychology, despite the fact that with respect to these fields, catastrophes are already looming. It is possible that at the same time, a Promethean theft of light and image will supervene, a penetration into the home of the gods. There, too, time exists, even if the steps that are taken are more powerful and longer and leave indelible tracks. And dangers exist there, too. The maxim, "Once I lived like the gods," comes at a price. My self-imposed deadline for addressing this topic is rapidly approaching, and perhaps has already expired. Its fabric is woven with an essay that I dedicated to Mircea Eliade on his 60th birthday, Drugs and Ecstasy, 1968. A second part was supposed to address extraordinary experiences, but it split in different directions. It could be included in a more distinct system, and I am thinking of doing so in the form of a recurring series of concepts. For the reader, it is more convenient to follow the text as it exists, page by page. The topic could be expanded, but not exhausted. This is suggested by its very title. The latter refers to all unexpected events, especially the progress of art and life in general. My real task was not intended to be so much to write a book as to construct an artifact, a vehicle from which one departs as a different person from the one who boarded it. This also applies to the author, meditations ad usum proprium, for his own orientation. The reader may participate according to his tastes or his needs. Drugs and ecstasy. Quel soit rimase pour le bien ou pour le mal. La mandragore est crainte et respectée comme une plante miraculeuse. Et elles sont renfermées des forces extraordinaires qui peuvent multiplier la vie, à donner la mort. In une certaine mesure donc, la mandragora est de la vie et de la mort. The influence of drugs is ambivalent. They can affect action and contemplation, the will and intuition. These two powers, which seem to be mutually exclusive, are frequently provoked by the same means, as anyone who has ever observed a gathering of drinkers knows. It is true that it is problematic to decide whether or not to include alcoholic beverages among drugs in the strict sense of the word. Perhaps their primordial power has been domesticated during millennia of enjoyment. Myths have passed down to us a more powerful image, and also a more disturbing one, in which Dionysius appears as the master of the festival, with his retinue of satyrs, Selene maenads, and wild beasts. The gods' triumphal cortege advances from the opposite direction to that of Alexander, from India, by way of the Near East, towards Europe, and his conquests are more lasting. Just like Adonis, Dionysius is recognized as the founder of orgiastic festivals, whose periodic celebrations are profoundly interwoven with the historical world and were intimately connected with the hedonistic cult of the phallus. The latter was not part of the official content of the Dionysian religions, but was one of the revelations that confirmed the mystery and its irresistible power. Compared to this, as an ancient author pointed out, the festivals in honor of Aphrodite and Cythera could be described as innocent children's games. This primordial power of wine has since diminished. We see it return in a watered-down form in the fall and spring festivals in the wine-producing countries. Only on exceptional occasions does it erupt in the exaltation of the joy of life, of colors, melodies, and grotesque images, a remnant of the ancient world of the mystery religions, with its disturbing power of contagious attraction. Archaic traits emerge in faces, capering, and dances. Above all, the masquerade, the symbol of the upside-down world, is characteristic of these rites. By comparing the victories of Alexander and Dionysius, we also touch upon the difference between historical power and elemental power. Historical successes, like the conquest of Babylonia, for instance, are ephemeral and connected to certain names. The instant does not return under this form. It constitutes a link in the chain of historical time for transformations within the elemental world. However, neither names nor dates are of any importance, but nonetheless always recur, not only below the surface of historical time, but also within historical time. They erupt like lava from beneath the Earth's crust. Take wine, for example. Alexander was forced to retreat from India, while Dionysius still reigns as the anonymous master of the festival. Wine has transformed Europe more radically than the sword. Even today, it is still considered to be a means to bring about the metamorphoses of religious worship. The exchanges of new poisons and ecstatic intoxications, and even of vices, fevers, and diseases, lack precise dates, thanks to which a coronation or a decisive battle are engraved in our memories. These exchanges remain in the darkness and in the snarl of the roots. We can make guesses about their antecedents, but we cannot measure their scope or penetrate into their depths. When Cortés came ashore in Mexico, it was an event that for the Europeans had a place in the order of the historical world, while for the Aztecs it belonged to the magical world. In Mexico, the dream is even more powerful than the consciousness of the waking world. The omen is more conclusive than the word. In such incidents of contact, images were exchanged, as in a game played with mirrors, which is understood either as grace or as guilt and expiation. Thus, in the sacrifice, on the one side Montezuma, on the other Maximilian, both emperors of Mexico. Under the surface, germs, images, and dreams are given and taken in an exchange that annihilates some races and enriches others, but whose activity is beyond the reach of exact descriptions and chronology. Even when they are precise, statistical data can only extract numbers from a problem, nor can they even touch upon the problem in its deepest layer. It remains, in the literal sense of the term, as the object of controversy. This is particularly true of those fields that touch upon the psyche, as well as all behavior, including that of animals, and it is also quite applicable to our topic, drugs and ecstatic intoxication. Thus, to mention at this point one of the greatest gifts that America gave to Europe, tobacco, a corpus of very precise figures has been compiled concerning the relation between nicotine and a wide range of diseases. Such data belong to the domain of the economy. In order to concede any value to them, however, it is necessary to have already accepted the concept of utility upon the basis of which these data have been gathered. In this case, the utility is of a health-related nature. From another perspective, however, smoking might entail a certain kind of profit. The word enjoy already suggests as much. One might think of the tranquility it infuses into a conversation, or of how a tedious period of time is abbreviated, or how a time of sadness is ameliorated, or how it enhances association with others in times of happiness. Every act of concentration, but also every act of dissipation, must be paid for. Is the pleasure worth the price? This is where the root of the problem lies, and statistics can only provide data. It is the question posed to every smoker by each cigarette he smokes. Statistics only corroborate a fact that has been known since time immemorial. Drugs are dangerous. Anyone who takes them also takes a risk, one that is all the more serious the less it is considered in advance. In this respect, when it is a matter of comparing profits and losses, the statistical method naturally has its value. If we have mentioned wine and tobacco, it is because it is advisable to start from familiar magnitudes in the measurement of the possible. Both pertain to our real theme only marginally. The more rigorously we delimit the definition of drug, the less likely it will be that these two products will fall under that heading. For Baudelaire, wine, like opium and hashish, opens the doors to artificial paradises. The lover of wine is right to disdain to view wine as a drug. He would also prefer that vintners and grape farmers should be the ones who make wine, rather than chemists and manufacturers. Even today, from the cultivation of the vine to the renaissance of the grape in grocery stores, gardeners and artisans are still painstakingly devoted to the art of wine. Even today, it is perceived as a divine gift with a marvelous power of metamorphosis. The blood of the earth placed on the same level with the blood of the gods. If one wants to view wine as a drug, this would only be one assertion among others, such as, for example, one could make concerning any alcoholic beverage. Tobacco seems to be closer to the world of drugs. Nicotine offers a glimpse of the possibilities contained in the sphere of the alkaloids. The sacrifices of smoke that are offered every day all over the planet announce the defeat of gravity, the spiritual liberation of the great dreams of levitation. Compared, however, with the magical power of opium, it is only capable of contributing to a minor increase in elevation, a mild euphoria. Like many etymological explanations, the interpretation of the word drug is also unsatisfactory. Its origins are obscure. Just like the word alcohol, it is in part derived from Hispano-Arabic, as well as medieval Latin roots. The origins of the Dutch word droog, dry, is more plausible. These drugs were substances that came from many different countries and were sold in herbalist shops and pharmacies and were used by doctors, cooks, and merchants in the perfume and spice trades. From time immemorial, the word has had connotations of mystery, with hints of magic, and in particular, of being of Oriental origin. In our context, a drug is a substance that causes ecstatic intoxication. Whatever form it takes, it has to entail something specific that takes place to distinguish this substance from others that are used in medicine or for pure pleasure. This specific factor must not be sought in the substance, but in the purpose, for both medicines as well as means of pleasure can be employed as intoxicating drugs in this more strict sense of the word. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, Shakespeare speaks of the common dream, and he distinguishes it from a more intense magical condition. The former brings dreams, The latter brings visions and prophecies. Similarly, the intoxication caused by drugs produces particular effects that are hard to define. Anyone who aspires to experience this intoxication is motivated by their own particular reasons. And anyone who uses the word drug in this sense takes it for granted that his reader or his listener will share his views on the matter in a way that is not definable more geometrical. With them, he crosses over into a border zone. Infusions and concentrates, concoctions and elixirs, powders and pills, salves, paste, and resins can be used in this particular sense. The substance can be solid, fluid, moist, or gaseous. It can be eaten, drunk, applied to the skin, inhaled, smoked, snorted, or injected. To provoke states of intoxication, one needs not only a particular substance, but also a certain quantity and concentration of the substance. The dose can be insignificant or excessive. In the first case, it does not lead beyond sobriety. In the second case, it leads to unconsciousness. As one becomes habituated to a drug, as everyone knows, it becomes increasingly more difficult to maintain a course between the two extremes. On the one side looms depression. On the other, overdose. The price exacted for pleasure is always increasing. This entails the following choice: retreat or go to the bottom. 9. When the drug's effect diminishes, one can increase the dose or the concentration. This is what happens to the smoker or the drinker, who at first increases his usual level of consumption and only later proceeds to stronger kinds of smoke or drink. And this also demonstrates that pure pleasure no longer satisfies him. A third possibility resides in the modification of the frequency of use, in the transition from instances of excess on extraordinary or festive occasions to an everyday habit. In the third case, it is not the dose that is increased, but the inclination to use the drug. The smoker who imposes upon himself the discipline of being content with one cigarette in the morning will be forced to pay the price when he attains an intensity of pleasure that up until that time, despite much heavier consumption, had always remained alien to him, a circumstance that once again contributes to temptation. Some people are extremely sensitive, and the dose of a drug can be correspondingly small and even minute. Since the time of Hahnemann, we have known that even microscopic traces of a substance can be psychoactive, and this has been confirmed by modern chemistry. But along with the right formula, one also needs a receptive disposition. This is how homeopathic medicines can be of use to some people. They presuppose a homeopathic behavior. A suggestion is enough for the sensitive subject. This is a universal law that is valid not only for the field of health, but also for ways of life in general. On the other hand, the old saying is true: there is an axe for every tree. The dose can therefore be minimal. Likewise, under certain circumstances, certain substances that are usually thought to be neutral, like the air we breathe, can intoxicate. It is upon this hypothesis that Jules Verne's Dr. Ox's experiment is based. On the pretext of wanting to build a factory to produce manufactured gas, Dr. Ox changed the state of mind of the inhabitants of a provincial city, intoxicating them by supplying them with pure oxygen. Thus, concentration transforms a substance that we breathe every day into a poison. As Paracelsus said, sola dosis facit venenum. Dr. Ox distilled air. We can assume that, for sensitive natures, air can itself be intoxicating. And so it is. Few indeed are those human beings who, at least with respect to certain moments, would not agree with Goethe's saying, "Youth is drunkenness without wine." It is of course true that in order to experience this feeling, one needs that intact disposition, which is one of the distinctive traits of youth. However, external factors are always also involved, whether these factors are stronger varieties of familiar substances or unfamiliar substances or atmospheric influences. In novels we find rhetorical flourishes such as, "The air was like wine. Ineffable serenity bursts forth from quasi-immaterial springs." Even so, the perfect moment can also give rise to melancholy. The latter often possesses an admonitory and dissuasive power, and, by virtue of this property, is no less favorable, for in this way it often announces the approach of imminent dangers. Alongside perceptions that are as hard to explain as they are to dispute, there are many others that are justified only by the enhancement of sensitivity. In his voyage, aux régions équinoxiales, Alexander von Humboldt undertook a detailed accounting of the phenomena that preceded volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. In this context, addressed that state of nervous unease that, in humans and animals, acts as an omen and as perception. To this very day, people have never ceased to attempt to isolate some kind of psychogenic substance or force from the atmosphere. Thus, for example, on the basis of magnetism, Mesmer believed he identified a fluid that emanated from the human body and that could be stored in certain objects that would act like batteries. Mesmerism was never more than a passing fashion in the medical arts. Its influence, however, has survived in poetic fantasy. E.T.A. Hoffmann was particularly fascinated by it. He eagerly awaited Mesmer's doctoral dissertation. De Planetarum Influxu could have been the title of an essay by Novalis, not unlike the articles published in the Athenaeum. Less well known, but no less relevant than Mesmer, is Carl Ludwig von Reichenbach, who distinguished himself not only as a natural philosopher, but also as a geologist, chemist, and industrialist. Reichenbach claimed to have discovered in the OD-10 a substance whose energy or radiation was comparable to Mesmer's fluid. Although it exists throughout all of nature, this OD can only be perceived by beings of a delicate organization whom Reichenbach called sensitives, or in exceptional cases of heightened sensitivity, hypersensitives. Reichenbach, whose personality reconciled the gifts of the natural philosopher with the precision of the physical sciences, sought to prove experimentally the existence of the OD, and, in his attempt to do so, he used sensitive types the way a near-dorm, sighted person uses eyeglasses. With this purpose in mind, he carried out procedures that we would today call tests, 11, without, of course, resorting to any mechanical apparatus, but with very subtle differences. Thus, for example, he excluded from the category of sensitives all those persons who did not sense any thermal difference between the round end and the pointed end of a chicken egg held up between two fingers. Reichenbach dared to venture into regions that, without being either distant or easily accessible, are inaccessible to those with dull senses. Physicists, however, paid just as little attention to the OD as the psychiatrists and neurologists paid to the sensitives. As a scientist, Reichenbach was annoyed by this lack of interest, but as a philosopher he knew that he had to remain dispassionate. He had arrived with his ideas in the least favorable era that could be imagined. This untimeliness was even more applicable to the case of Fechner, who saw the physical mathematical image of the world as the dark side of the universe, and his psychophysics owed a great deal to the writings of Reichenbach. Fechner's ideas on the animate nature of the celestial bodies and plants could only be suppressed in a time when mechanistic theories were generating discoveries at an unprecedented rate. In the field of medicine, the way was being paved for a massive positivism, whose hubris led a certain surgeon to boast that he had never seen any souls during his operations. Such antitheses within the realm of intuition suggest the idea that the spirit is active in two different wings of a building, between which there is no door. One may also think of a double mirror, whose two surfaces are separated by an opaque layer. There will once again be eras that approach the unity of intuition. This unity will not be achieved absolutely, since both the physical mathematical image of the world as well as the natural philosophy of Fechner and Reichenbach, are only different aspects of the inside of nature. The dose capable of intoxicating a person can therefore be minimal when the person is sufficiently predisposed for the experience. In this respect as well, there are particularly susceptible sensitive types. The rules that the legislator is compelled to promulgate, for example, in the Motor Vehicle Code, only offer a crude standard. This code will be made increasingly more strict because with each passing day, the empirical world provides us with new proofs of the fact that in the collision between intoxication and technology, two mutually exclusive powers are involved. In fact, this is true not only for drugs in general. Rather, the number of remedies increases endlessly, and so does the field of their application. And so, too, do the number of jobs for which the indispensable automobile is not merely optional. The car has become a science in itself. The predisposition to intoxication can be so pronounced that the subject may pursue a life of purity without chemical product. This is a privilege reserved for the ascetic. His intimate relation with ecstasy has been well known since the most remote times. In addition to abstinence, prayer, and fasting, he avails himself of the solitude that never ceases to bestow power upon artists and sages. The flood of images in the Thebaid, televisions that do not need drugs, much less any equipment. The thinker, the artist, who is in good form, experiences phases in which a new light glows. The world begins to speak and to respond to the spirit with boundless power. It is as if things were charged with energy. Their beauty, their order that is overflowing with meaning, are revealed in a new light. This, being in good form, is independent of any physical well-being. It is in fact often opposed to physical well-being, as if a state of prostration is more conducive to the free flow of images than normal states of physical health. In any event, Reichenbach already warned against the error of confusing hypersensitivity with illness. With regard to the question that interests us, however, it is not very easy to avoid making this mistake. This is confirmed with particular force in the disputes in which conclusions concerning the psyche of an artist are drawn on the basis of his works. It is not by chance that it is precisely our epoch that should be so rich in such controversies. It is likely that these states of unprecedented predisposition to ecstatic intoxication precede not only productive phases in the life of the individual, but also stylistic changes within cultures. The latter necessarily produce a Babylonian confusion in the language of forms, as well as in language in general. Jung characterizes this predisposition as the gift of prophecy, which he understands as a higher degree of receptivity, attainable thanks to a certain way of life. But, in the end, a pure and devoted man can also, after long practice and peregrinations, attain to God in ecstasy and magnetic trance states. According to him, in its natural state, the soul works through the brain and the nerves. In its magnetic state, it works without either. Only after death does the human being acquire the full power of the prophetic dream, for then he has separated completely from the body, and this capacity is more perfect than the state he was able to attain to in life. Those who, according to Jung, are gifted with prophetic powers more or less correspond to Reichenbach's hypersensitives. In accordance with contemporary terminology, we could interpret them as extremely rare, but constantly recurring, mutants. The gift of prophecy can be cultivated, but its origin must be innate. Jung thus sheds light on, and among others, those cases in which admonitory dreams or revelations are not directly communicated to the person who is under threat, but to a third person who plays the role of receiver for the threatened person. This capacity need not be crowned with spiritual or ethical gifts. It can be manifested in a coarse or a refined existence. In the figure of Prince Mishkin, Dostoevsky describes a highly developed type of admonitory gift that leads people to think that the person who expresses it is an idiot. In biographies, whether ancient or modern, we constantly come across the figure of the sensitive who, before a fire, a bolt of lightning, or some other mishap, overwhelmed by an urgent sense of unease or distress, departs from his location, leaving other individuals who remain unperturbed. States of excitation or meditation, like those of intoxication, can also flourish without the use of toxic substances. This possibility indicates that one can, by way of drugs, awaken forces that are greater than those of a specific intoxication. Ecstatic intoxication is a key that opens doors to kingdoms that are inaccessible to normal perception, but it is not the only such key. To define the state to which one may aspire, the concept of ecstatic intoxication might be insufficient, unless it is extended to include diverse and even contrary phenomena. We shall therefore begin with the assertion that a drug acts both on one's will as well as on one's vision. Within this ambivalence, there is an extensive range that in both senses leads to the loss of consciousness and finally to death. Drugs can be sought after as excitants and stimulants or as soporifics, narcotica or fantastica. 12. They are used both for inducing narcosis as well as stimulation. Hassan ibn al-Sabah, the old man of the mountain, was familiar with this scale in all of its degrees. He led the Fadavis, the initiates, who were later known as the Hashashins, from the tranquility of artificial paradises to fury directed against princes and rulers. We do not find anything exactly like that in the morass of our technological world, but there are similar phenomena. They form part of the tendency of this technological world, both in the escape to oblivion as well as in kinetic intensification by way of stimulus. The legislator is obliged to simplify this complexity. He views intoxication as the state caused by narcotics, especially intensive intoxication by ethyl products. It is his job to decide whether in each individual case, inebriation was or was not implicated in the commission of a crime or the failure to do so. And it is for this very reason hard to judge which state of consciousness triggered the punishable offense, since there are drugs that favor, at least temporarily, technical execution. In every epoch, competitive athletes have been familiar with such drugs, but the border that separates illicit doping from authorized stimulation is uncertain. New drugs are always coming on the market, drugs whose harmfulness is often only recognized when the damage has already been done. In other cases, the immediate harm is minimal, but the cumulative damage occurs over many years of use, often with fatal results. This is true of such stimulant drugs as tobacco and even for tranquilizers, such as the mild soporifics. We may also point out that the stimulantia and the narcotica are often used in combination with, or in opposition to each other. What goes up must come down. We may also think of weights on a balance. For each weight on one side of the scale, a counterweight is placed on the other side. In this way, one maintains an artificial equilibrium until one day, the scale breaks. The sober, indifferent spectator notes the aspect of movement in the spectacle of inebriation. In such a situation, one cannot ignore change. The latter is announced far and wide through sound and vision. The words used to denote this state refer, at least in the wine and beer drinking countries, to a moderate libation or to exaggerated activity. Most are derived from the Latin bibo and ebrius, from the ancient High German trinken, and from the Gothic drigen. The German word rauschen, however, denotes lively movement, for example, like the fluttering of butterfly wings, which can also be perceived acoustically as whispering or murmuring. This movement may be very energetic. The Anglo-Saxon rush is one such example. It also suggests a vibrant and constantly increasing vitality. Rauschzeit denotes the mating season. It is said of the wild boar that during that season he is in rut. Insects and birds gather in swarms and flocks. Immediately after the nuptial flight, termites lose their wings. 13. Mating season is a time for forming flocks. human beings and animals grouped together. This fact alone allows us to obtain a better understanding of the active or volitional aspect of inebriation. The drunk is not afraid of company. He has a taste for the festive hustle and bustle and is not looking for solitude. He often behaves eccentrically, but he enjoys with respect to his behavior a greater license than a sober person would. It is more pleasing to see a smiling person than a sorrowful one. The drunk is viewed with benevolence and is often considered to be a foe of tedium and depression. A messenger from Dionysius erupts to open the door to the world of festival. He even has a contagious effect on the sober person. One must not disregard this exaggerated activity that has given its accent to the word inebriation. In most cases, the visible aspect of things demands a participation in language that is more relevant than the hidden part. The word day offers an example. When we say it, we also include the night. Therefore, the luminous side includes within itself the dark side. We hardly ever reflect on this point. In a completely analogous sense, the word inebriation, while it emphasizes the obvious exaggeration of the vital forces, also includes their torpor, the lethargic and indolent states, similar to daydreams and the condition of being half asleep. Inebriation is expressed in diverse and often opposed phenomena. Drugs also cause diverse effects. They nonetheless complement one another in the framework of a vast, all-encompassing whole. Hassan ibn al-Sabah had to lead his assassins with a single means, hashish, both to the world of beautiful dreams as well as to the world of criminal nightmares. Someone who wants to tranquilize himself does something different from someone who seeks to become intoxicated in the visionary sense. He does not seek company, but solitude. This is closer to addiction. Hence, he tries to conceal his habit, which lacks the festive quality of periodic celebrations. The secret drinker is viewed with suspicion. Someone who tranquilizes himself regularly and profoundly is compelled for that very reason to maintain secrecy, because the drug almost always comes from shady sources. His pleasure leads to a zone outside of the law. When such drugged individuals no longer fear to show themselves in public, it is a sign of imminent anarchy. Thus, after the First World War, one could observe in the cafes drug types with blank faces staring off into the void. It is not just because that other people instill him with fear for various reasons that the narcotized individual avoids company. He is by his nature addicted to solitude. His essence is not of a communicative kind, but passive and receptive. It is as if he was lingering before a magic mirror, immobilized, entirely enclosed within his ego, and taking no pleasure in anything but that ego, whether as pure euphoria or as an imaginary world that engenders its own interior and reflects on him. Thus, there are lamps whose fluorescent light can transform a gray rock into a nugget of gold. Baudelaire, who called hashish a weapon for suicide, mentions among its other effects the extraordinary cold that he felt after taking the drug, a pleasure that he includes in the class of solitary pleasures. This iciness, which is also caused by other Fantastica 14, is not of a physiological nature. It, too, constitutes a sign of solitude. Narcissus was the son of a river god and a nymph, Lirio. His mother was fascinated by his beauty, but also shocked by his cold attitude towards others. Concerned about the fate of her son, she sought the advice of Tiresias the prophet, and received from his lips the following oracle: "As long as he does not know himself, her son will enjoy a long life." This enigmatic prediction was fulfilled one day, when, as he was returning home after hunting, Narcissus stopped to bend down to drink at a spring and saw his image reflected on the water. The adolescent was enamored with what he saw and was consumed with an insatiable desire for his own image, which led to his death. The gods transformed him into a flower with a soporific scent, the narcissus that still bears his name and which blooms over calm waters. It is most likely the case that, like so many other myths, only a few rudiments have been preserved from the myth of Narcissus. Its major theme appears to have been longing. This was the bane of the nymph, Echo, who yearned in vain to be embraced by Narcissus, and was so wasted by melancholia that in the end there was nothing left of her but her voice. Narcissus saw his image, but he did not recognize it. Over the entrance to the temple of Apollo at Delphi it was written, "Know thyself." Like many others before and after him, Narcissus failed before the most difficult of all tasks. He sought his ego in vain in his reflected image. The verb to know has a double meaning. Narcissus plunged into an erotic adventure just as Faust plunged into a spiritual one. It is precisely this all-consuming longing that also constitutes a distinctive sign of the drug and its pleasures. Desire always remains a step behind satisfaction. Images excite us like a mirage in the desert. Thirst becomes a burning. We can also imagine it as a descent into a cave that divides into an increasingly more narrow and impassable labyrinth of galleries. There, we are threatened with the fate of Ellis Frobaum, the hero of Hoffmann's tale, The Mines of Fallen Daughter. He never returned. He was lost to the world. This also happened to the monk of Heisterbach, who got lost in the forest and only returned to his monastery 300 years later. This forest is time. The substances that engender states of narcotic intoxication seem more subtle and more ethereal to us than those that stimulate the will. After the great spell cast in his nocturnal studio, Faust is led, first of all, to Auerbach's cellar, with its dissolute drinkers, and only later to the witch's den. We speak of a narcotic perfume. The word comes from the Greek eaha, narcotize, doriti. In southern regions, there are species of narcissus whose scent is thought to be dangerous. Euphoria and analgesia ensue from the inhalation of volatile substances, such as laughing gas and ether, which was, in the last years of the 19th century, the fashionable recreational vehicle, and Maupassant devoted an essay to it. In the magic of the classical era, there are many references to the smoke that not only induces lethargy, but also serves as a subtle vehicle for the visions that ensue upon lethargy. We find such scenes in The 1001 Nights, but also in authors like Cazotti, Hoffmann, Poe, Kuban, and others. There are reasons to assume that the visionary aspect of intoxication is also the more meaningful aspect from a qualitative point of view. If we want to form a judgment about this question, we must consider the common root from which the varied forms of the imagination grow. The risk we take when we use drugs consists in the fact that we are undermining one of the fundamental powers of existence, time. This can of course happen in various ways. Depending on whether we narcotize ourselves or stimulate ourselves, we expand or contract time. This is once again related to the way we travel through and explore space. In one case, the effort to increase movement within it. In the other, the rigidity of the magic world. If we compare time, as has been customary since antiquity, with the current of a river, it seems that under the effect of stimulants the channel of the river becomes narrow. The current accelerates, as if it was descending a valley by way of seething whirlpools and waterfalls. Thoughts, mimicry, and gestures follow this current. This type of intoxicated person thinks and works more quickly and impulsively than the sober person, and also less predictably. Under the influence of narcotics, on the other hand, time slows down and forms a pool. The current flows more calmly. The banks recede from view. When the lethargic state begins to take effect, consciousness drifts like a ship on a lake whose shores cannot even be glimpsed. Time becomes limitless, oceanic. That is how the boundless opium dreams came that Thomas de Quincey described. He imagines that he was buried for 1,000 years in stone coffins with mummies and sphinxes in narrow chambers at the heart of the eternal pyramids. In Suspiria de Profundis, a collection of essays that was published a quarter of a century after the Confessions, he evokes that disproportionate expansion of time and says that astronomical numbers are incapable of describing it. In valuing the virtual time lived during some dreams, the measurement by generations is ridiculous. By millennia is ridiculous. Other authors, such as Cocteau, have corroborated this feeling of distance involved in the human consciousness of time. Tout ce qu'on fait dans la vie, même l'amour, on le fait. Dans le train express, qui roule, vers la mort. Fumer l'opium, c'est quitter le train en marche, c'est s'occuper d'autre chose que de la vie de la mort. 15. Time passes more quickly at the animal pole, more slowly at the plant pole. This perspective also sheds light on the relation of the narcotica to pain. Most human beings become familiarized with narcotics thanks to their anesthetic properties. The feeling of happiness, the euphoria connected with their use, leads to addiction. The fact that depressive subjects succumb with particular pleasure to morphine is explained by the fact that they experience existences such as pain. Many narcotica are also at the same time fantastica. When Sir Turner isolated the alkaloid of morphine in 1803, he separated opium's analgesic power from its eidetic power. By doing so, he performed a great service for countless sufferers, but at the same time he robbed the juice of the poppy, as Novellis sings, of its light dose 16. Someone who yearns for the world of images does not use narcotics either to escape from his pain or to feel euphoria. He seeks the fantastic. He is not motivated by a fear of suffering, but by a sublime curiosity, even audacity. In the magic and the witchcraft of the Middle Ages, the world of the alkaloids constantly intervenes. The incantation is accompanied by potions, salves, and vapors, and often involves mandrake, stramonium, and belladonna. In those days, witchcraft was treated as a capital offense. Apparitions were more worthy of faith than reality. For Faust, the realm of the spirits, although largely reduced to the spiritual world, is never barred, but he is only concerned with the success of the spell. He is no longer tormented by religious or moral scruples. Similarly, in our time, the spiritual man who is a friend of the muses asks what drugs have to offer him. By virtue of his nature, he cannot be interested in the dynamic accentuation of his vital forces, or happiness, or the absence of pain. For him, it is not even a matter of enhancing or refining the visionary faculty, like Faust in his study. What he is looking for is something that supervenes 17. This supervention does not presuppose knowledge of new information, nor does it imply making the empirical world a better place. Faust sought to escape from his study, where a Wagner would remain for his whole life, feeling happy. I know very much indeed, but I want to know everything. It is an infinite desire, and in this sense, the discovery of America also belongs to the world of facts. No spaceship can take him out of his world. No form of propulsion, even if it is capable of reaching the stars, can nullify that ancient saying, from self there is no remission. 18. This is also true for the accentuation of the vital force. Neither multiplication, nor raising it to another power, changes the cardinal number. One expects something different from that which supervenes, rather than an accentuation of a dynamic or vital type. In every era, it was expected to bring an amplification, a complement, an addition, which does not imply a strengthening, but a sum. In the past, there was no doubt that in the spell, whether thanks to ascetic practice or to other means, something strange supervened. In the meantime, reason has since acquired a power against which this conviction is only defensible in a rearguard action. But to decide if that which supervenes comes from without or from within, if therefore it has its origin in the universe or in the deepest depths of the ego, only poses a pseudo-problem. The decisive point is not where the plumb line first enters the water, but how far down it goes. There, the vision is so compelling that there is neither the space nor the need to ask about its reality, not to speak of its origin. When canonical texts, authorities, or even coercive means are necessary to legitimize a vision, this faculty has already lost all its power. It then acts as a shadow or an echo. But the disposition for such experiences must always remain intact. The plant as autonomous power. 19. Whenever certain animal and plant juices intermingle, new molecules come into being, and many different kinds of chains and rings are formed. Only recently have we been able to direct our gaze towards these microscopic structures. If we were incapable of doing so, basically not much would have changed. As some suspect and many guess, it is likely that this new perspective is a distraction from more important questions. The fact that some of these molecules nourish the body while others pass through it while remaining neutral is as incontestable as the fact that other molecules trigger mental effects. It is on this perception that the American Indian distinction between everyday food and divine food is based, as is the difference established by the more advanced cultures between natural substances and sacred substances. The question of whether these effects are triggered or supervene transcends the knowledge of psychologists and chemists. If we recognize the plant as an autonomous power that supervenes to take root and flower within us, then we distance ourselves by several degrees from the skewed perspective that holds that spiritualized is the monopoly of human beings, and consequently is something that does not exist outside. The planetary leveling process must clear the way to a new worldview. This is the task that the new century will assume. The nihilist and materialist theories are called upon to prepare the way for it. Thus, their persuasive power, so incomprehensible to its opponents. In the midst of the hurricane that uproots trees and strips the roofs off houses, of course, we do not perceive the attraction of a distant windless zone. The same is true of time. Here we touch upon the borders of the disputes concerning the Last Supper that for thousands of years have exercised people's minds and that, in their time, occasionally blaze with heated passion. It is about bread and wine, about the differences between presence and approach. When something really takes place, the crude and subtle differences vanish, for neither penetrates into the interior of nature. We can attribute the widest possible scope to both that is and that means. Basically, they both coincide at one point. On the very night of the celebration of the Eucharist, the supper meant, beyond its present reality, something more, although at a high stage of approach. Today, we have other problems. Above all, this one, that on this path, gods no longer insinuate themselves. The isolation of cocaine was first carried out in 1860 at the famous Wohler Institute in Göttingen, one of the Pandora's boxes for our world. This precipitation and concentration of psychoactive principles, obtained from organic substances, is characteristic of the whole 19th century. It began with the extraction of morphine from the juice of the poppy, achieved by a 20-year-old man, Sir Turner, who thus developed Entwickelte or, more accurately, unwrapped Auswickelte, the first alkaloid. Like every approach to the world of the Titans, here too, concentration and radiation are increased. In this world, forces and substances appear which are certainly obtained from nature, but are too strong and too vehement for our natural powers of comprehension. So that if he does not want to destroy himself, the human being is obliged to maintain a greater and greater distance from this world and to exercise more and more caution. These forces and substances are visible modifications of the entry into a new spiritual world. Fermentation, distillation, precipitation, and finally production of radioactive matter from an organic substance. That is how the 20th century began. 1903, discovery of radium and polonium. 1911, Nobel Prize awarded to the Curies for having extracted pure radium from enormous quantities of Joachimsthal pitchblende. In 1945, The Americans handed over this zone to the Russians, who extracted vast quantities of fissile material there. Every transition is also a break, every profit also a loss. The pain is particularly bitter when, even if you do not understand it, you suffer intensely, above all if you still suffer from the retreat of the gods from the Titans. Views on this question, therefore, differ like night and day. Pierre Curie was among the first victims of motor vehicle traffic, killed in 1906. Leon Bloy gloated over the news about the crushing of the famous brain. Just as Goethe considered colors to be one of the adventures of light, we should contemplate ecstatic intoxication as a triumphal march of the plants in their passage through our mind. Thus, the immense family of the nightshades not only provides us with physical nourishment, but also nourishes our dream. In the monographs devoted to these alkaloids, one must reconcile the systematic spirit with the visionary power of a Novalis or Fechner. The name Solanaceae is allegedly derived from the Latin solamen, consolation. Just as the plant seduces us not only physically, but also spiritually, it had long cohabited erotically with the animals. To understand this, we must recognize them as our equals, even as stronger brethren. The mystery of the bees, which is at the same time the mystery of flowers, embodies one of the most marvelous phenomena and one of the true miracles of nature. The amorous duet of two creatures so incredibly different in form and degree of evolution must have once been attested, as if by magic, thanks to countless acts of solicitude. The blossoms assume the form of sexual organs that adapt themselves in a wondrous fashion to completely alien creatures. Flies, hawk moths and butterflies, and also sunbirds and hummingbirds. Before that, they were pollinated by the wind. This was one of the short circuits that interlaced the chain of ancestors and their systems of protection. A great transition. In such images, the veil of Isis becomes transparent. Cosmogonic eros breaks through the classifications of the civilized world. It would never have occurred to us that such things were possible, if we did not see it confirmed 1,000 times with each walk through a spring meadow or a flower-covered mountainside. Nonetheless, it was not until our times that a human being revealed the secret. Once again, it was a rector, Christian Conrad Sprengel, in The Mystery of Nature Revealed, 1793. What we call mysteries are, of course, nothing but manifestations. We approach them in the sound of the bell-like buzzing that we hear under the blossoming linden tree. Knowledge is correspondence. Plants, although they hardly have any capacities for movement, cast their spells over things that move. Novalis had seen this in his hymns. Without plants there would be no life on the planet. All the creatures that eat and breathe depend on them. We do not know for sure just how far their spiritual power reaches. It is not without reason that the parable is based on them above all. The effect provoked by tea, tobacco, and opium, but also often by the mere scent of certain flowers. That is, that scale of delights that extend from a vague dreaminess to anesthesia, represents something more than a palette of different states of consciousness. There must be something else, something new which supervenes. Just as the plant forms sexual organs to mate with the bees, it also celebrates its nuptials with human beings. And this bond gives us the gift of access to worlds that would otherwise have remained closed to. Here is also concealed the mystery of all addictions. Anyone who wants to cure them must offer a spiritual equivalent. Ecstatic intoxication, homeland and pilgrimage. It is often observed that drugs are divided up into zones that delimit certain domains of influence. The dreams of the lotus eaters flourish in the east. The spirit wanders while the body lies on the bed. The visions are not always beautiful and serene. They can also be horrible and cruel. Drugs play the role of Scheherazade, who during the night alleviated the hours of the Sultan's insomnia. Western man prefers the effects of stimulants that favor activity. This difference may also be noted when the same substance is used in both the East and the West. On the one hand, the man in Chalabia, who, before he was served his coffee, smoked the hookah. On the other hand, the type who, during a break at work, compulsively chain smokes one cigarette after another. In such a landscape, it is necessary to increase the consumption of means that produce an exaltation of the vital force without any imaginative virtues, of vital well-being with an accelerated pulse. As the smoker chain smokes one cigarette after another, the pauses between cigarettes become more brief. The drug is degraded to a mere fuel. Now and then, one needs oil for the gummed-up engine, colorless tranquilizers and soporifics. The festive aspect of ecstatic intoxication, the approach to new worlds and the risk it entailed, has been forgotten. The introduction of pure fantastica in the Western world only entailed a minor risk as long as was the case with opium, they were not deprived of their visionary effects by way of chemical procedures. Their enjoyment presupposes the serene pleasure of the world of images, and therefore an inclination that is contrary to the style of our time. De Quincey and Baudelaire represent the two most illustrious cases of knowledge of the arcane mysteries of opium. In this context, we must not forget to mention novelists. The Romantics were highly sensitive to the unusual. Some verses of Annette von Droste lead us to assume that the poppy, at least, wreathed her soul. I am thinking of Sleepless Night, in particular. De Quincey had also availed himself to an immense degree of the power and the sumptuousness of the poppy, as well as its horrors, as is testified to by the well-known passage in his Confessions dedicated to the Consul Romanus. That is how the gods see the world. The dreamer prefers solitude. He does not want any unexpected interruptions. The real world is full of dangers for him. He is at the very least exposed to the curse of ridicule. Baudelaire expressed this in the symbol of the albatross as portent. Even if only this poem is considered, it can be said that his journey to the East was worth the trouble for him, and even more so for us. There, the gods persevered more in the dream state than in heroic passion or martyrdom. Meditation is a form of the spirit that reconciles reason and fantasy. Where both states are completely mingled, new worlds can arise. In the West, the fantastica cannot become a mass threat like the pharmacological stimulants and tranquilizers, such as tobacco and alcohol on the one hand, and sleeping pills and morphine on the other. Hashish is situated on the border, because it not only stimulates the eidetic powers, but also physical mobility. The collective enjoyment of opium is rare. It presupposes a community of aesthetic and meditative inclinations, or a shared taste for adventure. In this respect, the works of Farrer, Mirbeau, and Lodi contain abundant references to the literati of the Hôtel Pimodan and the naval officers, but only because it is hard to find a comparable environment. That is, because it is so rare. We must imagine the atmosphere of such sessions as that of a cultivated and concentrated sympathy, also associated with diffuse sensations of presence, as are manifested among spiritualists. The images are seen with the inner eye. They are indivisible and of a different kind from the ones that are offered by our dream factory or even by our highbrow cultural spectacles. Baudelaire went to the theater not as a spectator, but to use the performance as a raw material that he inserted into his oniric world and which he submitted to the style of that world. Confronted by ecstatic intoxication, art is transformed into a collage, an elementary school for approach. We should also imagine it as a reversal of the relation between desert and oasis. The oasis still has its emerald color, but the sands of the desert glitter like diamonds. Wherever one looks, the earth is refulgent with such precious stones. The difference between the jewel and its setting disappears. The Fantastica encountered an esoteric reception in the West. Around their trunk a whole new literature grew like a vine, which took root in the early Romanticism and underwent further ramifications during the fin de siècle. The initiate radiated a dreary, arcane, and disturbing atmosphere. It was not exactly a vice to which he surrendered, nor was it an irresistible crime. It was rather a theft committed against society for which the latter reproached him, a theft whose most extreme form is suicide. We are bored with society. We thus leave the dull routine of the port behind us as we set sail aboard a small sailboat. Soon enough the wind fills the sails, and it will no longer be necessary to steer in search of lost isles. The latter emerge from the depths to the rhythm of desire. Of course, solitude itself already generates a feeling akin to ecstatic intoxication. The Argonauts who sailed alone across the ocean were not seeking so much the other shore as they were in search of this unknown unity of the whole. Such inclinations are innate, like other social deviations, political and erotic ones, for example. In the past, they were considered to be a distinctive trait of outcasts, the wicked people who lurked beyond the city walls and who frequented mills, tanneries, and houses of ill repute. These were the places frequented by wandering bards and musicians, gypsies and fortune-tellers, alchemists and treasure hunters. In their environs they cultivated Datura stramonium and belladonna, and dug up the mandrake that grew under the gallows. Two strangers meet on a train or on a park bench. One mentions the name of an author, the title of a book, and they exchange information that they already know. Most people would undoubtedly recognize this as a depiction of the enlightened petit bourgeois, like Bouvard and Pécuchet at the beginning of the novel. The centuries weave a coarsely woven screen that does not entirely cover up changes in style. They often only attain their typical aspect in the heart of an era. This is also the case with the aspect of our own century. It is true that there are seeds and hints already at the beginning of the century, but they did not leave their mark on the landscape. Radio, wireless telegraphy, the transition from steam power to the combustion engine, from Impressionism to Cubism, the visions of Nietzsche, Lilienthal's wings, all of these things appear one by one, as if a virus was spreading. The roar of gigantic demolition operations covered up and smothered the details. Above all, the two world wars brought planning on a planetary scale in their wake. Nonetheless, now the world style has also become visible, as if the outer shell that covered the avalanche of still glowing metal has broken open. At first in isolated sectors, like the network of airports. There, other clocks are ticking, a new time prevails. Thus did Brobdingnag come to dwell among the Lilliputians, with the brutal ambitions of titanic power. The New World style also embraces drugs and ecstatic intoxication. The great current of pharmaceutical stimulants and narcotics flows endlessly, and even swells and accelerates. The border between their medical and recreational uses is blurred, until pharmaceutical drugs become indispensable. In the whirlwind of the world of work and its stress, many of these drugs have become food for the nerve. We can get some idea of just how massive the consumption of drugs is by looking at the machinery of the pharmaceutical industry that incessantly spits out an endless series of pills. All of these pills converge in multicolor rivers that once again diverge until they reach the most remote villages and huts. With regard to this point too, one feels ambivalent, since chemistry is on the verge of breaking through this frontier, beyond which the remedy unleashes euphoric effects. Here the threat of abuse looms large. The taboos imposed by the law are left behind in its wake. However, with the progress of culture, the serene joy of the outlying districts of the cannabis and poppy gardens is lost. On the one hand, everything is moving faster, while on the other hand, within the setting as a whole, images produced and reproduced by mechanical means satisfy, or appear to satisfy, and which, like stage scenery, surround and constrain the field of vision. Collective dreams displace individual dreams. The inner world of images is overwhelmed by the external world. It is true that there is a hunger, an admonitory feeling of emptiness that is never completely satiated, the suspicion that one is spending one's days fruitlessly. And now we come to the stage of this great procession in which new needs are awakened, needs that are consistent with the world of the Titans. This explains the transition to those drugs that we call psychopharmaceuticals. The term is inadequate. It is likely that it will be replaced by another. Once again, we must point out that the stimulants have been transformed into fuel, while the soporifics have been sterilized. The real danger presumably consists in the fact that they trigger somnolence without dreams. However, with the culture of the bourgeois epoch, the fantastica have lost their function as a counterweight. D.G. When the house is falling down around your ears, the garden is also inhospitable. With the passage of the modernist lilacs, lilies, and interwoven crocuses, so too have the poppies and the dreams that accompanied them passed away. Likewise, in the middle of this outy 20th century, something new in the world of Titanism emerged. A group of substances whose powers and formulas are classified with reference to mescaline. They are substances of an organic origin, listed in the Secretus Herbarum of Albertus Magnus, but they are brought into alignment with the style of the times as soon as they are analyzed and reproduced by way of chemical synthesis. As in Lilienthal's motorized wings, these substances were also preceded by a series of tests. As for psychoactivity, the ecstatic intoxication produced by mescaline was the object of research at the Beringer Institute. The resulting reports, 1927, provided extensive but superficial documentation. Hans Heinz Evers, who may very well be described as one of those curious but minor intellects, did not pass up the opportunity to experience the ecstatic intoxication of mescaline during his journey. But he did not even reach the stage that Maupassant had attained with ether. For him, it was just a symphony of colors. We owe to the land of Mexico a series of titanic variants. The soil of Mexico possesses a primordial fertility. The turkey, maize, the sunflower, the chicken, wheat, and the daisy appear to have been transformed into brabing nags. The nightshades astound us with their gigantic tubers and fruits. A place fit for pyramids and emperors, eagles and serpents, shamans and prophets, witches and sorcerers. Mescaline and its relatives produce an effect that is more brutal and demanding than the effect of the opiates. They transport the user not just to the visionary world and its palaces, but also bring him down into the depths of the subterranean crypts. Extremely archaic visions recover their credibility. Stimulants and narcotics modify time. They expand it or accelerate it. But with mescaline the earth is cloven. The creative power of time returns to the origin. Some doctors have entertained the idea of restoring the health of sick people in this way, or perhaps even to cure them as if by a bout of fever or a shock. 21. Those individuals who are lovers of art, the poets, might have yet other reasons to descend to the primal source where the river Leith flows into the Styx. There, why? 2. Lay the source of the fountain of Castalia. Forgetting and stupefaction preceded initiation. Signs that can also be discerned in the history of painting. And we have not even scratched the surface of its Mexican component. A guided tour of death. One of the main problems of our subject is clearing the way forward. With respect to intelligence, this would be the leap that the biologists refer to as a mutation. A shock, an unexpected assault like ecstatic intoxication, can suddenly open up new perspectives, and it can do so all at once, and therefore without the mediation of evolution or education. We may also think of an earthquake that knocks down a wall. Its intervention is certainly violent. One must, however, keep in mind that, if it was not so violent, this wall would perhaps have restricted one's perspectives throughout one's entire life. Until, in the end, death, the great equalizer, would have made it disappear along with one's house. When the umbilical cord is cut with a blade, or is chewed off, and the newborn creature breathes in his first mouthful of air, we behold a great transition linked to the opening up of a way forward. Likewise, when the dying man exhales his last breath, he is brought with more or less preparation to undertake another great transition. We have never abandoned the hope that, at the very moment of our death, the dying man should be connected with new roads. We are confronted by a question of faith, rather than of knowledge. A penetrating pain, the loss of a loved one or a lover, elation at success, or an epileptic seizure can also be associated with the eruption of new knowledge or abilities. We may understand it as access to a reserve of amorphous intelligence. There, we coin money from gold ingots. There are numerous images that can express this notion. The scales fall from our eyes, our tongue is set free, we are filled with the Spirit, the sky falls, the sea covers the land. Then you hear people say, "Hearken, pay heed," or even "Behold." Everyone has experienced such phenomena fleetingly or in a small way. Poetic inspiration can also be called to our support on the spur of the moment. A great poem owes its existence to the fact that the tongue is loosened, perhaps the only true statement among so many verses. The tree of life flourishes only once. The vital force rises from the roots. It bursts forth from dreams, where everyone is brilliant. Ecstasy and intoxication. It is hard to distinguish between the state of rapture that wells up from within and a similar state induced by external factors. In the Acts of the Apostles, 2:13, Peter is the model ordinary man who undergoes a transformation against his will. The rock becomes conscious of his Uranian force. The handing over of the keys is an apt symbol. Paul also underwent a transformation, and it came upon him in the form of a sudden shattering attack that left him blind for 3 days. Paul, however, was a much more complex individual than Peter, and therefore was never capable of attaining the popularity of the apostle who was invested with the power of the keys. Since time immemorial, shamans and prophets, magi and mystagogues have understood the intimate relation between intoxication and ecstasy. That is why drugs have always played a role in their ceremonies, initiations, and mysteries. These drugs comprise one vehicle among others, such as meditation, fasting, dance, music, profound contemplation of works of art, or violent emotion. We should therefore never overestimate their role. They also open the doors to some dreadful prospects. Hassan ibn al-Sabah with his assassins offers us one example. Possession by drugs creates forms of demonic slavery and servitude that require neither guards nor barbed wire. Hemp is woven into ropes, and hashish is also derived from the same plant, and hashish creates even more tightly woven cords. The Boer farmers used hashish to keep their Hottentots under control. There's also hashish in marijuana cigarettes. The dealers in Chicago hand them out for free to school children whom they enslaved just like the rats that were hypnotized by the Pied Piper of Hamelin. These children became clever thieves. One day, when there were no more good targets for theft, they pawned their clothes to satisfy their desire for drugs. They told their parents that they had been stolen. In this case, the use of the term toxic substance is justified, and strict vigilance should be recommended. However, when I was in Chicago preparing the first part of this book for publication as a chapter in a collection of essays in homage to Mircea Eliade, I was shocked by the title that had been chosen by the translator, Drugs and Intoxication. It seemed to me that drugs and ecstasy would have been more appropriate. It is also true that the title does not refer to ecstasy, but to the tearing open of the woven veil by the senses. This is closely related to anxiety, or even to the sudden melancholy that is provoked by immersion in a state of intoxication. Ecstasy is nothing but a vehicle of approach to a world of essential repose and tranquility. It would be enough if we could use it even just once as a means of transition. In any event, it is a roll of the dice, an experiment, a voyage of discovery. One must not judge anyone who is capable of such an experience. I would prefer at this point not to go as far as Huxley. I would rather express my agreement with Gurdjieff, one of our modern sages, who said that one must choose and even later demand caution. Gurdjieff, who gathered an esoteric circle of followers in Paris, seems to have penetrated into passageways that had long been buried under rubble. He was from the Caucasus. Perhaps he was capable of interpreting these phenomena as vestigial folk traditions. Certain abilities have been preserved on islands or in remote mountain valleys, such is the case of the gift of interpreting oracles and prophecy. These traits come and go with the bloodline. It is also possible that they emerge from a depth with which we have lost all contact. This was the case with the Etruscan element among the Romans and the Celtic element on our present-day Atlantic seaboard. Like many of his fellow Caucasians, Gurdjieff had a taste for strong distilled drinks. It seems in general that the initiate does not have to abide by the same rules as his followers. It is not uncommon for an enlightened master to die from overindulgence after feasting on wild boar. Asceticism can be as effective as intoxication. As we have said, they are nothing but vehicles. Not everyone, however, is able to judge when it is better to opt for one or the other. Gurdjieff did not grant much importance to drugs in any event, much less than Huxley, who saw mescaline as a kind of substitute for religion. The Caucasian thought, however, that it would be good, once in their lives, to submerge the acolytes in a waterfall, until they could not endure it any longer, to show them the possibilities that lie beyond the routine. Then one could work on their personalities for 10, maybe 20 years. The same method, therefore, which was employed by the old man of the mountain, but with metaphysical intentions. The abbot of a Syrian monastery followed different principles, for, as Cassian informs us, he locked his novices in wooden lockers and ordered them to clean them every morning for 1 year. This had to be carried out as an exercise of patience and obedience. Is this, therefore, a question of two different pedagogical methods? Yes, but every doctrine must incorporate more than a method. Schools are also vehicles, and they are worthless when they ignore the goal. Every passable road must reflect the road of life. The Syrian abbot knew that life is hard, and that nonetheless, devoted patience is worthy of recompense that beggars the imagination. His wooden locker was a reflection of the tree of life, or the palm tree that will finally bear fruit. Gurdjieff operated within the same topos, the same Tao. He wanted, however, to present the palm tree with its fruit in the magical image, not as a mirage seen in a sojourn in the desert, nor as an otherworldly promise, but as an attainable goal. Therefore, it was not an illusory reflection, but one that anticipates the real goal. Anyway, not even all mirages are altogether unreal. They are based on something tangible. Real palm trees, real springs, a real oasis. And everything is more beautiful in the imagination. If one does not achieve the goal, it is not because the goal does not exist, but because the senses and perception that grant their assent to these tangible objects are inadequate. One is led astray, not by the incontrovertible truth, but the insufficient system, the lack of intelligence and instinct. The appearance is not unreal, but it is rather a sign upon which one must base one's decisions. The real location of the oasis can be determined with a map and a compass. The traveler in the desert is consumed in the desert for a lack of knowledge or for an excess of thirst. In short, because he does not roar like the stag yearning for fresh water. Wherever one cannot distinguish between desert and oasis, one cannot speak of abundance. It is true that even the most waterless desert can be irrigated and farmed thanks to modern technology. But this affects our argument only tangentially. The Syrian abbot set the bar much higher than Gurdjieff, compared to whom the latter seems like a Simon Magus facing the apostles. Both, however, lived in the desert. They sojourned in the vicinity of the gateway to death. Approaches of greater or lesser degrees of transcendence. Here we must insert a note that, like our observation about the irrigation of the desert, must only serve adusum of those who are on the verge of transition. And this is how it must be understood. It is not a matter of indifference to know whether you are in a doorway or a waiting room. Here one can ask about the location of the exit, and also about the route and schedule, information that can be particularly valuable in places threatened by catastrophe. This is why, since the most remote eras, in ceremonies and festivals, rites, initiations, and mysteries, the symbolic journey through death and rebirth is celebrated. The annihilation of consciousness is followed by resurrection. The dust is transfigured in splendor. The believer participates in the death and rebirth of Adonis. The participant in the mysteries ascends from the darkness to the Eleusinian light. 22. Annihilation in every dimension, even in the moral dimension, in the necessary sequence of decline and renewal, as it was described by Hamann and Cannae, and was an article of faith among the pious. Annihilation and healing, a feeling of resurrection, even after serious illnesses. From afar. Lord, I have seen thy throne. Desperation in every sense of the word. Verzweiflung, that is, to reach the point when doubt, and with it hope as well, die or hit bottom. 23. Dubitare fortita. One cannot consider real phenomena without noting their psychological and physiological implications. Dreams can be harbingers of death years in advance. Certain images, and they are likely to be archetypes, immediately precede it. What is the sequence of toxic chains before and after the last breath? And how does the process of dying actually take place? What are we to make of the claims of mothers to the effect that they hear the cries of their dying children, especially when they are being drowned, as if it were a message transmitted from vast distances? Is there some kind of aura that acts as a conductive medium, at least for hypersensitives, under certain circumstances? These are questions with repercussions on moral life, on the way we bury our dead, for example. Almost every human being will sooner or later think about this question, even if for the most part subliminally. It is precisely here that the journey to death can temper not only the sense of sight, but also the spirit. Perhaps it could even open a few doors. I am writing this passage on May 26, 1969, on Pentecost Monday, the day when the 3 Apollo astronauts returned to Earth after orbiting the Moon. This journey will be memorialized in the history of space travel, above all because of the complicated maneuvers of the lunar module that had to remain in orbit at a point at a minimum distance from the surface of the Moon. One can imagine a preparatory exercise for a moon landing that is most likely to be carried out successfully. Thus, even the journey to death can be interpreted as a preparatory exercise, perhaps even as a preparation for much more transcendent landing. The crewman is still intimately bound to his ship, but the day will come when he will abandon it. The light on the other side of the wall. If we take a look at the growing flood of literature on ecstatic intoxication, without losing sight of the dual meaning of research, we shall find little wisdom and much science. Not only must we count among the properties of this literature the analysis of the material and its effects, that is, the whole range of chemical, pharmacological, and psychological discovery. Nor is curiosity sufficient, with its multiple variations, from the enchantment of the Swabians to the exoticism of the Hotel Pimodon. This is also true for the contemporary exploration of the fringe regions and their isles, where ecstatic intoxication can be gathered like tropical fruits. According to Gottfried Benn, potent brains are not strengthened through milk, but through alkaloids. I prefer to think of such a policy as detrimental. There are many examples. In the industry of the spectacle and of public opinion, there's a constantly growing number of hedonistic young people who have been ruined, for the most part, by the abuse of cigarettes and pills, and that rather than having attained to spiritual maturity, they leave this world with medical assistance. On the other hand, what Ben said about the prescription of such journeys is correct. Drugs, intoxications, ecstasies, spiritual exhibitionism. All this sounds infernal to most people. Viewed a state which wages wars, in which 3 million men are killed within 3 years, is hardly in a position to talk about damn. He could have added, and as long as it obtains a major part of its revenues from trafficking in the poisons of civilization. Ben came much closer to the crux of the matter, or of the third stage, when he maintains that the use of certain drugs, by increasing visionary states, can supply the race with a stream of spiritual insights, which could lead to a new creative period. 24. Ludwig Klages vom kosmogonischen Eros ohne kosmogonic Eros 1922, René Guénon, Orient et Occident or East and West 1924, Henri Michaud, Jean Cocteau, Jules Boissier, 25 Gurdjieff and others have expressed similar views. Later in this text, we shall devote our attention to some views expressed by Huxley. It would be desirable to compile a precise bibliography, organized according to the various points of view. On this terrain, the road must be cleared with a lot of hard work, in the dark. Only in the case of the rare exception does one manage to extract forms with aesthetic value. A sensation of absolute worthlessness on a planetary or even cosmic scale is giving rise to a lot of mistakes and little clarity, and I am reminded of my own road. Everything is approach, and this approach does not possess a palpable, nameable objective. Its meaning is found along the way. Unfortunately, I always have to resort to the use of technical comparisons. These days, dealing with extremely dangerous substances, whether toxic or explosive, is unavoidable, and not just in laboratory. There are operations that can be conducted only through glass, or even lead walls. For this purpose, the personnel of a laboratory use mechanical prehensile arms. They can also work with X-rays or electricity. This is not the problem. This image is important to us because it shows a correspondence between what happens on this side and what happens on the other side of the wall or protective shield. The correspondence can also be perceived from the other perspective, that is, by the effect of magnetic or explosive forces. Now, the initiate into the mysteries who, in an ecstatic trance, treads the narrow borderland between life and death and ventures into a zone where time is suspended, nonetheless remains on this side of the wall. He merely engages in approach. Entry into the final chamber, the Camera della Morte, is forbidden to him. In the antechamber, however, something is brushed against him. It is not direct contact, but magnetic, not a causal but analogical action. Time is not vanquished in these tours of the border country, but the fact that one has returned from them makes it possible to expect that victory is possible. Since time immemorial, this has represented the good news to us, the Eleusinian light. If, having arrived at such a border, the senses become more acute, or if matter begins to shine with more splendor, is a question that can remain unresolved. Concerning this point, see Ezekiel 1:27-28, Acts of the Apostles 2:2 and 2:9, and 3, Revelations 1:10, and many other passages in the Holy Scriptures, and in the Apocrypha, where vestiges of the cosmic hunt are heard and seen. These vestiges shine and echo over the wall, but we go about our affairs within time, in most cases in parallel with the non-temporal. Even so, the fact that the human spirit was capable of formulating the axiom of such parallels is a miracle that is inexplicable on the basis of mere intuition. It was necessary for the act of conception to supervene. The fixing of the point of intersection in the far distance had already begun. In the Baroque period, Leibniz, Descartes, Spinoza, an enterprise of great constructive audacity, which limited itself in part out of consideration, in part out of prudence. Today, no one who values his intellectual reputation would take such attempts seriously, and the horror they inspire is understandable, since they could very well cost us dearly. In conclusion, let us take a look at some more considerations on the perspective that opens up on the frontiers of time. By chance, I just received a poem by Flavia Belange in this morning's mail, where death has his abode, with dances and conversations, and the love of one's spouse, the bed still warm, solemnly decorated, for a festival, where the flautist will perform. Life is, from the very start, only an ephemeral instant. The death of the warrior in Etruria, where, under the ground, he waits to enter the banquet hall. These verses reminded me of the ancient cemetery of Tarquinia, in whose crypts I spent some time while on the surface the poppies bloomed and the rye ripened. Many have experienced the bliss that is dispensed there, down below, among the dead. In such a place, drugs are not necessary. The present moment is intense. In general, present, Gegenwart, is the intensive of instant, Augenblick. The instant is the chalice, while the wine is the present. Presentia is also the presence of spirit, even of power. Ovid. Tanta est presentia veri. Metamorphoses the 4, 612, Taught. Bathed in the light of a more radiant sun, the poppy bloomed more gloriously. It was really as if it drank wine. By rising to the surface, many present moments have vouched for this. Death is hospitable there, present in the quality of the hostess. Next, the following question is posed. What happened down below and is still happening? The only possible response is that nothing has happened. This is the sign of the great metamorphoses. The universe does not move, not even a breeze stirs. However, since time immemorial, priests and sages have flourished on the invention of stories about what happened there and what will always happen. In an absolutely miraculous universe, miracles are unnecessary. For this reason, the heavenly city has no temples or sanctuaries. And for this same reason, the miracles in the New Testament are much weaker than the parables. Your son lives. This is not a miracle, but a parable that points to a miracle. If this saying is accepted as a statement about questions of fact, that is, if one takes it in itself as a miracle rather than as a sign, then one situates it at the same level of importance as facts like a heart transplant. But the meaning of these words is much more comprehensive. It is a claim that encompasses life and death. Like Bleiberg, the man from Nain died twice, despite the fact that they are both immortal. This claim can be felt and touched. Representations of the beyond realize our desires, not because they point towards the far distance, but towards something that is very close to us. They are projections. In this sense, approach both confirms the religions and their greatness, and at the same time it does away with them. Both time, as well as space, can be concentrated at the price of diversity. Thus, on avenues there are perspectives from which the trees converge and overlap in the image of one vast tree. Art can help with overcoming fear. It is also the task of architecture which, like art, goes beyond mere need. If it fails to do so and is subordinated totally to pure practicality and its economy, in the best cases with aesthetic trimmings, it is necessary that fear will increase. This fear is, as in any era, the fear of death, which today, in conformance with the style of the epoch, is experienced as an effect of technology. We have always needed those robust spirits who do not accept these demonstrations of power a priori. And in this sense, Mao's statement that the atomic bomb is a paper tiger represents one of the few brilliant maxims of our era. Lao Tse could have said the same thing. Landscapes, in the natural sense and also in the sense of those associated with primitive cultures, early cultures, and high civilizations, are condemned to disappear. And we have to resign ourselves to this, that these aggressions are subject to a fixed time, scale, and to an ineluctable destiny in the framework of the landscapes of the factory and workshop is a claim that I have already formulated in The Worker, 1932, while the question of their cyclical nature was addressed in my At the Wall of Time, 1959. Fire can also contribute to whitenings. The pre-Socratics were already familiar with such purifications. At this point, we are confronting a particular aspect, that is, we ask ourselves how the individual is capable of enduring the situation without suffering grave harm. The fact that he lives in a workshop is a fact, but not a consolation. It is the usual practice to call attention to a state of perfection to maintain the morale of the people. From a religious, metaphysical, technical, economic point of view, that is, to feed them with vague promises. This is what priests, tyrants, and good and bad paterfamilias have done since time immemorial. You must wait until you are older, the child already heard. When he is older, however, his concerns have changed, but the restlessness remains. The claims of the state, which today disguises itself as society, can become irresistible. For the individual, there is always the possibility of evading these claims, even if only by way of suicide. The possibility of suicide forms part of our capital. This is one of the sayings with which, now and then, I have provoked scandals, and I have heard one of the celebrities who frequent the cafes, figures who these days, sometimes for a very long time, receive tribute as demigods, say, "It is time for our esteemed author to put his capital to work." With respect to approach, the desire to flee from reality out of a mere quest for pleasure is irrelevant and even harmful. Everything that we project upon the past, sumptuous temples and pyramids, monasteries and Gothic cathedrals, republics and empires from other times, is painted on the same backdrop. The same is true of future paradises, the perfection of technology, the world state without disease or war, nuclear fusion, intergalactic space travel. In this landscape, a lot of things happen, and the more things happen in the future, the more intense will be consumption, the consumption of the substance 26. I have heard that they have installed oxygen tanks on the streets of Tokyo. It has become necessary to install air refueling stations. All of this is more or less perfect. When it comes right down to it, it is therefore imperfect. To place this dynamic world in the right perspective, as in the Etruscan necropolises, would be to fill the instant of the present, the essence of being, tumultuous and deafening time, with silence. We only fleetingly approach the immense wealth in which we participate, and that is always promised and predicted for us again and again. In time, its vision would be unbearable for us. However, approach can lead to transparency. Then it is manifested physiognomically and symptomatically, in works and deeds, in faces and works of art, and also in landscapes. No one who really knows nature is unaware of the truth that every spiritual phenomenon has, here below, its symbol, and that, consequently, nature as a whole is presented to our eyes as a hieroglyph. "So," said Bader, "whom?" As is also the case with Baume. I only quote with reservations, with respect to words like "here below," but whose vision of art and nature should not be disregarded. In his view, art is the reflection or transparency of supreme concepts in certain forms of sensory reality. Fermenta cognitionis doi. Europe. Doses. Tension and relaxation, concentration and paralysis, compression and lethargy characterize the ambivalence of ecstatic intoxication and its consciousness of life. The possibility of excess is always given. Excedir means to escape. Here is the rule that is abandoned. What is considered in practice to be excess depends on the rule that, with the change of the environment, offers a more or less limited range of tolerance. In the world of technology, where clocks play an increasingly more important role, this tolerance has been reduced. The machine does not consent to any escape, regardless of how brief it may be, from measurable time. It demands asceticism and does not allow drugs to be consumed for pleasure. To the contrary, whenever drugs are consumed, it must be for the purpose of reinforcing normality. This is the case with most of the capsules and tablets that are intended to treat psychological and physical disorders. Strictly speaking, the words escape and exceed mean an abandonment of normal time. Such a possibility becomes more problematic as the rule of the empire of the clocks grows stronger. It is still the same time, which sometimes plunges into an abyss, and at other times expands like the surface of a changeless mirror. And it is the same spirit that modulates time as a form of its representation. Time becomes its object, its plaything. Beyond the clock where the same hour eternally strikes 27. This explains the extraordinary and unusual states of consciousness, the sudden onset of serenity that flows over the intoxicated person, but also the malaise that follows excess. In those states of consciousness, not only are pleasure and the life force taken for granted, but above all, time is borrowed and consumed in advance, without worrying about whether it is concentrated or expanded. Furthermore, the path trodden in the state of ecstatic intoxication is also associated with the memory of an intense feeling of being alive. It is associated less with the uniqueness of the tempi as with that of the keys. With the changing times, spaces also became accessible with unknown images and visions. The evocation of that way of feeling life is linked to a longing to experience it once again, that atmosphere of festive exaltation and enthusiasm. The latter must be interspersed with pauses. Here, too, the motto of the treasure hunter holds true. 28. One can make long journeys at a walk or a trot, but not at a gallop. When this longing leads to addiction, the intervals are abbreviated. This hastens the onset of exhaustion. 29. The German word sucht, which means addiction, is related to the verb suchen, which means to seek. Etymologically, its meaning is derived from the Gothic siuchen, that is, to be sick, as is still reflected in our sich and the English sick. As is the case with many other words, with this one too, we must keep in mind not only its historical meaning, but also the meaning that is suggested by the magic of its sound. Here, the realm of the poet borders on that of the grammarian. The duration of this interval is variable. If we contemplate this process with respect to drugs, we see that it is conditioned by, among other things, their toxic effect. The minor euphoria derived from smoking tobacco can be repeated after a few minutes. According to Wilde, a cigarette provides a perfect pleasure, without ever being fully satisfied. A table at the cafe is frequented almost daily for decades. Various acquaintances meet, who know their dose. Even a considerable dose does not prevent older people from joining in. Religious festivals in which drugs play a major role are celebrated only once every 2 or 3 years. The impact of these festivals can be so intense that the participant does not yearn for their repetition. As we have already pointed out, in remote epochs wine possessed an extraordinary power, but it has long since been subjected to a process of domestication. There are sensitive natures, however, over whom it still wields its old power. In this respect, these individuals remain in an infantile state. Their sensitivity does not necessarily imply a physical weakness. To the contrary, it is all the more dangerous when it coincides with a robust constitution. A friend of mine from the years after the First World War, I shall call him Kronberg, possessed, even in his external appearance, that primordial force that was even more powerfully expressed in repose than in motion. With the body of an athlete, he also had a face that was both intrepid and intelligent. This is how Bernard Shaw, for example, described the boxer, Cashel Byron. His eroticism was evident. I felt it when I was sitting next to Kronberg in a bar. In such places it was quite a common occurrence for a girl to whisper to her friends, "Look, over there on the right, next to the door, what a handsome man." Such signs were not necessary here. Kronberg's presence attracted attention discreetly, but irresistibly. An admiration that did not seem to surprise him, but which he accepted as a deserved tribute. It will always be a matter of note that those who are endowed with such a favorable outward appearance are often much less successful than their comrades who are not so gifted in that respect. If one also takes fame into account, such as that enjoyed by actors, then the outlook is even less promising. The more easily we are puffed up by a stroke of good luck, the more easily are we brought down by failure. Byron, I am now referring to the poet, embodies that type of child born under a good star. The divorcee who fed on his substance is almost always concealed behind the background of his life. Gramberg did not talk much about himself. After leaving home in search of adventure, he took a low-level civil service job with a modest wage considering the lifestyle to which he was accustomed. He was obliged to pay more attention to his apparel and to take up culture physique. In the evenings he would often engage in gymnastics, while naked in his room, and also work out with an elastic band to strengthen his muscles. Despite the fact that he had observed that, at that hour of the night, certain female neighbors were looking out of their windows, watching him with binoculars, he was not very concerned, which was entirely consistent with his exhibitionist tendencies. Despite his arrogant and provocative demeanor, I was surprised to discover that he never touched so much as a drop of alcohol, not even beer, which was quite weak in those days. At first, I just thought he was a skinflint, but then he also declined every offer to buy him a couple of glasses of beer. Once, when it came up in conversation, he told me the reason for his abstinence. At the age of 16, his friends invited him to drink for the first time, and he succumbed to a maniacal state of which he had no memory, but which lasted several days, during which anything was possible. In fact, there was something he wanted to hide about his past, but he never went into details. In 1 minute, a whole life can easily be destroyed. In any case, he had promised his mother, as she was on her knees before him, that he would in the future spurn not just the bottle, but even the first glass. Such cases, in which an extreme sensitivity and a strong constitution coexist, and in which excitation is powerfully inflamed, are rare but never cease to re-emerge, especially individuals in social groups in a state of nature. In myths we find testimonies, such as the Homeric description of the wedding of Pirithous, which concluded in drunkenness, rage, homicide, and rape. The great Eurytion, when this frenzy flung Pirithous' roofs with frantic riot rung, boundless, boundless the centaur ragged, till one and all the heroes rose and dragged him from the hall. His nose they shortened, and his ears they slit, and sent him sobered home with better wit. 30. This episode in the Hall of Pirithous provides the archetype for all those altercations that combine ecstatic intoxication and brute force, including those that the judge must break up after adjourning a kermesse. In ancient Phrygia, the betrothed couple arrived at their wedding banquet dressed in burial shrouds. It is not at all surprising that Theseus, and above all, Heracles, should have set about to restore order. What is surprising is the fact that this constituted one of the features that would herald a new kind of rule. And there is no question about it. Myth derives much more from chance than history. The former offers ideas, while the latter only records events. The Thessaly of old, where the wedding of the Lapiths was celebrated, is shrouded in mystery, and at a later time, it was still famous as the place where witches and sorcerers plied their magical arts. Like Colchis, Phrygia, Mysia, and Lydia, Thessaly was home to peoples who had resided in those lands long before the time of Herodotus. And in such places we find the splendor and the horror of the telluric power manifested side by side. Heroic morality and clan law ruled there since ancient times, and was still in effect when people no longer lived in forests, mountains, and caves. Thessalos, its first king, the son of Jason and Medea, was one of the siblings who escaped their cruel mother. At the banquet, the cup was passed by heroes and centaurs, in whom Homer almost always only recognized brute force. The centaurs were tamed or exterminated like lions and snakes. New laws and inequalities arose that still affect us today. A judge, whose face displays the scars of old duels, presides over the banquet and proclaims harsh sentences against those who engage in drunken brawls. Grambert died young, which was surprising in view of his strong constitution, but was not really at all unusual. As long ago as the time of the great physician of antiquity, Celsus, one encounters in the latter's work the observation that the athletic lifestyle, while certainly increasing physical strength, does not, however, guarantee a long life. The relation of the human being to ecstatic intoxication is one of great importance, and it is legitimate that it should be the object of detailed regulations both in the educational system as well as in legislation. Here, we find a range of heterogeneous possibilities extending from absolute prohibition to restriction to the toleration or even the promotion of the pleasures of ecstatic intoxication. A wide array of motives makes the picture even more confusing. The abstinence of late Protestantism in America and in the Nordic countries is quite unlike the kind of abstinence demanded in Islam. Muhammad himself represents an exemplary case of the type of spirit who, without need for any artificial means, was always susceptible to the supernatural. He was just as capable as St. Anthony of abstaining from wine. The dervishes induced their ecstatic trances by way of pure movement. In fact, since time immemorial, dance has been a commonly recognized means to achieve spiritual rapture. Abstinence, such as the kind demanded by the Salvation Army and by Islam, is endowed with the same value, but in one case it derives from shortage, and in the other from abundance. Hebel depicted this quite well in his poem, Die Odalisque. As a general rule, the policies enforced by most governments send a mixed message with regard to drugs. On the one hand, they anathematize the stimulants, while, on the other hand, they depend on the industries that profit from the market in stimulants. This applies not just to tobacco and alcohol, but is increasingly more applicable to countless chemical compounds. Anyone who attends a dinner party may observe, as always, that glasses are constantly being emptied and ashtrays filled. One will also observe, however, more and more frequently, how pills or pill bottles are furtively passed from one hand to another under the table. Such indulgence is becoming so common that it is like helping oneself to the psychoactive candy dish. The fact that one hand of the state does not know what the other hand is doing and looks the other way is nothing new. This oscillation between ethical considerations and economic interests is not limited to stimulants. This is the time-honored stance taken with respect to marginal and unsavory zones that are also lucrative, like games of chance and prostitution. Together they form a unity, and it should not be surprising that whenever corruption begins to spread in a palace, the latter swarms with a throng of gamblers, women of the night, criminals, and drug dealers. Then, a rapid process of erosion sets in, yet a little corruption is of the essence of the state. Dust as a drop of oil is necessary for every axle. It has become proverbial in the non-olet of Vespasian, who was one of the good emperors. The fact that the scales have tipped in favor of persecution as opposed to tolerance is more notable today thanks to the growth of knowledge. Science always aspires to an infinitesimal precision. Its gaze is directed at details that were previously hardly even suspected to exist. At the same time, the results are analyzed and quantified statistically. If, for example, it is proven by means of statistics that there is a relation between smoking cigarettes and the number of people diagnosed with lung cancer, it makes it hard to deny the implied responsibility. The growth of knowledge is, in a way, atmospheric. Quantification is one consequence among others. Photography can also help shed light in a rational way on things that, in the past, caused a vague discomfort. Naturally, the photographic image does not change the things themselves, but it does prove that consciousness has itself been transformed. Thus, just as responsibility has many aspects, it would be imperfect if the opportunities for mischief were to be reduced. The traveler who sits at a table in a cafe in Cairo might conclude that the Prophet had, with prohibition, performed a masterpiece, perfect abstinence, for centuries. This same traveler, upon disembarking in Alexandria, would be jostled by crowds of street peddlers who would offer him everything from cigarettes to hashish, and even tinctures of Spanish fly, among other drugs. An old objection against Muhammad's legislation is that, with the prohibition of alcohol, he thereby favored not only the use of opium and hashish, but also sexual promiscuity. The fact that categorical prohibitions also have their drawbacks was also demonstrated during the Prohibition era in the United States by the unstoppable rise in crime and corruption. It is apparent that the human being has an urgent and unquenchable need not only for stimulants, but also for intoxicating substances more generally. The solution foreseen by Bellamy in his Looking Backward, 1888, therefore does not go to the heart of the matter. In his utopian world, extracts of a certain substance are added to food that imperceptibly neutralize the attraction of alcohol and suppress the need to consume it. Bellamy's book is dominated by the error that the thirst of the drinker is a kind of physiological hunger for liquid. It would, of course, be easy to sate this hunger if something else was not concealed behind it, i.e., the yearning for a more spiritual world. Like all metaphysical needs, this hunger is insatiable, and this explains the greed associated with it. We must also point out that rationing is opposed to the essence of ecstatic intoxication. The latter issues from the storehouses of an ever-increasing abundance. It accompanies the metamorphoses of a world of festival. Precocious initiations. Usually an adolescent gets mixed up with his first drinking binge the way he falls prey to his first amorous adventure, by chance. Such encounters deviate from the plan. The sanctuaries of Dionysius and Aphrodite could very well have been built in the precincts of the Temple of Fortune. In the Nordic countries, the god of wine is replaced by Gambrinus, the god of beer, a later addition to Olympus, and not exactly a fortunate one. Such figures arise wherever opulence has not declined, but its background has become nebulous. We see this Gambrinus in Dutch paintings. His spirit reigns over taverns, on life-size murals, in crowded markets and restaurants, and at banquets where a hale old man or king of the fools presides. Holland is surely only one of many regions of an immense landscape that can also offer profound visions. Thus, in the satyr and the peasant family, everything becomes magical, enchanted by the spirit of the earth, like the centaurs. Every festival worthy of the name suggests an approach to mystery. How close this approach comes to its goal also depends on the host. The Bacchus of the Romans already entailed a reduction and a weakening compared to Dionysius. Not in vain did the songs of the troubadours so often evoke the combination, Bacchus and Gambrinus. The keys that open the gates to initiation into the mysteries can be crude, or they can be subtle. In this respect, wine is incomparable. It provides the solemn complement to the needs of life, to our daily bread. Mystery itself, however, is unitary, just as Aphrodite remains one and the same, regardless of her constantly arising new manifestations. The chamber is still dark. The human being can have access to what is hidden with the symbol, with other people, in gatherings. Even where one senses and feels unity, the latter is nothing but a parable of timeless powers in time. This also applies to ecstatic intoxication. One cannot suspend time, but one can conduct the initiate to a new perspective of time, from which time would seem to accelerate or slow down in its passage. He approaches something stronger. Then he is overcome by a state of joyful amazement that, like the response of the farmer's wife when she was visited by a satyr, also partakes of fear and sorrow. All of this is reflected in the faces of drinkers, and this is all the more striking in our era, which wants to be nothing but time, time and nothing more, nothing else. Among the ranks of the gods who preside over festivals, Gambrinus is a crude entity, just as beer is a crude key. This testifies to the role that the dose, the pure substance, begins to play. Gambrinus is therefore not so much a descendant of the Olympians as of the Aesir, the 8 Nordic gods, those prodigious drinkers of mead. Here we encounter, even in the distant past, the drinking bout as a degenerate form of the symposium. When Thor and his goats went to the enchanted castle of the giant Utgard Loki and entered the great stronghold, they beheld a drinking horn as deep as the ocean, so that Thor drank the whole sea when he swallowed 3 great draughts from it. As we have said, this kind of intoxication does not concern the mysteries. Even Valhalla and Olympus are nothing but stations along the way, allegories. And one can still hear something different in the taverns of Gambrinus, and wherever the Oktoberfest is celebrated, amidst the noise of the drunken crowd. The enigmatic character of the exhilaration bursts forth when the god Fro appears in person. Here we, too, approach and supervention meet. We went on a camping trip in the mountainous region of the Weser, Wandervogel. It had to be around 1910, near Duisburg. Anyway, that morning we visited the monument to the emperor. Our group, students from the Wunstorfer region, consisted of 12 vigorous boys. We had 2 guides. The first was called Werner, the second, Robbie. By that time, the Wandervogel 32 had developed into a group that was in part tolerated and in part encouraged by school administrators. In every high school, there was a local chapter. Its ideals were vague, determined more by feelings than by facts, without academic, military, or political purposes. To be on the road, that is, wandering aimlessly, in the romantic manner, cooking your own food, sitting around a campfire, singing, camping in tents, spending nights in barns. In this way one gained more than one thing but lost even more. For our current purposes, the most relevant aspect of this phenomenon was the constant exchange of thoughts and opinions during the long hikes and right up until we fell asleep. Many of these conversations would last a whole lifetime. Convictions that might only have been arrived at after long efforts were obtained in sudden flashes. Hayes, for example, an enthusiastic reader of Gerstecker's novels, kept us up to date on his reading, in discussions in the darkness and barn. Once, after he had entertained us for a long time with his conversation, I wanted to carry on with our discussion. And I said, "The Pirates of the Mississippi is an excellent book, too, well, but Werner, who finally wanted to get some sleep, interrupted by saying, 'That's enough of this nonsense. Gerstecker is a skilled storyteller, but he lacks imagination. Such summaries can save us a lot of work.' Werner had furthermore good judgment combined with great vitality. A Goliard 33, a daredevil, as it says in that song sung by the students of Prague. This does not mean, however, that he would put up with just any nonsense. The rough environment in which he had been raised also had a positive side. On the first day of our camping trip, we dined on beans, and Werner was angry with August Stiebitz, a little red-headed kid everyone called Fiche, because the kid would always let his farts fly without any qualms. He told him off. "Hey, Fiche, do you cut farts like that at home too?" Dard. This did not make much of an impression on Fiche, he said. "Of course. My father says that there is nothing more dangerous than holding them in. That's how you get appendicitis." Stiebitz's father was a distinguished physician and a notorious cynic. It was said that, when he went on house calls, he used to put his finger in the bedpan and taste the urine. He was nonetheless one of the pillars of society. On the emperor's birthday and on the anniversary of the Battle of Sedan, he attended the celebrations at the school dressed in the uniform of a naval chief medical officer. Fiche also had a sister who was just as small and as red-haired as he was, Erica. As long as she lived, she suffered from unexpected setbacks that caught her by surprise, but did not incapacitate her. And this is what happened to me, too, on this occasion. After the war, the elder Stiebitz had some kind of disagreement with us. He had moved to Berlin and opened up an office on a street that runs parallel to Potsdam Avenue. He was an excellent specialist in internal diseases. In everything that affected the gallbladder and the liver, his diagnoses verged on clairvoyance. Word of his medical practice spread, and it was not long before his waiting room, with its painting of Wilhelm II, was mobbed with more or less jaundiced patients. More than one would-be patient turned around and left immediately when they saw the crowd. It's better that way. When it comes right down to it, I can't split myself into 4 parts. This was true, and because of the nature of his clientele, gut irregularities were certainly not exceptional. In his examination room, he sat on a large couch, his back to the window. More than one bomb has exploded here. As a type of person with a mixture of sensitive and crude traits, he was not exactly a rarity. This type is frequently encountered among physicians. The almost proverbial taste for music that is characteristic of surgeons is exemplified very clearly here. I only saw Ficha once after the days of our camping trips. Naturally, he too had enlisted in the Navy and was always at sea. When I asked him about Erica, I noticed that I had touched a sore spot. Shall be the death of her father. He went on to recount a whole soap opera, mostly involving her low-life friends, especially a consumptive poet who wrote bad poetry. When these elements are out of town, she won't even respond to our words. Today it happened again, at noon. She curled up like a hedgehog next to the table, and did nothing but stare off into space. Now the old man won't eat a thing. At least Mother isn't here to see this. No, not. Then we talked about his own problems. They were of a political nature. He was traveling on a mission for the Consul organization and was therefore one of its agents in the Navy. When I asked him about his mission, he replied, "I cannot tell you. You will find out soon enough." He was incapable of keeping the secret, however. First, "We will overthrow your basket maker." He said, "Your basket maker," because he knew that I would understand that he was referring to the Minister of Defense. Therefore, this must have been shortly before the Cap Putsch. So much for my little digression about how the distinguished old physician transmitted, in accordance with Mendel's laws, his liberal and his conservative gene. The historical context must have had something to do with it. At that time, in the mountainous region of the Weser, we had not yet even begun to suspect the course that would be taken by events. Thus, Werner was off target with his reprimand and had to change his tone. "Ficha, I do not want to know about your family's business, but if you are going to cut one, then yell Nuntio, so that we know." The advice seemed to be Solomonic, but it was like escaping from the frying pan only to fall into the fire, since every time Fichi said, "Nuntio," was an occasion for jokes. There was no end to the shouts of Nuntio, the curses and the howls of laughter. It got so bad that Werner abolished its use that same day. As I said, Werner's coarse nature had a pedagogical aspect too. It also included cultural tours. He called attention to the fact that we were almost totally ignorant about how the objects and materials we use every day were made, and he did not consider himself an exception. Cultural tours were supposed to remedy this shortcoming without delay. We had already gone to a spinning mill, a cement factory, and a water purification plant, where, once Werner had presented his request, we were welcomed and given a friendly tour. Here, too, in the vicinity of the Wittekine mountain, he felt the spur, after breakfast, of the cultural impulse. We still had a short walk to where we had previously planned to spend the night. Down below, along the bank of the river, there was a factory with tall smokestacks, a deserted-looking building whose bricks were stained black with soot. He probably had some ulterior motive for wanting to go there. We walked down the hillside and entered through a gate that led to a deserted courtyard. Our group, with our guitars and mandolins, we constituted a proper band, attracted the attention of some workers. When Werner told them that we had come on a cultural tour, they did not seem to know just what to do with us. Then one fellow broke out into laughter and exclaimed, "They just want to drink beer." He nonetheless disappeared into the office and reported our arrival. So we had come to a brewery, and it was not long before the director, now informed of our purpose, came to meet us. I am not sure whether one of the words that was then fashionable in student jargon, schmissig, snazzy, comes from schmiss, scar. Anyway, this term, which is still in use, fit this director's appearance to a T, even if he was somewhat fat and had a bald spot on the top of his head. It was obvious that he was quite bored with his job, and our visit provided the occasion for a pleasant break from the routine. This idea seemed to take hold of him, and he offered us his personal services as a guide. Then we saw, in various buildings, huge copper vats and cauldrons for manufacturing beer, machines for grinding and shredding, pumps, conveyor belts, and sorting machines. We even climbed up to the ovens where the malted barley and hops were dry. We heard words like brewer's yeast and lees, green malt, barley froth, and dextrin, and we were also informed of the differences between the English, the Bohemian, and the Bavarian methods of brewing beer. There were various brews, among which the first produced strong beer and the second light monastery beer. The climate of Munich was especially favorable for the art of making beer. In March, the conditions were at their best. This explained the fame of spring beer. Bock beer had nothing to do with the goat from which its name in German was taken. The word recalled a strong beer that was first produced in Einbeck. Mombier, on the other hand, the naval beer of Brunswick, still bears the name of its original brewer. The director expressed his hope that it would be a good year for hops. Attempts to manufacture preserved extracts of the hop plant were showing some promise. We were informed of these and other details while we stood around the machines or while we were walking up and down stairs. After seeing how beer is made, it was only fair that we should taste a sample too. Our tour concluded in a lounge in the administrative building. There, chairs had been arranged around a table, decorated with a representative of the Lairs, a rough standard-bearer with the emblem of the brewery. The walls were covered with certificates, on which the outlines of endless rows of smokestacks were depicted, as if they would go on forever in geometric progression towards an imaginary point. The director issued various orders. We were served a tray of cigars and cigarettes, and they also brought us several cases full of bottles of beer. A few minutes later, we were sitting down at the table around a case of beer with the brewmaster. Werner left to get his guitar. As he often said, now was the time for some laughter, if not for a little ruckus. It was a stifling hot day, but in the lounge a cool breeze circulated. Our host began the tasting with a light summer beer, in order to move on from there to the stronger varieties produced for export. At first we drank with a natural thirst. Then we drank with that other thirst that flourishes when one has already put away a few bottles, and we did not have to be asked twice when the director called for a song. We knew the whole Zoop Gagenhansel anthology by heart. The first song, undoubtedly not very appropriate for the spirit of the place, was, as always, the traveling companion. Today I quench my thirst with the waters of a mountain spring. Tomorrow I will quench my thirst with the wine of the Rhine. The second song was more in tune with the place. There rises the mountain of Kyffhäuser, in the middle of Germany. At its heart sleeps the powerful emperor. His name was Frederick Barbarossa. Other songs followed, including the song about the Battle of the Teutoburger Forest. It was in this region that Varus was dealt a defeat that lasted a millennium. Werner also knew some little ditties that were a little more spicy, without actually being obscene, as long as the spirit of the group put him in the mood. One such song was about the three happy-go-lucky lumberjacks, and another was about the little skylark. Funny songs that he sang in a high-pitched voice, accompanied by the lute. My wife, the little skylark, tweet la la ra ra. In the church cut a fart, tweet la la ra. The priest came running. Skylark, this time your song is off-key. The director sang too with a deep voice. He liked ballads such as the song about the heroic mayor who saved his city. Tossing back a big glass, he sang, the fortress of Rothenburg, rising from the bank of the Tauber, resisting the fierce Tilly. For several months now, it did not take long for a very genial atmosphere to prevail. We took delight in each other's company. Until that day, I hardly ever drank beer. To me, it seemed to be a bitter, insipid, nasty beverage. Then, suddenly, everything was different. My thirst, but also the group, had changed its flavor. At the same time, unsuspected energies were released. I made some singular observations. It would have been more fitting to use the word perceptions than observations in this context. The difference between observation and perception is like the difference between the fisherman and the fish. The fisherman observes the bait, the fish perceives it. It is undoubtedly advisable, as I have attempted here, to transform our perceptions into observations, thanks to subsequent reflection. If we then succeed in transforming observation as well, we shall see both the fisherman as well as the fish from the distance of contemplation. For perception is already effectively accompanied by thought. They are inextricably associated, and like thought, perception is also affected by illusions. That is how I succumbed to a typical logical error. Concretely, while I thought that we were sitting down and drinking because we were enjoying ourselves and we were thirsty, basically I had it backwards. We had already been in high spirits all day, since at that age, it does not take much to make you happy. The drink had only favored a particular state of mind and a thirst of another kind. The threshold that separated a drink or two from getting blind drunk was almost imperceptible. I had always admired Werner. He was sitting, with his shirt unbuttoned, next to the director, strong, vibrante, with reddish, blonde hair. A type of human being one sees in ancient paintings and sculpture, and is still frequently seen in the Celtic countries. The role of chief seemed to have been written just for him. It fit him like a glove. His demeanor was both self-confident and courteous. He manifested physical and spiritual superiority. In addition, he possessed a natural grace. Perhaps I would also have been capable of articulating a response or a judgment with the same grace, but I would have needed more time to formulate it. Besides, I lacked the firm resolve with which he expressed his views. In his presence, agreeing with him became a pleasure. Such characters embody our most cherished dreams. We see them and listen to them as if a part of us had broken away and appeared on the stage before us. There, at the brewery, I experienced that feeling of sympathy in a very special way, and even the director was affected by it, who listened to Werner with pleasure. He impressed us with his elegance, while we impressed him with our good behavior. On the table in front of him was a cigarette case engraved with his name. Every time he took a cigarette from the case, he gave it a little tap with his finger before lighting it. As he lit his cigarette, the flame illuminated a blue jewel on his hand, in a setting emblazoned with a coat of arms. His beer stein also featured the same coat of arms embossed in enamel, under the firm's motto, "Let this be our standard." I have forgotten just what the standard looked like. The colors of the coat of arms were the same as those of the pennon attached to his watch chain. Everything was harmonious, and there were the scars, a totemic spirit born after his time. This was a man who felt comfortable in his skin, and who knew what was his due, which one could see by the way he gave orders. They were rather desires that corresponded to a friendly relation of authority, desires concerning whose fulfillment there could be no hesitation. For example, Krause, could you perhaps... Krause was the master brewer, a cheerful type who knew how to make us laugh, which would not have taken much effort in any case. When he took a little sip, he would say, for example, "To your health, Krause. I would very much like to drink a toast with you, and before a big swallow, look out below, my dear soul. There's going to be a downpour." The director must have heard all of his quips many times. He barely cracked a smile. Krause was constantly taking new bottles from the case, inviting us to drink and also to have a smoke. He was probably rubbing his hands together in glee when we were not looking. He drank non-stop. Thirst seemed to be his natural state. His boss also emptied a few steins, and did so with a style that left no room for doubt that he had a lot of practice. He had a way of drinking that one might call casual. He drank the beer in one swallow, without effort, without moving his Adam's apple. The liquid passed through the swallowing apparatus without a pause. Similarly, when the revels became louder, he remained motionless in his chair. He was accustomed to presiding over banquets. Not everyone experienced the same pleasant feelings in this new situation, and some were even seriously irritated. Thus, Robbie, our second-in-command, became increasingly more disagreeable the longer our little get-together lasted. Not only did he just sit there with a frown on his face, and without so much as touching a drop of beer, but he also tried to prevent us from drinking and blamed Werner above all for our going astray. The greater our jubilation, the more sullen he became. To be fair, he was right. It was one of the rules of those hiking clubs. During outings, one was permitted neither to drink alcohol nor to smoke. Although we still sang their Dionysian songs, this abstinence distinguished us from our predecessors, the Bacchantes, who naturally were a little older than us. So Robbie's protest was not unjust. Even so, his beer tasting was a justified exception to the rule. I had always considered him to be a pedant, whose greatest aspiration was that nothing should happen during the trip. It made him so mad, I thought he would faint with his wrinkled nose, as if he had smelled a foul odor. When Werner rebuked him, he walked out and rid us of his spoilsport presence. Now, when I recall the figure of Robbie, it seems to me that he was possessed by an unusual zeal for order. As he often said, he liked to dot his I's. It was undoubtedly not by chance that he was interested in orthography. He was obsessed with the dots. In his view, they were used far too often. He persecuted the superfluous dots. When the train departed from the station, we were in a fourth-class compartment for passengers with heavy baggage, where we were always kept under close observation. Robbie devoted himself to reading the notices posted on the walls of the compartment. He took out a pen and began to mark up the dots with a pedagogical zeal. The first fell already after the word notice. He also had all kinds of objections to the semicolon. He deemed it a hybrid. 30 years later, I read something similar in Valérie, who indeed also had in common with Robbie the fact that he was a good mathematician. He found alcoholic beverages repulsive, without exception, as substances that were harmful to the nature of life. Unfermented fruit juice was healthy, digestible, and tastes better. Back to the brewery. Then I saw my comrades more clearly. They expressed themselves more frankly and with greater enthusiasm. Whether speaking or silent, we were closely united in an immediate understanding. It was quite surprising, as if you did not see a punch was aimed at you until it hit you. The cavalryman is quite familiar with this state. He might have been riding a horse for a whole year, and suddenly he understands what it means to ride. We can read a letter at the same time that we follow its sentences and the thoughts they express, but we can also look it over without seeing words or syllables, but only the author's handwriting style. Then, the writer of the letter seems to suddenly appear as if from out of a forest or from behind a fence. We see that only he constitutes the real content of the letter, not the message. I do not mean to imply that our conversation was more brilliant. To the contrary, the lively and enthusiastic turn taken by our conversation did not depend on reason, but on that harmony that, like a universal force, reconciles all things, just as the wind blows on everything, and the sun shines on everything. Thus, with drunkenness, the futility and the inconsistency of the conversation increase, at least from the point of view of those who are not directly involved. In fact, the rhyme must not be sought in the words, but in the harmony. Since the sober man does not participate in that harmony, the festival seems strange to him, or, as it did to our second-in-command Robbie, annoying. Soon, Other considerations began to occupy my attention. That sharpened sense of sight which, up until then, was directed at my comrades, was now focused on objects. The floor was made of paving stones. They came from the red sandstone of the mountains, just like the monument that we had visited that morning. On this red floor, a case full of bottles of beer stood out. You only had to open them. The white stoppers glistened. There were 25, 5 times 5. I counted them several times. How could an odd number form a square? Of course, one could take any number of bottles from each side. But don't you need 4 somewhere to form a square? A paradox of this kind had never before occurred to me. I did not like math, and since it hardly interested me at school, I found it very strange that I should be thinking about mathematical questions in my private life. And here I was, face to face, by chance, and without any training, with a point of intersection where geometry and arithmetic came into contact, with the primacy of measurement over calculation, of space over time. More important than the confrontation with this problem was the encounter, which was more universal, with the evidence, with the intuitive force from which our questions and our knowledge burst forth. While I was engrossed in contemplation of the 25 white ceramic stoppers, the party continued on its course. There was undoubtedly some discord. Krause appeared with a bottle of schnapps and some shot glasses on a tray, but the director refused it with a gesture. Nor did he like it when his factotum told dirty jokes. Ficha got up and left the room. When he came back, he was as white as a ghost, and his forehead was beaded with sweat. The director took a look at his watch on its fob. It was time to go. Werner began singing the song that we always sang when it was time to say goodbye. Goodbye, good night. The party comes to an end. So now, I have to go. Our tour had come to an end. We thanked the director. We hoisted our backpacks and departed, still in good condition. The forest was not far away. Only when we got into the woods did we begin to feel the effect of an unaccustomed pleasure. The air in the bar had concentrated it. Ficha had to vomit again. He was nearly in a state of collapse. Werner unbuttoned Ficha's shirt and put a wet rag on his chest. He had brought along a first aid kit. The sunlight gleamed obliquely through the crowns of the trees. We threw ourselves down on the moss, overcome by weariness. It was somewhat reminiscent of the old Bacchantes, whose wild feasts in the forest only began after drinking with the peasants until nightfall, when they frolicked with the farmhands in the hay. When we awoke, hungover, it was already late in the evening. There was nothing for us to do but to look for a place to stay for the night. This was not hard, and we usually succeeded on our first attempt. The farmer, who had almost always served in the military, ordinarily received us with hospitality and let us stay in his barn. It often happened that, at the same farm, we were even treated to conversation, bread, and cold cuts. It was already dark when we came to a large farm isolated in a clearing. A dog followed us, barking. We had to yell at the door of the farmhouse for a long time, until the door opened and the farmer looked us over. The encounter got off on the wrong foot right from the start. Because of the dog's barking, Werner spoke in a louder voice than usual, and was obliged to shout louder and louder, because the farmer did not seem to understand what we wanted from him. The farmer never stopped asking, "What do you want?" And this query gradually took on a more threatening tone, and his dog was also getting more and more furious. Finally, he shouted to his son or his servant, "Hinnerk, come here, and bring the bat with you." The time had come to hit the road. We did not stop until we had gone quite a distance into the woods. We formed a circle. Under the light of the moon, I examined the faces of my comrades in the murky darkness. Our morale was very bad. Our musical instruments and our decorative feathers took on a mournful look. The romantic atmosphere had evaporated. Perhaps for that reason we found ourselves closer to the reality of the old vagabonds, who might have been chased away from the farm and beaten with sticks. We had to resign ourselves to having been knocked down a notch in the class system. And besides our weariness, we had to face the crisis of our command structure, which had already reared its head during our tour of the brewery. Werner was beside himself with rage. What a wicked beast! Have you ever seen such a thing? No one has ever treated us like that. Robbie's time had come. He finally gave free rein to the secret anger that had long been seething within him. There's nothing odd about it because you should never ask anyone a question in that tone of voice. And besides, you stink of schnapps. That good man was right. He thought we were bums. We can consider ourselves lucky that we got away safe and sound. Na signal. Werner could hardly object to this, except for the reference to schnapps, which Robbie only added to drive home his accusation that we had shamed ourselves. Werner refused to make any excuses. He said, "Robbie, you are right, as always. I have been negligent. You take command. As punishment, I shall march all night." No. After saying this, he got ready to hit the road. We heard him in the darkness singing one of his songs. The tinker waves his hat. "Goodbye, goodbye, miss." The repair job was good. However, no one wanted to leave him in the lurch. We ran up to him, we surrounded him, and even had to beg him to get permission to march at his side. All of us wanted to go with him, even Ficha, although he had terrible pains in his legs. Not even Robbie dared to stand aside and let him go. It was a long night. We advanced at marching pace through Buckeberg and Stadthagen towards Wunstorf. Marching was the right word, since it was hard work. In the wee hours of the morning, once the dawn glimmered on the horizon, I experienced for the first time those visions that might be called the magic of exhaustion, dreams of endless avenues, the ecstatic intoxication of the sleepless night. There were no more creases in our pants. We found ourselves on the outskirts of Dahomey. Then the landscape turned into palaces of perfect symmetry. There were lanterns, lamps, wreaths, and glittering garlands in the windows. The fences and hedgerows were transformed. In the light of dawn, paths seemed to be transfigured into crystalline rivers. Not long ago, this was a pond with fish and water lilies. Now it is a highway with cars and trucks. It was dangerous. One had to hold one's breath. Now and then we suddenly woke up with our aching feet pounding on the pavement. That's how the bird perches when it lands. And at these times, exhaustion was overcome, as if a dam had been opened, and only then did the real energy flow. The low tide is even more uplifting than the high tide. A world where weakness liberates unsuspected forces is announced, and thus our vision is transformed. It is certainly an upside-down world, but one that nonetheless points towards a world of an absolutely different kind. Such is the atmosphere of the antechambers. In dim light, suffused with clouds, but through the gaps in the clouds a new splendor peeks through. The thought is reassuring. Danger is always present. When in the lifeboats of shipwrecked sailors, the last hope has been lost. These voices and images begin to play their game in the state of exhaustion. They deceive the thirsty man with the illusion that the water of the sea is delicious, and they trick the dying man into thinking that salvation lies at the bottom of the ocean. Yes, mirages, but in a certain sense, also a game of reflections, allusions to an inexhaustible well, but at the same time, to something much heavier, which bends or bulges, the dark valley, the border wall, or the reefs of the Great Barrier Reef. The volunteer who was ordered by the Emir Musa to scale the wall of the city of brass clapped his hands when he reached the top and shouted, "Thou art beautiful!" Then he cast himself down and broke all his bones when he hit the ground. But the Emir Musa said, "This is the action of the rational. How then will the insane act?" The mirage also has its reality. Its deception consists only in its false location. Its location is unknown. A cheap imitation passes itself off as a masterpiece of which it is nothing but a simulacrum. The danger increases with the altitude, it increases for the fearful and the gullible. In order to climb up to my royal brow, the strongest ascend upon the flutings of my bandolets as upon the steps of a stairway. Then a great lassitude comes upon them, and they fall backward. Such are the words of the Sphinx in the Temptations of St. Anthony. My reminiscences have led me much further afield than I had anticipated. Our first contact with ecstatic intoxication familiarizes us with its world of light and shadow. Like the flame that provides both heat and light, but which can also blind and burn. It slips past the strongholds and the borders and takes them by surprise. The intoxicated person is like Brohil's peasants, who stare open-mouthed at the wonder of the world. On the one hand, objects and human beings are perceived more distinctly and appear to be closer, maybe too much closer, and on the other hand, the opening up of new perspectives makes them withdraw to a great distance. Ecstatic intoxication brings us closer to the borders of time, not only to this or that ephemeral subdivision of time, but to its mystery, and in this way we almost experience a close encounter with death. That is where the danger lies, with respect to which every physical threat is nothing but a ghostly apparition. We may agree with Calderon by defining life as a dream, but it is even more accurate to conceive it as a state of intoxication, as one of the sublime states of the decomposition of matter. I shall now attempt to recall what became of the leaders of the group. The older we get, the more we are able to follow people's biographies to the end. We see the figure of destiny, and along with it, the consummation of that which the astrologer believed he could know in advance. Werner proved to be a disappointment to me when we met again after the war. This is often the case when we meet people we admired when we were young. We saw in them, above all, what we lacked. Often, it was only a matter of 2 or 3 years of experience. They were just a couple years ahead of us in maturity. Perhaps they also seduced us because back then they were at their peak. While one yields late fruit, the other has already shot his bolt during the flower of his youth. More than 20 years had passed since we had seen each other, but now and then I heard news about him, and he occasionally heard news about me. The old comrades of the Wandervogel were almost always quite lax when it came to keeping in touch with each other, like a net through which the current flows, even though it was not intact. When by night regimental columns were marching along strategic routes in foreign countries, names were shouted and greetings were exchanged. And even today, when I go to visit the house of Theo Opperman in Wunstorf, I meet 2 or 3 comrades and they tell me their old stories. They take their guitars down from the wall and sing, and then we went far away. From our duke at a gallop, on horseback, on his grenadier, here we are, jolly soldiers of Hanover. Or we sang, and to the King of Prussia, we want to tell him 4 things, and other songs of the same kind. They have survived skirmishes and civil wars since 1866. They are snapshots of times past. The minute Werner came into my room, I knew that something had happened to him. He had hardly even sat down when he started to tell me about his problems. According to the doctor's diagnosis, it was a disorder of the pituitary gland. Even though this organ is hardly as big as a cherry stone, Werner had accumulated an encyclopedic knowledge of the subject. He was an inexhaustible source. His curiosity increased because his right to receive a disability pension depended on his diagnosis. In such cases, conversations assume the form of defense pleadings before an imaginary court. To distract him a little, I asked him about our old comrades. However, he was hardly interested in talking about them at all. Only when I mentioned the name of Robbie did I notice that he was still very sensitive about this subject. He always found some excuse to cause trouble. Such pedants are nothing but spoil sports. And you know where they end up. In the madhouse. I had heard other rumors of that kind. Robbie insisted he was right with respect to one of our political transitions, and he undoubtedly was right. I do not remember if he refused to raise the flag, or if he lowered it at an opportune moment. In any case, he was imprisoned immediately, and then committed to a madhouse. In these times, to be born with a subtle understanding of the law is a perilous gift. Beer and wine. During my high school years, I went on other excursions like those in the mountainous regions of the Weser. I was a member of the rowing club in high school. Perhaps my romantic attachment to the idea of the Goliard was not enough for me, and I was so tired of all the singing that whenever I could get away with it, I buried my voice in the chorus. It is likely that my bunkmates, robust oarsmen all, simply captivated me. There were 4 of them. They could not so easily do without me, since I was the 5th oar. The oldest boy, Long Heine, was more than 2 meters tall. He died in Picardy. A bullet in the head. The trenches were not made for giants. I felt little inclination for rowing, which I associated largely with military training. My activity was limited to kayak trips along the tributaries of the Weser and in the pools at the boathouse, where I spent a lot of my free time. We drank regularly and methodically. Once a week we went to the Bremer Schlüssel Tavern, a renowned establishment. At 5, after dinner, we left the Redenhof, as our dormitory was called. We were back, more or less plastered, at 11. We were not allowed on the streets after 11. It was against school regulations. The good cheer of our beer-drinking evenings was regulated by the traditional rites of the Goliards. Their observance was enforced by the president, at the head of the table, and the chief of the novices, at the end of the table. Both carried ceremonial daggers, which they would pound on the table to get our attention. The songs and all kinds of ceremonies, such as the Salamander 35, were performed after an obligatory silentium. The latter was immediately followed by a festive ritual, the Fidelitas. We drank from tankards. Sometimes a large stein was also passed around the table. It was shaped like a boot. It always had to be filled, and as it was passed around, the next to last person who had it in his hand before it was drained had to buy the next round. When the beer was gone, we had to drink shots of liquor or toss down a glass of liquor in one swallow. If any was spilled, the perpetrator was biled and also had to pay for the round. There were various fouls that were punished with having to drain a larger or smaller mug. This was called entering the mug, D6. We often invited other students and old friends from other schools to our gatherings. They praised our immoderate passion. These nocturnal sessions did not break the rules. Not only were they benevolently tolerated by the professors, but they were viewed favorably. Almost all the professors were presumed to have been members of such student associations. In the universities, those who did not join student groups of this kind, who were known as savages, were stigmatized as remnants of times when each individual, outside of the group of his fellow countrymen, was defenseless. This institution still manifested a complex of relations that not only hearkened back to the feudal era, but even to the times of the tribes, with their totems and taboos, their colors and their tattoos, brotherhoods of blood and ceremonies. But we must not stray from our theme, ecstatic intoxication. In any event, our drinking binges awakened in the older people a pleasure that was perhaps similar to that of an Indian who sees children playing with bows and arrows. The taverns on the outskirts of town were off limits. That is, we were forbidden to go to the neighboring villages that had bars where you could grab a bite to eat and empty a keg. Since these bars enjoyed a particularly attractive reputation, we took the risk of going to them at least once a year. But we always ended up being discovered, not because of our binge at the bar, but because of the mischief that accompanied our return to the dormitory, leaving a trail of vandalism. I still have fond memories of those 2 or 3 escapades, however. At that age, clandestine excess is more natural than the authorized student activities. No memory is without melancholy. I am reflecting on a band of young men who were between 16 and 19 years old, with uniforms that were for the most part too tight. On their activities, their expressions, and their Bacchic rites that adhered to the most rigid formality. They thought that certain customs that had long been unfashionable were still valid, and even ahead of their time. Nonetheless, the Wandervogel had enjoyed greater freedom, even if their romanticism was unsatisfactory. These incidents are only of interest to me because of their connection with my experiences of ecstatic intoxication, and I must confess that they were not very rewarding experiences. Walking from one tavern to another does not have to lead to ecstatic intoxication, but it does increase the pleasure of being with your friends. All that walking made us thirsty, and then we wanted something to drink. The drink had to be light and pleasant, and we had to be able to drink a lot of it. In this respect, beer has no equal. Later, you have to change course and think, for example, of tea. There is no doubt that, with respect to our theme, the enjoyment of, and the ritual associated with, tea, as described in Okakura Kakuzo, are of an incomparably more spiritual nature. If beer is associated with a lot of people shouting at the same time, tea suggests tranquil silence during the pauses in a pleasant conversation. In addition, tea is well suited to the solitary nature of nocturnal studies and meditation, and even facilitates them. It does not constrain the spirit in any way. It introduces no strange images, but accompanies the spirit in its improvised variations, like a musical instrument and a melody. One cannot say the same thing about coffee, which can act in a much more powerful way, like a drug. A border that is not always very well defined separates the beer-drinking countries from the wine-drinking countries. It is determined by the mild climate, not too cold and not too hot, where the wine grape thrives. Within this zone there are, in turn, countries where its cultivation has acquired an extraordinary refinement. For such refinement, there must be a perfect harmony with the elements, the situation of the river valleys and the mountain slopes, the soil, the water, sunlight, and conditions relating to cosmic and elemental forces. The spirit of the place also makes its contribution. Rocky soils are not only important because of the way they decompose and create the layer of humus, but also due to their capacity to reflect and absorb light, like the slate of the Rhineland or the lava of Vesuvius. Its energy is still active in the wine cellars excavated out of the rocks. Wood also plays a somewhat similar role in its contact with grapes and wine in the form of stakes, crates, wine presses, and barrels. The knowledge, or more accurately, the wisdom of the viticulturists, carpenters, and coopers has been acquired and refined as part of a very ancient tradition. We find among the vine stocks, in small wineries, and among local grape growers, types that are infused with their activity. One may still confirm the existence of similar traits among hunters, fishermen, and cavalrymen, that is, among those who are passionately devoted to their profession. The wine grape grower not only serves his god by the sweat of his brow, but also communes with and incorporates his god. Marcel Juhondo told me about his father-in-law who, after a day's work as a mail carrier, worked on his own small plot of wine grapes. Working in the vineyard was his way of praying. And I was told of another very old wine grape grower who lived exclusively on bread and wine during the last years of his life, sacramentally. Tea and wine exhale the perfumes of ancient cultures. We do not want to give the word perfume the refined meaning that it has come to possess. Everything alive is, in the final analysis, indivisible and distinctive due to its effects, both by virtue of its roots and branches, as well as by its flowers and fruits. Thus, in the realm of the vine, despite and beneath all its differences, equality prevails. An equality that extends from the wine grape grower of Tübingen to the greatest minds of the Tübingen Seminary. From the dwarf Perkio 37 at the banquet hall of the palace at Heidelberg to the brilliant banquet hall of the Palatine Count. This egalitarian power is sibling to that of the poet, who transfigures human beings by way of the word and turns a pauper into a prince. Baudelaire, who celebrated wine as the friend of the loner and of lovers, but also of the wino and the murderer, understood it in all of its profundity. One night the wine begins to sing in the bottles, captive in its glass prison under its scarlet wax seal, Enchant plein de lumière et de fraternité. 38. The true magical power of the vine is manifested in recurrence, in the seasonal festivals of the wine-producing countries. Festivals are held when the grapes have been harvested, and when the sun bids farewell, and the celebrations are even more unbridled when the sun returns and brings an end to winter. A powerful rhythm of respiration and inspiration. Then wine is no longer available by the bottle or by the jug. It flows from the barrels. It spews from fountains. It infuses the air. The madman takes his turn to rule the world. It is an echo, a reflection of remote epochs when the gods came down to earth and sat at our tables. Great Pan approaches. Fauns and satyrs are lying on the ground just on the other side of the wall. A terrestrial creature, with the form of a gnome, begins to frolic with great inspiration. Something that disappeared a long time ago has returned. Behind the shouts and capers, behind the disguises and masks, one begins to recognize something, as fleeting as a shadow. This vortex causes one to suspect, behind the frantic activity, the presence of a third element. Behind the winter one can make out more than just the spring. Behind breathing something more than life. Behind the mask something more than a hidden face. In vino veritas, this does not mean that the truth is concealed within wine. Instead, according to this maxim, wine allows us to see something that is always present, although it is outside of the wine itself. Wine is a key. The present becomes something that supervenes. We are aware of the fact that moderation goes hand in hand with the vine, especially in the countries where it has had its home since ancient times, in the wine grape growing countries. In these areas, no particular merit is attributed to a person who is capable of drinking a large quantity of wine, in contrast to the attitude of the dandies with their 6-bottle men, who remain seated at the table exhibiting a stoic calm right up to the last swallow. For the fog-ridden countries, with their melancholia, strong beers are more appropriate, but especially whiskey. Whiskey is surprising because it has a stimulant effect that is apparent for a long time, while its inebriating effect builds up in secret. Stimulant and narcotic forces proceed in parallel, like the parallel lines that suddenly meet in infinity. Ethereally, the ship plows the waves of conversation. Suddenly, the Blackout 39 supervent. Table wine, which accompanies meals, is consumed with moderation and is often mixed with water. It is the local wine, reliable, autochthonic. It does not come from far away. Anyone who does not grow his own grapes has his own favorite vintner whom he trusts. As for the wines of the famous producers, the Grands Crus, the wines made from select grapes, moderation is inherent to the pleasure of drinking them. Abuse is forbidden per se in libations where the telluric powers and human art have joined forces. Here, where every drop is valuable, a good taster is indispensable to the vintner. That is, someone who can appreciate the gift, and more importantly, someone who can officiate over the mystery. When he raises his glass, he seems to pierce it with his gaze, and when he tastes the wine, it is as if he is not only listening to a melody, but perceiving the silence behind the song. Excesses also occur in the wine grape growing countries. These have less to do with the nature of wine than with the lack of naturalness of the human being. Even in certain Sardinian villages I met drunks who drank away their fields and herds, the bedraggled Ubriacone with sunken eyes, greedy, the object of scorn, compassion, and ridicule. Such drunks are the exceptions. These countries do not have the streets and neighborhoods swarming with drunks that form the backdrop in the novels of Dickens and Dostoevsky, and provided the models for the macabre sketches of Hogarth. There, the police and the Salvation Army have their hatcheries. Books and cities, those drunken crowds who stroll and prowl by night through inhospitable back streets, like those described by De Quincey and Jack London in their memoirs, make us uneasy. On every corner we see the signs of cheap taverns. One drinks standing up, and strong drinks have a powerful effect on weak body. Mobs of streetwalkers, mixed with children, drunk women, and homeless women, form a confused mass. Amidst these mobs, thieves and bullies are on the prowl, who make their living off of drunks and weaklings, pimps, touts, pickpockets, and miscreants of all kinds. In these places, people do not drink to remember or to experience more intense feelings. They drink to escape, to forget, and being conscious makes everything worse. The demon is present. Someone with an incomparable olfactory sense like Dostoevsky saw it up close and in person. His travel journals are veritable treatises on demonology, the peregrinations of a visionary throughout the world. With the same certainty as Tocqueville, he apprehended political structures. He understood their basis beyond borders. It is almost as if one studied the muscles of a living creature and the other its pneuma. In Paris, Dostoevsky experienced tranquility within order, a respect for colossal, intimate spiritual rules rooted in the soul. It might be a gigantic Heidelberg. To Dostoevsky, London seemed like a vast negative image of that humanity that, regardless of all its movement, is itself in a state of repose. During his walks around the city, he began to be overwhelmed by an indefinable anxiety. Where wine? On Saturday nights, 500,000 workers, male and female, together with their children, flood the entire city like a sea, flocking especially in certain sections, and celebrate the Sabbath all night until 5 in the morning. They stuff themselves and drink like animals. All of them bring their weekly savings, what they have earned by hard labor and amidst curses. Clusters of gas lamps burn in the butcher shops and restaurants, brightly illuminating the streets. It is as if a ball had been organized for these white Negroes. The crowd pushes into the open taverns and in the street. They eat and drink. The beer halls are decorated like palaces. Everybody is drunk, but without gaiety, with a sad drunkenness, sullen, gloomy, strangely silent. Only sometimes an exchange of insults or a bloody quarrel breaks the suspicious silence, which fills one with melancholy. Everyone hurries to get dead drunk as quickly as possible, so as to lose consciousness. The wives do not lag behind their husbands, but get drunk with them. The children run and crawl among them. Now, Yaman. He then describes his stroll through a blazing inferno of licentiousness. In Leon Bloy we find a similar version, which is expressed hyperbolically and is intensified until it becomes the ideal image of a cannon that brings down the capitale infame with one shot. Bloy contemplates all of these things from a different perspective, that of the Hispanic type of Catholic, opposed to Protestantism, with which he retains a relation analogous to that maintained by the cat with the dog. As for Protestantism, without which the New World and its technology would be unimaginable, it was much harder for it to penetrate into the wine-drinking countries than into the Nordic countries. The border zones often produce unexpected phenomena. Consider Geneva. The perspective of Dostoevsky, who was able to penetrate the dead calm of Paris, would not allow him to be disoriented by the turbulent flow of images that shocked him and filled him with anxiety in London. He could very well have entitled the chapter containing these impressions, for example, The Splendor and Misery of the World of Machines. He chose a different title, however, Bale. It was obvious that he saw something more. A reigning power amidst that swarm of people. The human being who yearns to escape does not hurl himself into the void. Every way out has something different about it. Flight as an end in itself is an ill-fated kind of motion. In this maxim, we must also include suicide, of course with the exception of its stoic forms, which must not be considered to be a kind of escape. In certain circumstances, to abandon life constitutes a duty for the wise man. From the perspective of drug consumption, in the scenes such as those observed by Dostoevsky, the narcotic effect alternates with the stimulant effect. We forget something, as if a veil were to be cast over an image painted in gray. Behind the gray image, however, as if a new master had been assigned to the work, appears a different world. Light becomes more illuminating, colors brighter. One's desires are stripped naked. The embers are deeply buried in the ashes. Now the flame bursts forth again, as if it was fanned by a bellows. The heart, the lungs, respond. The senses become more acute, and so does one's ability to smell blood. All over the spacious streets and squares the masses smell meat. As in the Amazon, the voracious piranhas can taste blood in the water. Just as in the Amazon, the water begins to swirl and splash. Here the yeast bubbles and ferments. About 20 years before Dostoevsky, Dickens depicted a similar scene as part of his account of the execution of the newlywed bride, Mrs. Manning, sentenced to death for a carefully planned murder and robbery. He describes his impressions in the following letter to the Times. Sir, I was a witness of the execution at Horsemonger Lane this morning. I went there with the intention of observing the crowd gathered to behold it, and I had excellent opportunities of doing so, at intervals all through the night, and continuously from daybreak until after the spectacle was over. I believe that a sight so inconceivably awful as the wickedness and levity of the immense crowd collected at that execution this morning could be imagined by no man, and could be presented in no heathen land under the sun. The horrors of the gibbet, and of the crime which brought the wretched murderers to it, faded in my mind before the atrocious bearing, looks, and language of the assembled spectators. When I came upon the scene at midnight, the shrillness of the cries and howls that were raised from time to time, denoting that they came from a concourse of boys and girls already assembled in the best places, made my blood run cold. As the night went on, screeching and laughing and yelling in strong chorus of parodies on Negro melodies, with substitutions of a Mrs. Manning for Susanna and the like, were added to these. When the day dawned, thieves, low prostitutes, ruffians and vagabonds of every kind flocked onto the ground with every variety of offensive and foul behavior. Fightings, faintings, whistlings, imitations of punch, brutal jokes, tumultuous demonstrations of indecent delight when swooning women were dragged out of the crowd by the police with their dresses disordered, gave a new zest to the general entertainment. When the sun rose brightly, as it did, it gilded thousands upon thousands of upturned faces, so inexpressibly odious in their brutal mirth or callousness, that a man had cause to feel ashamed of the shape he wore. This spectacle does not reflect what is best about the human being. It is nonetheless true that it would be unfair to attribute it to ecstatic intoxication. Ecstatic intoxication uncovers what is already present, as if a veil was lifted, or as if the door of a deep vault was forced open. It is one key among others. When Dickens walked to that neighborhood and spent the night there, he only obeyed a supreme curiosity that for the author is not only legitimate, but even imperative. And if, while there, as he said, he felt shame, this is also part of the learning experience, and it is particularly important in an era like the Victorian era, when the ideal of unblemished innocence prevailed. This cannibalistic trait is thus innate to the human being, and for it to be manifested, you do not even need executions. Cruelty is inherent to the human being in an almost anatomical way, like Mariotta's spot, and just like the latter, is hardly perceptible. Thus, in every era there is a prescribed element upon whom all hatred is concentrated. It is accused of heresy. To persecute it is praiseworthy. If something unfortunate happens to it, it will provoke general satisfaction. This complacent acceptance of the misfortune of others is also found in honest people, even in people like Pickwick. This sentiment begins already in the gardens of infancy, in the first grades of elementary school. Having reached this point, I must resist the temptation to sum up my reflections with a literary digression. Its theme would have been the way we focus our attention on the prescribed. The method varies depending on whether the prescribed element is foreign or domestic, regardless of whether it is benevolent or even indulgent. In that respect, the illumination of evil in Dostoevsky is essentially different from the way Dickens, Victor Hugo, or, to cite an extreme case, Eugene Sue, addressed the topic. Dostoevsky penetrates the internal universe of Raskolnikov. He thinks, he feels, he suffers with the murderer, he is resurrected with him. He follows the great maxim, "This was you." This is a pedagogical method in the highest sense, insofar as it includes the reader in this identification, which, for entire chapters, transforms the act of reading into an ordeal. This is the case with Marmeladov's confession and Raskolnikov's declaration. Dostoevsky's book, which is often categorized as a detective novel, is in fact quite the contrary. The detective novel fascinates us because a human being is being pursued. The relentless pursuit, the clever traps laid, the manhunt in the jungle of the big city, all form part of the great hunt. Dostoevsky leads us to a lower level. At these depths, the murderer is presented as his own persecutor, but at the same time as someone who triumphs over his own ego. This has a much greater effect on us. I must also resist my temptation to examine Joseph Conrad as a phenomenon of transition, not only with regard to relations between East and West, but also with respect to the world of morality, and, for that reason, he is incomparable in his illumination of the doomed existence. We must point out that here the good conscience begins to get murky. The doomed existence is ambiguous. It no longer belongs to society, but still respects its laws. Despite these last few reflections, we have not strayed too far from our theme, or rather, we have only taken a short detour. The mere observation of the human being, whether it is accompanied by comprehension or even by compassion, brings us closer to the object of our study, only incomplete. When the author begins to plunge into the study of, or to identify with, the human being, something different results. Lavater once said that to really understand another person, one would have to imitate his face. And it is true that such imitation would not be limited to wearing a mask. This is the touchstone that allows us to distinguish between the real and the imitation, a claim that also applies to actors. Blood is always demanded, and the most faithful imitation, the most subtle study of character, does not attain the power of passion. Art is becoming identical to nature. The mask merges with the original material. In every art, even in the medical art, one will find the difference that involves, in a word, something that is taught in no technical college or school. Raphael said, "To understand means to become equal." In this context, one must include the animal. The ancient hunters always knew this. This applies not just to the bloody forms of the hunt, but also to the more sublime forms with their spiritual and imperishable acquisition. In this regard as well, the religions of the Far East are distinguished from those of the Near East. Many epochs, even the most remote ones, have felt themselves closer to the animals than our epoch does. They possessed a more profound knowledge of animals, despite all the sophisticated advances of zoology. And never before our time have such notorious forms of animal exploitation ever existed. The poet, too, knows the secret of the great hunt. The primordial hunter conjures the animal by way of dances and masks. Similarly, the poet invokes the animal by way of the word, which cannot be reduced to impressions of movement and splashes of colors. Among brothers, one must not abuse praise. Nonetheless, I do not want to conceal the fact that Friedrich Jorg has won many trophies in this subtle hunt. Thus, with the turkey, the owl, the snake, the hare, and other animals, we thus hearken back to the dawn of time, to pre-mythical times, to the power of metamorphosis of the Great Mother. Her vestments come in all shapes and sizes, in various forms, yet only one material. In the folk tale, Unity becomes visible. The poet evokes it for us, just as the artist generally does. What we have allowed ourselves to forget is more relevant than what we allow ourselves to hear and to see. If this alone is achieved, then all the rest is just extra. The fragmentary, the questionable, the object, and time with its nuances. It is obvious that for Dostoevsky, there was something anesthetizing behind his relation of the customs of Paris, and something disturbing behind the disorder in London. This speaks in favor of a humane, but also a penetrating vision. He saw the reign of Baal behind the horrendous and fascinating spectacle of the Thames, which has been described by many other witnesses, before and after Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky was undoubtedly thinking of that Baal or Bel, who also appeared in the form of a dragon, and whom the king Cyrus demanded that Daniel should worship. Do you not think that Bel is a living? Do you not see how much he eats and drinks every day? 40 Blake saw a green dragon in the London Treasury building. Baal has preserved the reputation of being a harsh and pitiless master. The name of Babylon, his principal homeland, has become synonymous with the metropolis in general, and especially with its nocturnal side. Dostoevsky also perceived something in particular, that puritanical character, where a monstrous display of energy is united with an imperturbable moral conscience. It is therefore not by chance that machine technology and its forms of exploitation were developed there, until they became the precedent and model for critical reflection. The nocturnal side, present in every metropolis and as close scrutiny will reveal, in every provincial city, is particularly bleak in this case. Like the marketing of every other commodity, in the big cities vice is marketed more blatantly and in a more specialized way. The streets and neighborhoods devoted to this purpose are basically similar, but differ depending on time and place. They are not the same in the capitals as they are in the port cities or cities hosting major military bases. The place where Hogarth drew his sketches is different from the place where Toulouse-Lautrec drew his sketches. There are cities that have from ancient times evoked the fame of a Capua, while others were founded more recently with the intention of creating concentrations of drunkenness, gambling, and sex. Dostoevsky undoubtedly visited Montmartre during his stay in Paris, but it was not there that Baal, seated on his throne, appeared to him. In the vicinity of Paris, he saw structures of order, in London obscene disorder. One might have thought that it would have been the opposite, but it is precisely with regard to this point that the integrity of the artist is displayed, whose glance penetrates the social surface, as if through the varnish on a work of art, until it touches the bottom of things. Once again we ask ourselves, why does ecstatic intoxication induce images that are so much more dreary and sad in the Nordic countries than in the southern countries? It is true that the Nordic countries do not produce wine, but this is understandable. The same can be said of the sun and of the climate in general. Poe came from a southern state and at the same time constitutes the classic example for all the horrors of the Anglo-Saxon blackout. The hells of Poe and Baudelaire are different, above all because in Poe the machine appears on the scene, not as an economic power, but as a demonic power. The enemy of the artist, even of the human being, is mechanical motion. This was already divined by Hieronymus Bosch. In the north, the distance that must be traversed to attain to the gift of ecstatic intoxication is enormous. It lacks a large part of the innate, natural cheerfulness. On the other hand, the talent of reflecting it in the mirror of skepticism grows. Geniuses of irony, of satire, and of the grotesque prosper with greater power in the north than anywhere else. With distance, fatigue also intensifies. To forget something, to escape from something, and on the other hand, to want to attain or win something. The problem of ecstatic intoxication in general revolves around these two extremes. The more impoverished the substance, the deeper the abyss that must be bridged. In the Victorian family, the father went directly to the brothel after dinner. Work and doctrine become edifying when the foundation is no longer so solid. The obligation based on being is reduced to a reflection in appearance. The image of the desert is constantly imposed on us. Nietzsche meditated on this question for a long time. He wandered through oses and mirages. His perspective on crime must be viewed with these considerations in mind, along with his historical assessment of the Renaissance. Even so, we must be cautious. In this sense, Jacob Burckhardt already suffered from certain optical illusions, and a certain confusion between power and weakness, and it is hard to determine just how disastrous they were. This brings us to Gobineau. The nostalgia for racial purity is a distinctive trait of the half-breed. This is one of the maxims with which I have inflicted the most suffering on myself. Nietzsche's relation to ecstatic intoxication is that of the hypersensitive. For people with this kind of constitution, the sun, the air, and atmospheric pressure unleash euphoric effects. This is displayed above all in The Dawn, in which Nietzsche transmits this idea to the reader. In the preface, he speaks of the human being who desires a long period of darkness, an unintelligible, hidden, enigmatic something, knowing as he does that he will in time have his own morning, his own redemption, his own rosy dawn. Once again, we are on the path of approach. When the distance has become so great, and the supervention of that which is so necessary to us becomes an unusual event, then the intermediate worlds and the lower worlds gain in their force of attraction. Undoubtedly, not everything is barren. The ruined altars are populated by demons. We must understand the root of desolation, not its symptoms, since the visible world possesses it in such great variety. For change depends on spatial and temporal circumstances. It is of a kinetic nature. We fly to the poles and to the moon and take the desert with us. The more we travel, the greater is the flow of images that rushes upon us. Why is it not possible to satiate our hunger for images? It is a sign of the fact that, in the end, images do not satisfy. The real dissatisfaction aspires to overcome space and time. Images only satisfy when we cease to feel that hunger. There is nothing else in them. There is nothing else beyond them, under them, or behind them. They will never yield their secret. Now we can enjoy the contentment of the last man, as he has been depicted by Nietzsche and Huxley. Where life becomes very helpless, ecstatic intoxication is one of the last resorts that remain. This is one of the reasons that explain why pastors can do nothing against alcoholism. The alcoholic can be helped in neither an economic nor a moral sense. It is an ontological problem, and theology has proven to be increasingly less adequate for its solution. The drinker does not drink only because he wants to escape from his poverty. He yearns above all to approach spheres that not only lie beyond his own misery, but also beyond helplessness itself, where there is no more suffering. His euphoria conceals something more than just pure well-being and an absence of pain. Dostoevsky also grasped it with his brilliant depictions. How else could he have put the following sentence into the mouth of his sad hero, Marmeladov, "Eat, drink, so that I may suffer twice as much." Cycles, with the alternation between high tide and low tide, are opposed to technological monotony. Here the heartbeat, there the rhythm of the motor, here the poem, there the machine. The impulse towards festive squandering acts, both in its vulgar as well as in its sublime forms. Both in the person who throws away his wages on drink, as well as in the person who can say, "Once I lived like the gods." Cycles are experienced with greater intensity wherever the meaning of the festival is preserved, and therefore its joy is more intense in wild and backward regions than in urbanized zones, stronger in the countryside than in the city. In the city, the annual fair is constantly taking place. There is light all day and all night. This is why the periodic celebration is reserved for great occasions, and it is precisely in this respect that the mystery of the cycle lies dormant. The cycle comes around full circle when the stillness appears and therefore announces, in that which moves, the invisible within the visible. In the city, one therefore encounters more addicts than in the countryside. It is typical of addiction to try to reduce the periodicity of the cycle of its pleasures to a minimum, or even better, to make it a continuum. In this way, the oscillations become almost imperceptible. The addict can also hide more easily in the city than in the countryside. He lives more anonymously. He finds hiding places. He can move from one neighborhood to another, and it is easier for him to get his drug. The drunkard in the village, the morphine addict in the small town, are soon recognized by everyone, even if they try to keep their condition a secret. They can only succeed in doing so when the passage from a steady habit to an absolute dependence is not obvious to all. This coincides with the passage from open and accepted consumption to another secret and suspect kind of consumption. Soon there is no longer be anything left to hide. Then it is inevitable that there will be a loss of respect and reputation, not to mention economic, social, and physical harm. The perversion of all manifestations of friendship, observed and suffered by the persons closest to the addict, and perceived by the latter as well, in its demonic inevitability, is one of the saddest spectacles, whose best description is found, perhaps, in several of Edgar Allan Poe's short stories, The Great Babylon. For the immense consumption of the capital cities, which receive migrants from the provinces and immigrants from other countries, a single neighborhood for pleasure is no longer enough. There are various such neighborhoods from which one may choose. Many, like Montmartre, Sao Paulo, or the Mang of Rio de Janeiro, have become the classic destinations of travelers. Others enjoy a fleeting prosperity, perhaps coinciding with annual World's Fairs or major festival. The Council of Constance attracted thousands of women of the night to the city, along with their camp followers. Even if places could be reduced to a common denominator, the scenery varies. It adjusts to the customers, how much money they have, their culture, and their tastes. At Montmartre, one breathes a completely different atmosphere than at Montparnasse. Behind the Bastille, the criminal influences that are everywhere associated with lasciviousness and intoxication become more evident. Then again, the Rue de Lappe must have changed a lot over the last 20 years. I have not been there in a long time. Verlaine already felt at home in those narrow streets, and not without reason. The Avenue de Wagram festers in the 17th arrondissement, which is otherwise so distinguished, like an infected vein. We owe this comparison to Marcel Juhando, who embellishes our steps with kaleidoscopic images. Such infections are possible everywhere, usually to the dismay of their neighbors. Not far from the Neuilly Bridge, a Luna Park was opened. From there, drunkards and lovers dispersed to less well-lit areas in the vicinity. There was also an element of political insecurity. Concerning this aspect too, Marcel knew some interesting stories. Back then he lived in a house on the Rue du Commandant Marchand, with windows overlooking the Bois de Boulogne. The proximity of parks and wooded areas favors such clandestine activities. Ecstatic intoxication is concentrated in suspect places. In this respect, Observatory Street in Leipzig deserves more than passing mention. The upper stretch of the road was very respectable. It included the Zoological Institute, where Meisenheimer was then conducting his research in genetics. I used to live in that area. I used to walk, dressed in a white lab coat, to the laboratory. The landlady, old and sickly, was hardly capable of taking care of the apartment house, a task that was further complicated by a small domestic zoo. She was taking care of a parrot and an unusual number of cats, whose odor could already be detected in the foyer. When someone in the neighborhood wanted to get rid of a kitten, he would secretly put it outside near her door facing on the courtyard of the building, and this caused the old lady such torments of conscience that she finally quelled them by adopting the little fountain. This and various other reasons explained why there was such a high turnover among the residents of the building. The mere fact of choosing such a place to live was an indication that the tenants either had very low expectations or else were up to no good. The old lady, who had been squeezed dry by the inflation, was forced to put up with such types. Sometimes the older tenants suffered from this situation so much that their sinister blank looks gave them a ghastly appearance. In the end, what you would expect from such a situation finally happened. Shortly before or after my arrival, I don't remember exactly when it was, a lawyer had rented a room. He was about 30 years old, vigorous, bald, and sporting a big black beard like Suderman. One of his idiosyncrasies consisted in the fact that at night, when he could not sleep, hookers would be going up and down the stairs and along the hallway to his room all night long. As is usual in such apartment buildings, this hallway was cluttered with all kinds of furniture, where the cats were lying about. One night, when the old lady who could not get to sleep opened the door of his room, she fainted from fright at seeing the bearded fellow, who often meditated in the nude. The building had once been a hotel. One part of the courtyard thus led to the garages and stables, where the carriages and horses were kept for the guests who were going to the fair. These garages and stables had been subdivided into very small rooms. The boarding house, which had also seen better days, was still in the front part of the building. It was closely watched by the police. Once, a family wanted to move into one of the rat holes in the former stables. Not having been paid, the moving crew left, abandoning all the family's belongings on the street in a downpour. This happened at night. The children were crying. The father returned after wandering about in vain. He was drunk and took out his absurd rage on the furniture. I do not know how this story ended, but I do know that with regard to this question my memory is afflicted by a permanent lacuna, one of the many irreparable moments on the road of life where we fail. It is true that during those golden 20s no one had a penny to spare, at least among my circle of acquaintances. But in this case what was involved was more than just a matter of political economy. The image returns. Safe and secure in our room, we hear cries for help coming from the street, but we are too comfortable or too cowardly to go downstairs. As for those pennies, they were in fact scarce, and literally so, despite the fact that only a short time before I still possessed thousands in my wallet. Once, a lawyer who lived in the neighborhood told me that he was short a penny. It was his custom, when night had fallen, to drink his small beer in a tavern, and after stashing his extracts and notes from his reading of Hegel in a drawer in his room, he would walk to the tavern in his slippers. The small glass of beer cost 20 pennies. When he reached into his pocket to pay, he was a penny short. And what happened then? A laborer was sitting next to me. I asked him for a penny. And what did he say? Nothing. First he looked at me, and then he took the penny out his pocket. My room was located above the main door of the building. During the day, the street was quiet, but it got busier around the time the cafes closed. Sometimes I was awakened by voices from the street below. Then I got out of bed and stood to listen by the window in my darkened room, as if from a balcony seat in the theater. The actors were always different. The types, however, were always the same. Two women of the night who were exchanging anecdotes. The prostitute and her John. Two drunks who were either arguing with each other or expressing their love for one another. The dialogues between the hetairai, like those described by Lucian and Aretino, are literary ornaments of a prosaic business, whose intrigues are reproduced more faithfully by the actual conversations, although not in such a humorous form. Some time later, I was reminded of this episode when I was in Iceland, and I observed how the fisherwomen scaled and gutted the herrings with a steady hand. I observed the same cold objectivity back then in Leipzig, and not without a certain power of suggestion either. In the gaslight, the average John had a nervous look. One might say that he wanted to penetrate the girl's makeup the way one punches through the plaster in a house. The regular hookers who cast their nets there were discreet, but were sure to profit if their victim was more or less drunk, naturally without going too far. The girls who frequented the taverns had their own rooms in the neighborhood, a more dangerous kind, who would not show themselves in the light of day, came from the grasslands and stalked the drunks. They were not always successful. One of them was murdered in the park. Cockle, the coroner, whose masterful lectures I occasionally attended, performed the autopsy. Among other things, he described the wax she applied to her face to enhance her cheekbones before she went out onto the streets at night. The conversations of the drunks were interminable. The pals could never separate. Thoughts painfully made their way through their brains until one of the upstairs tenants would finally tell them to shut up. It was strange, however, to hear what came to light in the impressions exchanged between young artisans, fathers of families, and pimps. When their thoughts became confused and boring, one nonetheless perceived the desire that inspired them. Gibberish babbled under the moon only betrays the deficiencies we all have in common. The effort seems ridiculous. The weight is too much. Here we can see where all work ends. Shakespeare must have often paid attention to such conversations, and with great profit. And the compassion that made Buchner's Woyzeck a figure of tragedy finds its basis here. Before and after the above observations, I also had opportunities to observe the traffic around the Alexanderplatz in Berlin. The walks I took around 1930, sometimes accompanied by Edmund, but almost always alone, were different from the ones I took with Zerbino after the First World War. I have recalled that name because that comrade reminds me of the characters in Goldoni's comedies. The face of an animal, sharp-featured, a brutal intelligence, with a crude sense of humor. Unemployed, or more accurately, jobless, but not without means, whose source was suspicious. The son of a local clergyman with criminal inclinations. He spent the nights in a villa in Dahlem, involuntarily supported by an elderly couple who were almost always out of town on trips, in whose house he also slept during the afternoon. One night, the old couple unexpectedly came home and wanted to get a little rest. Zerbino was able, just in the nick of time, to drag himself under the bed and had to stay there for 2 hours, remaining totally silent. Macabre thoughts passed through his head. Of a melancholic disposition, he meditated with pleasure about suicide. He pictured it to himself in even its most minute details. No one would find his body. In this scruple, as well as others, he recalled the divine Marqués. He had discovered in the heart of the forest a fox's den, with such extraordinarily large passageways that he would only need to expand them a little to be able to slide into the lair. That is where everything was supposed to happen. Like that idea, all of his plans displayed features that were both fantastic as well as realistic, a combination that made great achievements possible. The times were propitious for such spirits. We have known examples. The last time I heard any news about Zerbino, it was during the Second World War, when he showed up on the Army General's staff. "So, what is Zerbino doing?" I asked Martin, who was the chief of personnel on the general staff. "He organizes trips to the front for theater groups, and during his vacations he buys abandoned gravel quarries on the outskirts of Berlin." "Why?" "He thinks that after the war they will become gold mines, because people will not know where else to dump the ruins. Thus, a kind of trafficking in the souls of the dead." This happened 20 years later, shortly before the catastrophe swallowed him. Without leaving a trace, as he had desired, and also in a hole, even if it was not dug out by a fox. In other times he used to show up at my house, more often than I liked, to pick me up for a night on the town. It was my reading time, and besides, I could not sleep whenever I pleased like Zerbino, but every morning I had to be there at the sound of the bell at the Bendlerstrasse or the Friedrichstrasse to work on the drafting of the military regulation. With regard to formal considerations, this job was pleasant, but it demanded a lot of concentration. There were 4 of us, Huttman, Kienitz, Westernhagen, and me. That it was a position that offered a bright future may be discerned from the fact that 2 of them became lieutenant generals, and Kienitz even became a general. During the offensive in France, I saw him once as he was racing past us. The columns had to move to the side of the road. Military police on motorcycles cleared the way for him, their sirens wailing. I heard from Westernhagen that, during the defense of Berlin, Zerbino tried to swim across the Spree, and that the Russian snipers shot him. When Zerbino came, first of all he had to get me in the mood for adventure. He infallibly succeeded in doing so, for he possessed a gift of persuasion worthy of a lawyer. One day, when I told him I was coming down with a cold, he went to a pharmacy and returned with pills that he made me swallow. Then we went in a taxi to Gedächtniskirche, and then walked, stopping now and then, down the Kurfürstendamm towards Halensee. Zerbino preferred to walk along the Alexanderplatz. He wanted to flirt with the sluts, but he did not always get his way. As a general rule, people like him, who only interfere with business, are not very well received by professionals. Zerbino was an exception. He was by no means one of those handsome men like Kramberg. He possessed a rough kind of masculinity, instead. The sheikh who gave everyone their nicknames called him the Negro Dot. Sometimes he also called him the Beast, because of the strong odor that he emitted. That had its own appeal, and there was also his predilection for crime. He had a big nose, thick lips, a protruding jaw, and glittering eyes. It was an enigma how all of these features could be manifested in the offspring of a clergyman. A face like that might have launched him on a career, like certain movie actors, or, even better, like some of the personalities whom they depict. Once I heard him say to one of those starry-eyed women whom he had charmed with his rough looks and engaged in conversation, "We only need a bed, the hallmark of a real professional in the trade, condensed in the most concise expression." From an economic point of view, these excursions coincided with the high point of the inflation crisis. From the point of view of style, they coincided with the era when Expressionism captured the image of the city. The miserable look of the streets, the crowded houses with their chipped and peeling paint, the masses of people roving about, some of them with old, patched uniforms. All of this poverty was exhibited under the garish light of the new brutalizing technologies. Fluorescent lights had made their appearance. Neon lights in white, blue, and red that cast a corpse-like pallor on the faces in the crowd. Kirchner had already observed this in 1912. Here, too, the vision of the artist had anticipated the genius of the technician. Before the war, the trial of a pimp by the name of Berger, who was accused of murder, had opened up a window on the nocturnal side of the habitat of the urban concentrations, wandering from one bar to another, along with conversations on the streets, until the street lamps were lit. The restless night, the settling of accounts in the lobby of the Silesia station, sleep until midday, a gray awakening, as if a demon was inciting him to another round. Tresco, the chief of police, was intimately familiar with this world and its stories. Poverty persisted, and it had even become generalized, but at the same time, it had become politicized. The caricatures of George Gross and Otto Dix replaced those of Zill, who still preserved a storehouse of good sentiments. It is distasteful to recall those convulsions that heralded great changes. For many of these artists, this was certainly the case. Later, Rudolf Schlichter wrote to me that Gross would have preferred to see that part of his work destroyed. The tensions only became worse. 10 years later, they reached a new high point when National Socialists and Communists faced off on the Alexanderplatz. The forces were equal, and it seemed to be almost a miracle that the police were able to come between them and prevent a pitched battle on the street. There were also riots a few days later when the big Jewish department stores were shut down. I had to burn, along with other documents, my notes from those days, and it is a loss that I still regret. These notes covered the period from the massive demonstration at the Tempelhof field, with its huge fireworks display, to the proscription of June 1934. I do not lament the loss of the events themselves, but of the original version of my impressions of them. All that remains of the events is the shell, but not the protoplasmic movement of the gray organism that, although far from any beauty and from all logic, had formed that shell. When our bus was crossing the Janowitz Bridge, a fellow was sitting in front of me who might have been a boilermaker or a farmer. He said, The Jew does not want to work with the hammer. At the same time, he was shaking his fist, as if he was ready to give someone a good thrashing. The bus, a bucket full of men, passed over the spree. It was as if a stone had fallen into the water and made waves. Everyone heard it, but no one said anything. It was a new kind of silence that supervened and spread there. It was no longer a courteous, approving, indignant, or indifferent silence. Perhaps it combined a little of all those aspects, but it was essentially something different. At such moments we perceive something new that we find shocking and strange, but which at the same time we recognize with absolute clarity, as if we always knew it. This was the way I felt in 1914 when I heard the hiss of the first artillery shells at Orenville. Life was played in a new key. Or at Sylt in 1934. There we were on the sandy beach, vacationers from Berlin and Hamburg, from central and southern Germany. The sun blazed on the wicker chairs, an image that seems even more evocative of the marvelous summer of 1914. Perhaps a little more vulgar, with slightly more revealing bathing suits. Someone arrived with the morning newspapers. Rome and the cream of the SA had been arrested during the night, and some of them had already been executed. A Danish newspaper reported that there were hundreds of victims. Only a few hours before, they were on the verge of taking over the Reichswehr, and now they were behind bars, forced to take cyanide capsules or lying dead on the ground. How much time passed on that beach until, among the wicker chairs, an opinion took shape? 2 minutes, maybe 3. Then, a chorus of voices all spoke at once, clear, resounding, and full of conviction, like the crowing of the roosters in a chicken coop. They were bad comrades, and they got what they deserved. One fellow had known the chief of the Berlin group of the SA, and until only the day before it was likely that he had bragged about it. Now he could expose him, flay him alive, as an effigy of the hot pederasty, as a bellhop whose brilliant career is explained by the fact that he allowed himself to be groped in the elevator. Stories like this are repeated in every revolution as their first froth. They seem unbelievable, but they conform to the rule. They are predictable. Anyone who thought at the time that it was the beginning of the end was mistaken. He did not know the power of spilled blood. The historian must recognize cyclic figures. Only thus will history be respected as a science. Then the anatomy will be exact, the proportions will be grasped. For the historian is more of a draftsman than a painter. He is fascinated by the categories into which the plan is divided, the broad strokes. As for the events, he lags behind the intelligent journalist. The latter saw how the eyes began to glitter, how the fur bristled, and the claws almost imperceptibly extended. Suetonius is irreplaceable, despite Tacitus. Nor can we do without Martial. When we go from one to the other in our reading, it is as if we were changing the lens in a microscope. The optical field is narrowed, the details of the structure become more precise. I returned to the Alexanderplatz, this time in the early 1930s, when it still retained many peculiar turn-of-the-century features. There were more movie theaters and more automobiles, but there was not so much mechanical music. Hats and ties were still indispensable accessories. The working-class derby had disappeared. The old and well-worn roads had come a long way since the times when the parade grounds of Frederick the Great were first cleared. All of this was more or less erased from the map by the bombings. The police headquarters, the department stores, the beer halls, the big apartment blocks from the years of economic prosperity, with their facades and courtyards, where every Sunday an organ grinder came. When I took a look at the map of the city in the 22nd edition of Baedeker's 1954 guide, in order to retrace the paths of my walking itineraries, I felt like I was lost. I looked for the street names, but they had changed too. Landsberger Avenue is now Lenin Avenue. I could not find the post office, although I had gone there every day on business. Where was the mailbox? And where was the barber shop? The houses I lived in, here or in Hanover or in Leipzig, have almost all disappeared, from the basements, where the coal and the bicycles were stored, to the attics, where the old furniture was kept. In their places, there are now other buildings or public parks or parking lots. In such re-encounters, the time that has passed seems to fade away. The reality of the houses begins to become doubtful. It is as if the architect's sketch did not satisfy him, and he immediately erased it after drafting it. There is something even more strange, however. In dreams, everything stays the same as always, completely unscathed, almost invulnerable. However much our memories may leave us in the lurch, the record will always remain faithful to us. I walk through the passage into the courtyard and walk up the worn stairs. Here is the window, and there are the water lilies. The landlady is standing in the hallway. She heard my footsteps. She asks me where I have been all this time. It was our apartment on Stralauer Strasse. It had only one floor, and it had a clear view of the broad surfaces of the eastern port. We made a mistake by moving to Steglitz. In the eastern part of Berlin, I felt better. The city had always been a prison to me. I often asked myself what I had lost there. All places are substitutes, but in the forest, one suspects which one is the authentic place. Waking up was hardly peaceful. After breakfast, I walked a couple of blocks to get some air. The streets were named after Prussian ministers of state, Bames, Gosslers, and others. One of them, a former minister of finance, often read the Gazette of the Cross on his way to the ministry every morning. He began at the end, with the obituaries. If a general or some other high dignitary had died, he celebrated this as a good omen. The king would be spared the expense of another pension. This anecdote, along with many others, I owe to Martin, whom I visited in Zolchow now and then. Such anecdotes constituted a kind of appendix to my reading of the histories of the court of Vejes, which I found extremely interesting. It cost me as much effort to recall the streets as it does to remember my daily schedule. Instead, I can easily recall what I did during periods much more remote in time, but also in periods subsequent to my stay in Leipzig. A day in the forests and swamps of Rehburg, in the trenches of Monchi, in the vineyard at Eberling. I mention this as one more example of the power of recall. It is recall that guides the memory and determines it. With people, something similar happens to me, as in the Recherche du Temps Perdu. My Parisian encounters stand out more distinctly than those of my Berlin period. In both places I got to know the most disparate spirits, including past, present, and future celebrities. But what is glory in an era in which history itself loses its contours? Even Maggie is famous. The words of Wedekind are not so far off the mark. They are instead the seals that are impressed and engraved in memory. When they wear off, it's no big deal. I slept late. The light was reflecting off the river. When you spend the day in the classical mode of the man of letters, you experience a certain kind of restlessness. You smoke a cigarette, you pick a book from the shelf. Then you feel good contemplating a flower, a painting. My beginnings in entomology were modest, small specimens from Brandenburg, and also from the Balearic Isles and Sicily. My passion grew from decade to decade, until it was like that of the old Chinaman whose memory stockpiled dozens of ideograms. In a glance, each of them comes to life, as if you had run your fingers along a multicolored keyboard. This morning, the mere sight of the Chinese Milobride has reminded me of the fields of Hong Kong, in the details of its structure. Legions of them flutter over the wild chicory and roses in nuptial flight. When, much later, I recalled those walks on the Alexanderplatz, I also thought of those empty hours. They brought me all along the Spree, or by the Silesian station, in whose hallways and waiting rooms a strikingly oriental life unfolds. In the Gare de l'Est you find it again, transplanted a few degrees of longitude. It had been a long time since I last heard any news of Zerbino. I did, however, run into Edmund now and then by chance or by prior arrangement. Edmund was a lunatic type, the natural man of the night, with delicate skin, susceptible to imponderable radiations and impressions, a hypersensitive, in the sense of Reichenbach's classifications. With respect to perception, especially nocturnal perception, he might have rivaled Kubin, but he lacked creative power. His pleasure was limited to observation and the combinations that were associated with it. At night, he could sit alone, doing nothing, for hours at a time. If something happened, he erased its tracks. Once, he dismantled the doorknob and its lock mechanism, broke it down into its smallest pieces, and then put it back together again. On another occasion, he extracted one of his teeth with a nail file. Although he read many books and documents, almost everything in his house was in order, down to the smallest details. It was very important to him that each object should have its assigned place, even a pin, and it made him nervous if he could not dot every Look, there is always something that comes up and throws a wrench in the works. A letter to mail, a book loaned, a key to an unknown lock. This, something, intrigued him. Thus, for example, the dark passages in historical works, especially memoirs, which he read avidly, but also the dark passages in his personal relationships. He esteemed complicated characters, but their motives had to be resolvable as enigmas. He thought that astrology was an important resource. This little thing that remained in a state of disorder even after the house was clean. In his strolls through history and characters, displeased him as much as those opaque elements in the past of human beings, especially the past of the women who crossed his path. Even in the case of the youngest ones, there had always been this something or someone, however much you should stubbornly try to convince yourself that you were the first. You just had to look hard enough to bring to light the cousin in the garden, or the old uncle playing truth or dare. He had to know when a dove had flown into his net. He therefore extracted, as he had done with the file and his tooth, what irritated him. Then he said, "Over every one of them an ultimate truth rules. If you reveal it, it's like you hamstring her." A hypochondriac fastidiousness completes his portrait. He felt disgusting if he did not change his shirt twice a day. He loved to go to the hot baths at night, where he would let his mind wander. Now and then, even in the middle of the day, in order to put himself in order, he would go to the Turkish baths on the Friedrichstrasse, a center of tyrannical and exotic temptations of the flesh. Edmund was less arrogant than Zerbino, but more dangerous. His nature, somewhere between meditative and lethargic, was interrupted by active phases, as if he was dreaming about jumping while he was asleep. He had been a second lieutenant in a Polish cavalry regiment, and then deserted. On a certain occasion, under a torrid sun, they had taken a town by assault and had behaved mercilessly, like devils. I can still remember the images of the contrasting colors of the Oriental engravings. Thus, the green of the cucumbers, which they had gathered by the armful in enormous containers, and devoured with an incredible pleasure, while one of the cavalrymen was dragging a screaming woman off to the stables. They ate the cucumbers that, in their dry mouths, melted into pure juice. The red shawl fluttered in the wind. From a sociological point of view, Edmund was one of those horsemen without a horse who, at that time, filled the streets, and whose participation in the disorders to come was anonymous, but significant. If he got a few scratches, his traces were everywhere. Then they exchanged the saddle for mechanical vehicles. In Edmund, there was also a Sarmatian element. Riding a horse was not just a seignorial pleasure, but also a tyrannical act. This was expressed in his behavior in English, in the original, and in the erotic sense as well. He preferred timid creatures on the plump side, with pale faces, almost white, with a protruding lower lip. We find such creatures in a Rosa and in the Venetian pastels, doves with shining eyes, red mouths, and snow-white breasts. There was little to save their intelligence, since undoubtedly they had the right to listen, but were hardly allowed to open their mouths. Nonetheless, good harmony reigned, and there was an unshakable understanding when I was spending some time with him and with one of these girls, especially in the Mokka Efti, a small cafe on the Friedrichstadt. When the dove awoke and dared to make an observation, he contemplated her with a vague feeling of benevolence. "Pay attention to this. Don't you know that I am going to ride you later?" It did not appear that these words were received with displeasure. Among men it was different. For many, Edmund was suspect from the very first moment. His gaze caused a disagreeable sensation. It stripped one naked, scrutinized, and could even acquire an inquisitorial power. He would often, in conversation, leap over a few links in the causal chain and pronounce, right to his interlocutor's face, more or less disagreeable truths. But he also had a reputation for being nosy. Primitive temperaments saw him simply as a snitch, and it occasionally happened that shopkeepers reprimanded him when he was in the market, or when he had stopped before a shop window and was observing the people in the crowd. The women with whom he entered into conversation, unlike Zerbino, he rarely spoke to them, took him for an agent of the vice squad. They flipped his collar, behind which they thought that he had concealed his police badge. They thus committed an injustice since, zoologically speaking, they identified the genus, but not the species. In fact, his passion consisted in gathering information. His literary, social, and erotic existence was full of schemes, investigations, and discovery. This was in itself satisfying to him as a game, as accumulation without a purpose. He hardly even needed to get up from his chair to obtain pleasure. Ultimately, like one of Dostoevsky's heroes, he did nothing but walk the streets in restless agitation. In addition, he was a good chess player. I did not like playing with him, for when he announced checkmate, he was incapable of containing a pleasure whose nature had nothing to do with the game. For the same reason, he was never loved as a superior. His instructions were not limited to what was really required, or else they were intermingled with other measures that, although justified, caused the subordinate to feel rebellious. Even those who obeyed him without a word of complaint felt humiliated. I can say this because I followed his development through the most diverse phases, from the flaneur and idler to the understanding and deferent comrade to the officer with more or less important responsibility. It would be foolish, however, to interpret all this as the attitude of the cyclist who pedals downhill and coasts uphill. That is for imbeciles. One is still the same person if, even though the oppressive circumstances vary, one recognizes them and adapts to them. This is what is so surprising about a Sarmatian virtuosity. From this point of view, by the way, his Nietzschean pretension to have descended from the Polish aristocracy acquires a glimmer of credibility. These walks were very precious to me because Edmund had a strange system on the basis of which his own problems stood out more distinctly. We walked slowly around the square and made our way through the crowds. Once on the Grenadierstrasse, someone behind us shouted dandies at us despite the fact that we were modestly attired. Just then, a young boy came out of a hostel. He was wearing makeup. His hair was meticulously groomed. He was wearing a jacket with tails and loafers with fancy white leather brocade. This is the elegance that we can allow ourselves here. Back then, Edmund spent the days sleeping and reading, when he was not going here and there to get news about our friends. He was engrossed with particular devotion in the reading of Secret Histories and Enigmatic Men by Bulois, a 12-volume gold mine for complicated spirits of his kind. I found him in the telephone booth, where he called Edith to find out if she was free. He told her that he had to work in a laboratory late that evening. She did not need to know where he was during the first half of the night. In these midnight walks he associated the pleasurable with the useful. Perhaps they also played the role of an insulating layer for him. Edith had been sniffing around several times, like a dog that feels disturbed by a strange smell. The atmosphere of these conversations is more familiar to me than the details of his arguments. They revolved around character types or modes of behavior. At that time, he told me that he intended to compile an index of characters from the texts of Dostoevsky, in accordance with the model of a genealogical tree, or, even better, of a molecule of organic chemistry. This would serve as a guide while reading those great novels, whose plots Edmund knew down to their most subtle features. In such cases, we find ourselves within a book as if we were within a timeless reality. Once in a while, we would abandon the pavements of Berlin and appear at the Haymarket of St. Petersburg, or at the brothel where Svidrigailov spent his last night. I now recall that once we also conversed about the suicide of a pilot that was reported in the newspaper. He had let his plane crash, without any consideration for the passengers. I knew that Edmund's view of this would be different from my own. Thus, the city streets were like a stage set and life passed like background colors, like fluid. This does not mean that it did not have its own life. The decomposition that seizes upon such places is not only a threat to order, but it also liberates certain energies. They are places that hardly offer any resistance to that which supervenes, and not only to diseases. I cannot do less than cite Svidrigailov again, just as he regrets the fact that Shakespeare did not put Falstaff in more of his scenes. So, too, may we regret the fact that Dostoevsky did not give us a more detailed character sketch of one of his most important characters. Falstaff and Svidrigailov have in common an absolute and effective distance with respect to moral hierarchies, from whose encumbrances they manage to free themselves at the cost of their reputations. The fact that they do not suffer from the loss of their sense of honor, but that they even derive advantages from it, allows us to infer a reserve of autonomous energy. Thus, in his conversation with Raskolnikov about ghosts, Svidrigailov says, "I agree that ghosts only appear to the sick, but that only proves that they are unable to appear except to the sick, not that they don't exist. It is true that, with the increase of weakness, there is also an increase in receptivity. This applies above all when death approaches. When the sick man begins to see his deaths, it is said that his death is announced. Illnesses also cause an intensification of the perception of normal colors, especially red. Sickness is not only a loss, but also a premonition. Something similar takes place in ecstatic intoxication. Terror and joy are symptoms of liberation, intimately related to it. Everyone knows that the mere proximity or company of drunken persons can cause the foundations of reality to tremble. The great festivals attest to this. Thus, the Alexanderplatz encourages conversations. It provides them with a backdrop. Today, it is easier to find the perfect lover than it is to find a partner for conversation who is acquainted with history and literature. The great epoch that was propitious for dialogue was the 19th century, which, at least in this aspect, has survived longer in France than here in Germany. Edmond, an unsympathetic character to most people, and sinister to more than one, was for me a fortunate discovery. He possessed a cultivated attentiveness that did not let any allusion pass unnoticed. I often think of those midnight conversations, engaged in with such oneiric indolence, in the heart of the intoxicated city. Finally, we said good night, and Edmund returned to his harem. Once again he went to the telephone booth to call Edith, and without waiting for her to pick up the phone, one ring, and the rest was free, he took back his obol. Scorched wings. I took 2 or 3 walks around the square, where the traffic was still thick. The number of drunks had noticeably increased. They fought with each other on the street corners. In groups of dark-clad men, the helmets of the police glittered. In the telephone booth where Edmond had called Edith, a pimp was settling accounts with his girls. So as not to call attention to himself, he was kneeing them. Later, he would beat them. Hawkers circulated with obscene pictures, bait to catch his customers. My impressions of the place were dull, but more immediate and vulgar than in the Kurfürstendamm. There, the public was more elegant, they moved differently, they were more agile, the women were less pushy, they let the customer take the initiative. The topographical conditions are also important. On a big street, with multicolored lights, when you are out for some fun, freedom does not seem to be too diminished. On the other hand, in a city square one easily gets the impression of an inevitability. One does not make progress. One only goes in circles around a central point where the demon lies in wait. Ecstatic intoxication shackles more securely. Painted moths flutter around the light. The metropolitan centers are recruiting grounds not just for the barracks, but also for vice. New reinforcements are always arriving from the provinces, and they are soon consumed. I once had a conversation with Edmund about the awakening which leaves a presentiment of doom, about the fearful confrontation of empirical man with moral man, with his better self, when contemplated in the mirror behind the nocturnal dusk. Hogarth has illustrated this approach, by degrees, in some of his horror stories. One can also think of mill slaves, of course. This is only one of the possible ideas. In the last stages, shortly before the catastrophe, the results of approach become similar to those which, in the Middle Ages, were attributed to demonic influences. Thus, for example, the proliferation of rats or insects, which is one of the symptoms of delirium tremens. The cocaine addict imagines that cockroaches and spiders are crawling on or under his skin. They cannot be convinced that they are suffering from a hallucination. To the contrary, to free themselves, they scratch themselves with their fingernails or other instruments. There is nothing more horrible than the visions that accompany this delirium, veritable acts of self-destruction. The unhappy addict hears, in his confused stupor, from outside himself, court proceedings where he is on trial, and witnesses are interrogated who make shocking statements, or the noise of a crowd that has gathered in front of his house because his misdeeds have become a burden to the city. We should also see this delirium as a sudden qualitative change, a feeling of guilt, experienced with greater or lesser intensity after every swallow, accumulates and now presses down on the addict with all its weight. This pertains to the theme of the encounter with oneself, the annihilation of the human being by way of his reflected image. Oscar Wilde has captured this process with a surprising degree of accuracy in the picture of Dorian Gray. When I attended my first courtroom trial, it took place in Hanover, and I was still in high school. A 60-year-old man was being tried. It was a case of fraud. But before the evidence was examined, there was a brief exchange between judge and defendant. First of all, we will recite your prior convictions. No, not the priors, no. It is unnecessary. They exchanged words several times, until the judge finally read the list of the defendant's prior convictions. It was a long list: petty larceny, when he was still an apprentice, embezzlement, fraud, and fraud again and again in many cases that were all similar, and had also led to the same result. The man had spent most of his life behind bars. At the beginning of the trial, he had the look of one of those businessmen you see in offices or behind the counters at banks. It was obvious that he always knew how to win people's confidence. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return to his life of crime so often. When the judge began to read the list of prior offenses, the defendant's face changed. He lost his composure, as if his personality had been extracted, and turned pale. His will to defend himself, which he had expressed right up until that moment, vanished. His head slumped towards his chest. The atmosphere in the courtroom became hostile. That's just the kind of person you are. He had already been found guilty even before he was tried. Here I was able to experience, for the first time, how the human being comes face to face with his karma. This confrontation borders on the judgment of the dead. In the mirror, one sees behind the everyday face, the face of destiny. Thus must you be, from self there is no remission. 41. The human being can argue with death, but not with his own image. Thus, one can understand the fact that the convicted murderer still persists in maintaining his innocence on the scaffold. Having reached this point, his desire can no longer save his head. This is one of the facts that testify to an instinct for transcendence. To bring about this confrontation is the most powerful, and also the most dangerous pedagogical method. This is not the job of the accuser. Destiny itself can knock at the door. The new man can arise from catastrophe, as has been described in the Great Confessions from Augustine to Hamann and Kane. Likewise in Gotthelf's Hans Berner and his sons Hans Berner und seine Söhne, 1843, a brief narrative through which the winds of the Last Judgment blow. This is what Hans Berner said to his sons, and his words weighed on their heads like a burden of 1,000 quintals. By evoking that courtroom episode, I am pleased, by the way, to boast that even then, when I was still a boy, I did not share the unanimous feeling of hostility in the gallery towards the accused, but I recognized him as a tragic figure. Of course, not consciously, but rather in the form of a nightmare that has tormented me for a long time. Once again that head appears before me, or, as I undoubtedly should have said, the head of that culprit, that slowly sank down towards his chest. Viewing places as vast mills is only one possible point of view. Here one cannot reject the principle of selection. There can be no discipline where there is no indiscipline either. Since we are dealing with a mill, we should think of various degrees of hardness, and gravity also offers us the analogy. The image of the wheat that is separated from the chaff is very ancient. As for ecstatic intoxication, the question is posed as to whether or not it creates dependence. A good psychologist can undoubtedly tell us the answer in advance. During the night before he committed suicide, Svidrigailov thought he saw traits of a whore in the face of a 5-year-old girl. Things like that are plausible, even if you do not believe in Lombroso's measuring arts. Just as the internal form imprints the external aspect and precedes it in time, so does character form the physiognomy. Likewise, predisposition precedes habit. By this I mean that there are types who from the beginning must keep far away from drugs. The inclination is predictable, and along with it, the inclined plane. The large number of hospital patients who are currently being introduced to morphine only represents a small part of the contingent of morphine users. The adventurer, who is distinguished by his superabundance of force, will not join their ranks. Rather, he will take to drink, and even then he will not seek in drink a narcotic and tranquilizing consolation, but an excitatory stimulant. This is also expressed in his taste for crime, which tends towards brutality. The abuse of alcohol is harmful, not only when it is chronic, but it can also take a fatal turn in an acute episode. Often enough, one incident of excess is all it takes to ruin someone. Effects can be unleashed that the victim never would have considered possible, not even in his dreams. In every office, in every business, there is someone who disappears overnight, and when you ask about him, the response is often, you know, his love affair with the bottle. In motor vehicle traffic, there is no place for such roundabout expressions and euphemistic circumlocutions. The traffic accident demystifies them. When I look back on the past, it seems to me that we did not lack enlightenment concerning this question. We were taught about it by our high school teachers, and they hardly told us anything new, nothing that we did not already learn on the playgrounds, and undoubtedly more thoroughly. Besides, many of us had already advanced beyond theory. The best lessons are proved by their details. An uncle along the lines of Diderot's Bourrubian-Fouissant is priceless. Soap and water prevent 90% of venereal diseases, my father told me. He brought up this advice in our conversation. The teacher described how a drunk left a tavern and was hounded by prostitutes. They stalked him, and he contented himself with a piece of meat that under other circumstances he would not have even touched. This is already serious, but to top it all off, he forgot to take precautions. Furthermore, it all takes much longer than when you are sober. When we drink, we think we can do it much better, but it lasts only 1/3 as long, not to speak of the pleasure. This latter observation struck our teacher as a hilarious joke. He added information about the various kinds of infections. Meanwhile, sexually transmitted diseases have lost their aura of horror, despite what we hear from the doctors who say that, due to immigration, there will be more cases. In any event, the remedies appear to have a radical effect. During my service with the military police regiment in Paris, I was surprised to see that, To employ a term used by Rabelais, those infected by Venus rejoined their units after 3 days of treatment. Of course, they could not get away completely unscathed, but had to spend 3 days in the brig for non-compliance with health regulations. In 1870, an occupation that lasted that long would have annihilated an army. Anyone who wants to get an idea of why can read Maupassant's Lit 29. In the American Armed Forces, such unfortunates were supposed to be punished with much harsher penalties, including demotion. This might be a remnant of Puritanism. In general, we must not discount the suspicion that the disappearance of this plague of humanity might be connected with the decline of Christian morality. In such cases, I do not usually speak of cause and effect, but of correlations. It is not about progress, but about a new global image. Nietzsche already perceived this quite well, but nonetheless was himself at the receiving end of a direct hit. In addition to the physical sufferings that accompany venereal disease, a stigma is attached to the victim, which marks him as a pariah. This increases its terrors, which will soon be unimaginable to us. For the most part, its victims suffer in secret, for obvious reasons. We may assume, however, that the hidden casualties of the War of the 1870s still had an impact right up until the turn of the century. Already, in Simplicissimus, France was attributed with the greatest responsibility for this plague. Syphilis and the French disease are synonymous. "My dear Seidlitz," said Frederick to his cavalry general, "you began by suffering the French disease, and now it is the French themselves who are suffering from us." Every large family has an uncle who died after a long period spent in a wheelchair or in a mental institution. One called attention to himself due to his strange way of getting about, while the other shocked people by his eccentric behavior. Mrs. Schwendy, a widow whom I met during my trip to the Amazon, told me the story of the sufferings of her husband, which caused her to suffer as well. She was shocked less by his absurd outbursts than by the fact that he never closed the door when he went to the bathroom. Then he was placed in a sanitarium where he was to receive treatment. One fine day, seated at the kitchen table, after the soup, when he was preparing to carve the turkey, her husband looked at her affectionately. "For a long time I have felt the desire to cut your throat. Isn't this a good time?" "No, Arthur. The knife is not very sharp. Give it to me and I will bring it to the kitchen to sharpen it." She left and came back with the attendants from the mental hospital, who seized him and held him down. One day I wanted to go see him. The doctor asked me, "Are you sure?" Nonetheless, he allowed me to watch him through the door. In a swimming pool, a group of naked men were howling and throwing chunks of moss around, a green hell. The doctor told me, "Now your husband is nothing but a beast, and that is all. You will have to accept it." In rural areas, people often take these sick individuals under their own care. It was then inconceivable that one could be born or die in a hospital. Until the First World War, the main roads, which are now completely dominated by motor vehicles, were then also used by horse-drawn carriages. One stayed overnight in the houses of relatives or in hostels where your father and your grandfather had slept. Martin told me how, traveling on horseback to Berlin, they had visited his uncle Ludolf. While our father, after dinner, smoked a cigar with his uncle, the boy went to take a walk in the courtyard. He opened the door of an adjacent apartment and saw a man wearing a frock coat. This was unusual at that time of day. But what was even more unusual was the fact that this man was not standing up, but was on all fours, like a dog that was guarding the door. He looked up. His black goatee stood out against his dress shirt. Behind him, a servant appeared and closed the door. When they resumed their trip on horseback, since they wanted to get to the city by nightfall, Martin said, "Father, I saw Uncle Friedrich." Our father abstained from commentary. Since the autumn of 1916, that is, since the Battle of the Somme, our unit had a pretty regular routine. Service at the front, wounded, military hospital, leave, garrison duty, return to the front. This was repeated until the moment when a well-aimed shot crippled or killed one of us. While on garrison duty, we would always return to find the same old war horses. Some were old, others crippled, such as, for example, the Sheikh, who suffered from deforming arthritis. He held his cigarettes between the thumb and the index finger of a strangely splayed hand. The disease progressed slowly. It lasted 15 years until he died in Silesia, where he was a justice of the peace. The Sheikh had been recalled to active service. Already as a young officer, he had bad luck. He had given himself the nickname. He borrowed it from one of his favorite books, The Histories of the Sheikh Nefsawi. His knowledge of erotic literature was vast. He shared with us not only the fruits of his reading, but also his practical experiences while we were waiting in the lobby or leaning against the wall in the kitchen, waiting for Wolkow, who was always late. The Sheikh combined an unlimited knowledge of the most disparate topics with a systematic and classifying type of mind. With regard to venereal infections, he viewed them less as a doctor and as a moralist than as a lover of curiosities. He had divided them into 3 degrees. In the first, the warning of Venus; in the second, the blow; and in the third, medical torture. He had plenty of examples. With the increase in traffic that came with the war, afflictions of every kind multiplied. Those who had been on the receiving end of the blows of Venus did not keep it secret. They drank water in wine bottles. Orderly. When I order a bottle of white Moselle wine, you know what I mean. It is true that they did not consult with the chief medical officer, because they did not want their disease to be registered in their service record. They preferred Krakauer, who lived in the vicinity of the train station, as the greatest of dermatologists. Some were not capable of giving up drinking. If Krakauer warned them to stop drinking, they became angry. You know that if you do not begin to live like a newborn babe, within 3 days things will go badly for you. It was different when Venus struck with a vengeance. Then the victims told nobody. They preferred to keep it to themselves. Kieber was the sole exception. When, leaning against the wall, waiting for Wolkow, he began to grumble. But when will the old man come with his big bowl full of thick soup? What a hangover! And I am dying of hunger besides. And to top it all off, my syphilis. Now, finally, Wolkow arrived in his blue jacket, which made him look very big. A generation earlier, my Uncle Herman had served in his company. He went to his seat and slowly leaned back, yawning, while he placed his hands on the arms of the chair. He, too, suffered from arthritis, although not in the hands like the Sheikh, but in the bones of his legs and feet. Then came the shouted orders that we were all waiting for. Orderly, bring me a big bowl of thick soup. He shouted like a shipwrecked sailor in his lifeboat, for besides his arthritis and other pains, he was also suffering from diabetes. It seems that one of the symptoms of this disease is an insatiable appetite, and so it was in his case. His eyes glittered when the plate full of turnips, dry beans, crushed beans, or whatever else was on the menu appeared on the table before him. If there were potatoes in the center of the plate, he built up a kind of island. Then Wolkow brought forth a small packet of dietetic cookies and crumbled them into his soup. A sad spectacle, but for us, if I must be honest, an entertaining diversion that was repeated every day. Kieber was a loudmouth, but not a syphilitic. It is true that people used to like to complain about the shortages. Peterson, a pale youth, who was seated at the end of the table, did not say a word about the affair. He had his reasons. He disappeared a few days later, and I did not see him again for a long time. Peterson was a friend of mine from school. I visited him in the military hospital before I went for the last time back to the front. He owed his disgrace to a very lovely woman, a bird of paradise with whom he had spent a night at Tavola. Krepin, the doctor's assistant, to whom he finally reported and to whom he finally confessed, swore. There is nothing more dangerous than these itinerant princesses who appear at dusk. He also said she did not miss anything. In comparison, the Turkish music is a bagatelle. Nah. When I arrived at Peterson's room, I found him sitting on his cot. He looked terrible. "Walter, how are you?" "I'm a goner. I should bail out." "You'll get better, you'll see, and it's less bad that you came directly, instead of first going through Krakauer." I saw Krakauer too, and things are not getting better. Every day they discover another problem. A unpleasant-looking doctor entered the room. "You must not spend the whole day in bed." Having said that, he left. Walter got up. There was only one chair in the room, and because of the nature of Walter's illness, no one else used it. They treat me like a leper here, which is just what I am anyway. Especially the nurses. They wash their hands 3 times, even though they only touch the doorknob. And they can't stand it when I get visitors. For them it's a burden. He was right about that. He would have been 100 times better off if he had been hospitalized as a battlefield casualty. That was a valid ticket, the bullet wound that led home. All kinds of chances belong among the disastres de la guerre, 42, but they are all viewed differently. It could have been an oasis where such an affair is taken with good humor, if the chief medical officer is a cynic. Orlando told us about his stay in a military hospital in Douai, where he killed the time telling dirty jokes. Each new admission was the occasion for a peculiar ritual. The newly arrived soldier was presented to the patient's committee, whose members were disguised as doctors. They interrogated him in depth, and he had to tell them why he was there, and he had to show them where he was wounded. Then they shook their heads. An unbelievable case. As for Walter's case, there was nothing funny about it, neither for him nor for anyone else. He was from Eastern Phrygia, and his conduct very closely approximated that of the hero of Poppert's novel, Helmut Haringa. This work was a landmark in the history of the Wandervogel and of its educational policy in favor of abstinence. This book has been forgotten. It was a masterpiece from the pedagogical point of view, by virtue of its limitation to a single theme and its precise distinction between light and dark. Haringa, an ideal Germanic figure, came to ruin because of the dissolute customs of the university students, which he basically despised. As a result of a drinking bout which had been forced on him, he had a fleeting encounter with a prostitute. As a result, he was poisoned to the marrow. Haringa decided, as Walter would put it, to bail out. What the doctors could not cure, the elements would cure. He swam out to sea until he was exhausted and drowned. Haringa had a bright future in his personal life, as well as professionally. He was intelligent, healthy, happily engaged. Poppert wanted to describe an exemplary case, and he succeeded. Walter was a good example, also with respect to the destructive feeling of guilt. When I left him that day, he said to me, "The worst thing about it is that I can no longer fight alongside my comrades, especially now, when we also have to face the Americans." Thanks to his profession, Poppert had acquired a profound knowledge of the connections between intoxication, illness, and transgression, for he was a judge in Hamburg. He edited a magazine called Der Fortrupp Jugendgarde, whose purpose was the reform of everyday life. In Helmut Haringa, that luminous figure makes his appearance, who would return later under various names, and finally under that of the Aryan. At that time, the word had yet to acquire its dramatic meaning. Such concepts are consumed like sparks in a candle, until they are extinguished or burn the candle holder. Words are not dangerous in themselves, except when we use them as weapons. Then they are transformed into slogans. Poppert died in 1932, that is just in time to avoid having to see how certain terms that he had coined would become fashionable. In any event, he was spared official honors, for the specialized encyclopedias branded him as a half-Jew. There is nothing they won't do, was what people said in such cases. I did not see Walter again until after the war. It was a Sunday morning in Hanover, and he was sitting in the sun on the terrace of the Kropke Cafe. He shouted my name as I was walking by his table, and I recognized him immediately, despite his thinning hair. His face also displayed some odd features. I sat down next to him and he told me that he had come from Hamburg on business. He worked there for an import-export firm, and he was just getting ready to go to Brazil. After we chatted a little about this and that, I asked him, "Walter, you look very pale. How is your health? Are you in pain?" He looked at me. "Don't pretend you don't know. From that moment I have not spent a single hour of my life without it giving me something to think about." After he dissipated most of his inheritance, in part due to the inflation, in part at various doctors' offices, the last of these doctors declared that he was totally cured. Restitutio ad integrum. Go forth and sin no more. The office where he worked was poorly heated. His desk was next to a window, looking out over the Ulster. A draft blew through the casements of the window. He came down with one cold after another. Chest colds, coughs, fluss, and rheumatic pains of every type. They affected his arms, or the back of his neck, or the right side of his face would freeze up when he laughed. Ever since the Battle of Flanders, Walter had a certain tendency to suffer from rheumatism. You know what? We have a real comedian in the office. One day when I came to work, he said to me in a loud voice, "Peterson, my God, you don't have syphilis, do you?" Everyone broke into laughter, and I felt as if a knife blade was slicing through my flesh. No, GG. He even ordered a cognac. I was surprised to see Walter so sober in the past, drinking before dinner. Then he said to me scrupulously, pronouncing every syllable, as if he was trying to open a lock with a complicated key. Phenomenology. He did not appear to be talking to himself, but it did not seem that he was talking to me either. I asked him, "Do you want to devote yourself to philosophy in the virgin jungle?" The word has as little to do with philosophy as the phrase Horse Artillery Brigade has to do with military affairs. So, then, what else does it have to do with? For the love of heaven! They are only words, difficult words. You're going to have to explain all of this to me in detail. But it's quite simple. My doctor predicted it. If there is anyone who might suffer from paralysis, it would be someone like you, in whom the disease has reached the nervous system. And how is it diagnosed? What are the first symptoms? Speech disorders. The first sign is when you articulate words that way. Even a horse, when he is lame, at first only stumbles over serious obstacles. With words, just imagine it, something similar happens. And I examine my pupils with a flashlight every morning. None, ka. Walter, you must get these ideas out of your head. You're right, but I already told you back then that I was done for. A nightmare. A comrade who deployed his words like antennae towards the threatening darkness. This was horrible to behold for someone who had known him before. It was obvious that the fear of the disease tormented him more than the disease itself. I would have thought that someone like you, who was capable of enduring the test of the Battle of the Somme, was already cured of fear. Maybe so, but when I went up to the line, I felt fear then too. Now I am marching into the interior, and there too I want to drink yellow fever malaria swamps, and then everything will be clear once and for all. Walter felt called to border zones. In his aspiration to disappear without a trace, he reminded me of Zerbino. This desire has deep roots and is probably instinctive. One seldom comes across a dead animal. When one of my cats was sick, it looked for a place to die in a quiet corner in the stable or the barn. This restlessness can be interpreted in a symbolic key. The great transition already casts its shadow. Many men make their travel plans shortly before they die. The type of anxiety my friend suffered from when I met him is called, in medical jargon, paralysis phobia. It constitutes its own separate illness, and some of its victims, who did not even have the least chance of suffering from paralysis, committed suicide out of the fear that was generated by the disorder. It is true that Walter had reasons to be concerned. Above all, he had an incompetent doctor. This phobia is a subsidiary disease of the fear of going crazy, which preferentially attacks intelligent men. Such fears have little or nothing to do with the illnesses around which they hover like ghosts. The imaginary disease, however, due to the intervention of the imagination, can affect the patient more seriously than the real disease itself. Fear is experienced above all when one is going up to the line. Walter was right. After that, you don't have time to feel fear. Reality erupts and takes the place of the imagination. In this way, the fear of going crazy is instead a sign of sanity. Between fantasy and madness, a deep abyss yawns. Only when we have leapt across it can the spirit enter into a new landscape. It is possible that then one feels liberated from fear. In any case, there are famous euphorias of this kind. One can also fear the road of return. In the works of Hölderlin, one finds passages that suggest this possibility. Nietzsche assumed a hostile attitude towards Dr. Langbaine, the German Rembrandt, who wanted to make him see reason. We may consider euphoria as the letter of safe conduct with which the spirit frees itself from nature. Is it the spirit that expands, or is it nature that frees it from its torment? When the torturers had exhausted their science on the body of Damiens, he began to laugh. Here one encounters a limit to the power of tyrants. Dying is hard, but everyone does it. Here, everyone reaches the level of a genius. Beer and wine deceive. Excess is not a question of substance, but of character. Alcoholism can have recourse not only to wine, but also to drinks of the most various kinds. Even in ancient Greece, there were commentators who deplored the custom of engaging in drinking bouts at symposia. It was prohibited in Sparta, and at other times it was viewed with disdain. Since the guests spent a long time seated at the table, some of them went home drunk if they began to drink during the second table, that is, after eating. And this, despite the fact that the wine was watered down at the ratio of 3 or 4 parts water to 1 part wine. The real meaning of the symposium consisted in the free and tranquil exercise of one's personality, especially in conversations, such as the priceless examples that have been passed down to us, and which have been part of our cultural heritage for more than 2,000 years. Even music was considered to be a hindrance. Thus, in the Protagoras it is claimed that only in the homes of uneducated people was it thought necessary to have young girls playing the flute at every dinner party, because in such homes the conversations and characters of the guests themselves were not adequate company. 43. Therefore, in such homes money was squandered on exotic music, in total disregard of the fact that the presence of women, lute players, dancers and actresses only interfered with the dialogue carried out between educated persons. The flute player was sent away after the paean for which he provided the musical accompaniment, that is, as soon as the real drinking began. Burckhardt thought that they preferred old women to young and beautiful women. The fact that there were at least some exceptions is proven by the image of the enchanting slave girl who played the flute at the court of Lodovico. The symposium also became more crude under the Romans. The two extremes are represented by the banquet of the 7 sages or Plato symposia, and Trimalchio's dinner party. Trimalchio, an enormously wealthy libertine and war profiteer, treated his guests and parasites to a program that was even more excessive than the programs we can now watch on television. Unmixed wine was consumed in ritual libations and Dionysian festivals. In the latter case, solemn ecstatic intoxication formed part of the rite. Everywhere we look, we touch upon the distinction between the human and the religious approach, between mere social amusement and something different that supervenes to deepen or exalt, between the ordinary drinking party and the sacred ceremony, whose borders are gradually being erased. Wine, too, possesses its Vulgate scriptures and its hieratic scriptures, its cheerfulness that is accessible to all, and its hieroglyphic style, with surprises before which one's smile freezes on one's face. We often encounter this expression in our primitive paintings, as if a great light was shining on a dark mirror. It illuminates the saints and their torturers, and disappears with the advent of the Gothic whirl. Faces then acquire a personal dignity, and then an individuality that disappears again in a kind of crystallization, while it becomes at the same time more concrete and more abstract. Van Eyck and Möbius, Holbein and Franz Hals, Renoir and Manet, and finally photographs. This depletion or whitening 44 creates the backdrop for new images. Land is graded to make landing fields. We ask ourselves, is there really anything new, or are there new forms of return? The smile freezes on your face. It is, of course, followed by another different smile, a knowing smile. If we wanted to seek its plastic representation, we must refer to archaic sculpture, and we find it there, such as, for example, the smile of the Apollo of Tenea. We may also encounter it in the most unlikely places, like Mexico. There are forms of ecstatic intoxication into which the spirit descends, as if into Etruscan burial chambers. The poet gives testimonial of his freedom with his poetry, just as a cat does with his whole being. That is why we cannot be surprised that both of them should be so often united by bonds of friendship. The poet conquers freedom in the word. No necessity, no coercion can break him or harm him. When he wields the word, even his silence becomes eloquent. The cat does not obey orders, or he either obeys them voluntarily, or he does not. He will not allow himself to be degraded to the level of a circus animal, like the dog, the monkey, or the pig. From this point of view, our domestic cat represents the type of his family more purely than the lion or the tiger, whose domestication undoubtedly also poses some risks. The cat does not fool around. He does not allow himself to be dressed up. He does not allow himself to be tamed. This would be contrary to his dignity, for which he possesses a kind of sense, and which he also holds in great esteem. Nor is he inclined to bark or bite for no reason, but rather tends to avoid such situations. If he is cornered and has no way out, then he fights to the death. Baudelaire is a friend of cats. He understood them, like other animals, in their profound nature. In this trait, we recognize the poet. He does not allow himself to be impressed only by the superficial charm of the game of impressionist colors. It is not surprising that he also venerates wine, to which he dedicated a cycle of splendid poems. A higher freedom also inheres in wine. It has its own particular measure. It is a gift of the gods that demands to be treated in accordance with its rank. It does not adapt to cloudy countries, and does not lend itself to frenzied bacchanals. Only once, as far as I can recall, have I witnessed in a wine-producing country, that is, in Geneva, the spectacle of mass drunkenness, such as Dostoevsky described in London, and the kind of a thing that was not rare, until quite recently, on paydays in Northern Europe. I assume that if Baudelaire had been asked which country was the homeland of Gambrinus, he would have mentioned, without any hesitation at all, Belgium, although he was undoubtedly unaware of the fact that this Gambrinus, to whom the invention of beer is attributed, was a Flemish king. Belgium was the target of Baudelaire's barbs, a stronghold of crude ignorance, the country of percherons, giant dogs, and beer. He defined the dog as the creature that felt nauseous when he smelled fine perfumes, but who panted with pleasure when he smelled excrement, and would even eat it. He loves dirt, Kot. The word Koter, puppy, in German, is derived from this observation. One prefers the beer in countries where the wheat ripens noble and gold. Hebel and gold. Compared to wine, quantity is more important for beer, as is already demonstrated by the way it is consumed and the size of the containers in which it is served. The exceptions to the rule are the dark, strong, bitter beers that come with a layer of brown foam. They are served in silver mugs after breakfast while we converse about our troubles, for which we are the object of envy. You do not sip beer. With a 1.5-liter tankard of beer we could fill many wine glasses. Drinking even if we consider it to be a mechanical action, must harbor a special pleasure. Corpulent drinkers who could have come right out of a Jordan's painting give the impression, when they drink, of breathing a liquid element. We are reminded of times when one did not drink beer from mugs but hydromel from horns. Patience is one of the divine virtues. It is true that the high god Odin drinks in moderation, and only consumes special nectars with a magical power, the hydromel of the bards. He cleverly stole it from the daughter of the giant Suttung, who guarded the nectar. Thus, he became the king of the bards, but for having drunk from the spring of Mimir, which confers wisdom, he had to lose an eye. This strange spring is the equivalent for the far north of the tree of knowledge. Myths and legends endlessly and with diverse imagery describe the price that we must pay for knowledge. It confers immense power, but it is native to creatures with only one eye, the Cyclops. We do not stray even 1 inch from nature without losing something. Thor, the second in command after Odin, and ultimately the prince of the gods whom the Germans never easily renounced, and to whom they remained faithful for many years, was famous as a wild drinker. He provided evidence for this in the castle of the giant Utgard Loki, where he spent the night with his retinue and his he-goats. In the courtyard, the giant challenged him to single combat and to eating and drinking contests, to jousts and weightlifting contests. Although Thor exhibited all his divine power, he was not quite at the level of his challenger, since it was the mother of the Titans, Earth herself, who was striving against him. She fought like an old nanny, like Madame L, who embodied old age. She metamorphosed into a cat, behind which was concealed the serpent of Midgard. Thor was able to lift her high enough to bow her back, while her head and her tail were still touching the earth. Finally, it was his turn to undergo the test of the drinking horn that had to be completely drained. Thor brought it to his lips 3 times. However, when he looked into the horn, it seemed as if he had only taken a sip. The giant, however, confessed to him that he had not even reduced the quantity of the drink by 1 inch, since the end of the horn was at the bottom of the ocean, so that the incredible swallow he took was refilled by the water far from the deep. As they saw it, the tide was the repetition of this miracle in time. Odin's hydromel, which conferred the gift of eloquence, recalls the nectar, 9 times sweeter than honey, that conferred immortality on the Olympians. In their general features, the Aesir are more completely depicted than the Olympian gods. Despite the fact that they share the same origins, they are of equal nobility in many cases, and in others they are superior. In connection with the question of their origins, I cannot resist engaging in a digression with reference to my reading of Suetonius. In Suetonius, as in other authors, one finds that the Tyrrhenians, too, as well as the Etruscans more generally, had bestowed upon their gods the name of Aces and Aesir, Icelandic, Esa. The lightning oracle is also of Etruscan origin. In his biography of Augustus, Suetonius mentions among the omens that heralded the emperor's death the following sign. Lightning struck a column erected in the emperor's honor and obliterated the sea from the name, Caesar Augustus, so that all that remained was the word, Aesara. It was therefore inferred that Augustus would undergo his apotheosis after 100 sea days had passed. Like any oracle subsequently confirmed by events, this one, too, can be attributed to a chance event that, as rare as it may be, is no more unusual than a winning ticket in a lottery. This does not have the least effect on the profundity of the prophetic vision, thanks to which one can perceive such an event. In Valhalla, in the golden palace of the Aesir, when a banquet was celebrated, it was not nectar that was served, but hydromel. This is where the fallen warriors go, the Einherjar who stand by Odin on the day of the apocalypse in the battle against the giants. The leader of the giants is Surtur, who marches to battle with the wolf Fenris and the serpent of Midgard, and whose sword glitters with more light than 1,000 suns. Without human beings, neither the Aesir nor the Olympians could exist. Valhalla borders on the enchanted glade of Glasser. It is towards this wood that the Einherjar ride after the morning libation of hydromel and prepare for the final battle. The Einherjar, the lone warriors, sit at the banquet table as guests of Odin, friend and foe together, regardless of the cause for which they fell on the field of battle. This recalls Nietzsche's maxim, "What counts is not a good cause, but a good war." In the glade of Glasser, a terrible battle takes place. No quarter is asked or given. But at nightfall the wounds are healed. The Einherjar meet at the banquet table of Odin. There they are, served hydromel in golden goblets. Valhalla belongs to the same category as the Christian purgatory. It is its equivalent in an intact world, free and without fear. Valhalla is also a place of testing, an antechamber. It is temporary, just as the gods in the Einherjar are mortal. From a Christian perspective, we would call these dead heroes soul, or perhaps poor souls. They, too, perish in the flames of the cosmic conflagration. Not even Odin will survive the cosmic conflagration, but only Alfadr, about whom nothing is known. The gods in the Einherjar live in more spacious homes, and have a much longer lifespan than humans, and they are also invulnerable. It is a relation that is similar to that which prevails between ideas and phenomena, or between the species and individuals. But ideas and species also have their time. Waves come and go, but someday the ocean will cease to exist, too. Valhalla is a reflection of the dwellings of the clan chiefs and wealthiest Nordic farmers. One may also reverse the relation. The dwellings of the clan chiefs are sublimated in Valhalla. The master of the house reigned from his seat of honor in Odin's place. In Iceland, the throne was cast up from the sea. Rather than taking possession of the land, the people settled where they landed. That was how Reykjavik was founded. It might happen that the homestead would host a large number of men, of children and kinfolk, of fellow warriors and thralls, especially during turbulent times. Many of them also had to be maintained during the winter. It was a major windfall when a whale was beached in the fall. In the feuds that followed the death of Thorkel Blundkettle's son, some 700 men met in the assembly, the Althing, which was presided over by the two Goder 45, who were responsible for resolving conflict. What they spoke about and debated in the hall, how they celebrated the deeds of their ancestors as well as their own, the songs they sang and the poems they improvised, how they fought among themselves, and even how they descended into states of bloodthirsty fury. All these details we know from the sagas, whose compilation, at least by Snorri, constitutes a priceless gift. Long are the nights, and long is winter in the north, which is concentrated into a single night. It gives the impression that something is gestating, as if between labor pains, which will lead to a great deed. A field laborer, who only possesses a sword and a woolen jacket, departs for the court of the King of Norway, where, so often happened during that era, he was overcome by a sense of apathy, a feeling that something was missing. He lounged about in the palace and abandoned himself to indolence, while the other guests hardly noticed him, and if they did, they only made fun of him. This is how he spent the winter, until the visionary began to resent the ridicule to which he was subjected. He left the king's hall and won the respect of the court by killing the most dangerous of the berserkers. In the evocation of these nights, we must only emphasize one circumstance that pertains to the essence of our theme: supervention. Banquets had their hierarchical order. Their highest form, the blot, was especially sacred and was dedicated to the gods. The beer, too, served in immense bowls, was consecrated according to special rituals. Later, this custom scandalized the Christians. Just as the latter preserved the use of the horse, although only for riding and not for sacrificing, they also continued to be voracious drinkers of beer, but only on the condition that no godly participated in the making of the beer. Otherwise, the devil would insinuate himself into the malt. Among other miracles that have passed down to us concerning Saint Columba, we are told that he caused a bowl of beer to shatter by making the sign of the cross over it. This beer had been consecrated to Woden, and the Swabians were gathered around the bowl, We are told that in their language the bowl was known as the cupa. This must be a Latinized version of kump or kumpf, which is the term that is used even today among Swabians to refer to a trough. Thus, they sat at their table awaiting the arrival of Wad or Wodwan, who was later transformed along with his horses, dogs and wild boars into the wild hunters, although his power outlasted the era of Charlemagne. Until quite recently, the peasants of Holstein even reserved the last sheaf of wheat for Wad's horse. Wode, Wode, here is the forage for your horse. This religious form of ecstatic intoxication must have favored a relative silence. It lacked the enthusiasm of the feasts, with their songs, poetic recitals, combats, toasts, and emptied horns. The drinking horn was still the heart of the banquet. Like the sword, it was a man's prized possession. Drinking had a more profound purpose than the mere evocation of the deeds of the ancestors, even more profound than the invocation of the mythical world. All of these things had to be kept separate. They had to be kept out along with the benevolent and the malevolent, salvation and accursedness. As long as the guests sat at the table and were getting drunk, as in the heart of a wooden ship, where silence gradually began to reign, and calm, at the same time that internal agitation grew. Now the external world also became prophetic. It overflowed with portents. The sounds that came from the outside world seemed to be beckonings, warnings. The listener heard what lay behind the sounds. The howling of dogs and the calls of birds acquired an oracular power. Perception was altered. It pierced walls, including the wall of present reality, in order to penetrate into the distant future. 46. The fire flickers. Now and then, the mistress of the house casts a glance at the hearth. Some women were famous for their skill in managing the blot. The efficacy of the sacrifice not only depended on the preparation of the beer, but also on the strict purification of the house and its furniture. We know from one of the first sagas that men who had decided to attack a farm would do so at a gallop, for if the mother of the house had enough time to prepare a blot, her sons would be invincible. The drinking horn is passed around the fire. The men absorbed this force, but not that other force that instills an indomitable fury in the berserker. The flame does not burn from the inside out, nor does it enter their swords, nor does it assume a noisy or violent form. It is rather silent and peaceful, but also oppressive. Time stretches out to unbearable limits. This does not mean that its duration is prolonged, but that it spreads and expands until it shatters into pieces. It loses its duration and gains weight. It becomes cutting and oppressive. The time of fate and the time of the Norns. This explains the silence that is sometimes interrupted by a sigh or by a moan. Here, something even stronger than armies and weapons, and even stronger than the flames of Searcher is approaching. It is the breaking of the dawn of active fate. They are birth pains. They do not surrender right away. The external voices weaken and almost extinguish them. The fire, around which the drinking horn was passed from hand to hand, burns without flickering, with a peaceful light that lies concealed within the heart of the scorching flame. Now they have entered. Each feels it, each knows it, and it hardly matters that he perceives it in its form or in the radiance they all emanate. Now, time has been abolished. This aspect is still apparent for hours in its effect on faces, hair, weapons, and clothing, and also on the eyes that see the future from afar. This explains their bravery. Anyone who has banqueted with them even once remains calm, even while the great hall is burning down. It guides you through the flames. Thus, one can understand the terror that paralyzed populous cities when a handful of Vikings landed. Something undergoes a change in the structure of the world when approach takes place. Things are connected differently, because time is transformed. A strange force supervenes in measurable time, in everyday life, even in the chronology of history. The same thing happens in the world of art, and is particularly evident in music. Time must be suspended, but it has a terrible weight. In order to lighten that weight, the human being invokes the help of the gods by way of the offering, Offeron in ancient High German, operari, to work. The pain is present, but a pain and an effort that are intermingled with time as such. The pain of the goddess Hebe. Ascetics, penitents, and flagellants must become familiarized with this pain. They behave like children who imitate reality. Children play with wooden guns, but real guns are also playthings. The visionary has a visible aura. We know similar effects in the world of physics. Certain impulses cause clouds of gas to glow, while others can cause matter to become transparent. Colors no longer radiate. They are emitted in soft waves. They overflow the borders of the things that are their receptacles. During those occasional moments when we have an acute sense of well-being, we already enjoy certain reverberations. When leaving the sauna and plunging into the snow, for example, after a long breakfast, while recovering from an illness, and also while absorbed in the contemplation of works of art. A work, and even a human being, can radiate a large amount of force. Then we are obliged to close our eyes or avert our gaze. When Moses returned from Mount Sinai, he had to cover his face. The blaze of light from his face was too blinding for the people. Such illuminations are soon extinguished, but still reverberate for a long time. Existence, in the highest sense of the word, means approach that is endlessly renewed. Art, if it is important, would have to be existence in this highest sense, and the history of art can be contemplated in the light of this fundamental question. Has it achieved approach? And if so, to what extent? The artist knows it, or rather feels it, and knows the anxiety that is connected with creation, the passion of the midwife. It is unavoidable and, like the invisible heart of the flame, is not related to its yield, but to its meaning. This explains the fever of the limelight that affects the great actors, musicians, and singers, even at the peak of their glory. They sense that they have to give of themselves something more than, and at that same time, something very different from, mere virtuosity. On vulgarity. Although the Germans continued to hold group banquets, after the imposition of the new religion, the faithful had to stop drinking beer that had been consecrated by Godard, which allows us to deduce that this blessing of the beer took place not only before the blot. So too, right up to our time, one prays before each meal, and not only at the table of the Lord. It is a different question whether, on extraordinary occasions, a certain other ingredient was added to the cauldron. Until the modern era, there have been endless debates concerning the existence of such inoculations, which were often obscure and prohibited. There is mention, in particular, of belladonna, which was also employed in the potions of sorcerers and witches. Concerning the altered states of consciousness induced by this plant, Hyman's study, The Effects of Scopolamine, a comparative investigation of electroencephalographic Psychopathologie des Scopolamine-Wirkung, vergleichend psychopathologisch elektroencephalographische Untersuchungen, 1952, is instructive. Among its other effects, major distortions in the perception of time have been observed. Whether or not such ingredients were tossed into the cauldron is of no more value than the key to a house or a desk. The door to the house might be unlocked. Then, you do not need the key. Huxley overestimated its role. On the other hand, every modulation of temporal consciousness has a pedagogical value. Thus, the abbreviation of time, which reaches its highest degree in the orgasm, as well as the expansion of time in torture. In the Nordic countries, they drink as they have always done. The quantity of liquid that flows from the drinking horn or from the tankard cannot be considered of minor importance. It constitutes an essential part of the act of drinking. With this method of drinking, one does not quench one's thirst, in any case, not thirst in the usual meaning of the word. The slogan of a beer manufacturer that I see now and then on billboards expresses it quite well. Thirst is pleasant only with beer. The image accompanying that advertisement does not seem so successful to me. A desert under a cruel sun, over which floats like a mirage, a full glass of beer, glistening with drops of condensation. We need only observe how a herdsman drinks in the desert to grasp how little this kind of thirst has to do with dry heat. The sip he occasionally takes from his water skin is rather hesitant in any case measured. Endless consumption of great quantities, even of pure water, would be dangerous. Such men are dry and shriveled like lizards. Muhammad knew what he was doing when he prohibited wine, without taking into account the fact that he did not need it himself, or needed it as little as a person sitting on a pile of treasure needs the key to the treasury. Excessive libations and pantagruelesque feasts are characteristic of the Germanic banquets. Myth already tells us of boars and goats whose meat is ever replenished, regardless of how much is carved, and inexhaustible drinking horns. Such intemperance has, like everything else, its obverse. Thus, the lazybones has his counterpart in the hunter who kills the bear, whose skin will later serve to clothe the lazybones. 48. He hunted it in the grand old style, with his dogs and his spear and sword, in the snow-covered forest. More than one thing came of this, without which the world would not be what it is. Where would we be without the Vikings and the Varangians, the Goths and the Vandals, the Angles and the Saxons, the Franks and the Alemanni? In each case, one finds a spatial or temporal plunge into crude pleasure, such as is preferred by types like Trimalchio or Gargantua. Among the Germans, this figure is even more accentuated insofar as excess is a trait that is inherent to their character. Hydromel and beer are appropriate drinks for getting blind drunk, while wine, due to its intrinsic qualities, does not lend itself to such uses. In the Chronicle of Zimmern, we read about a visit to the palace of a Rhineland count, at whose court it was considered to be a heroic deed to pour large quantities of fine wine. When the guest wakes up with a hangover, the majordomo is at his bedside and cures it with a large goblet of wine. The heir drank in a short time an ancient fortune. As everyone knows, whole tribes of Indians were decimated by drinking excessive quantities of liquor. During a cruise in the far north, I saw, every morning, 3 ghosts staring blankly at their breakfast. The captain, with the engineer and the first officer, pale, exhausted, punished by their nocturnal excesses. On the archipelago of Spitzbergen, we docked at a port where the monthly ration of strong alcoholic beverages had been distributed the day before we arrived. A sepulchral silence reigned over the houses where the inhabitants were sleeping off their drinking binges. At such latitudes, prohibition becomes a legitimate act of defense and a reaction of the survival instinct. Guilds and fraternities, traders from the commercial districts and circles of university students, reformed certain customs involving the consumption of beer, such as passing the horn according to the ritual order. Those were times and places when, for knights and monks, students, Goliards and Landsknecht, social life was reduced to one big brawl and crude gluttony. Already the chronicles that tell us of the preparations for weddings and other celebrations lead us to fear that there was not much room left for the more refined enjoyments. There was a rage du nombre that recalls Rabelais, in whose work, for example, about 3,600 sheep were devoured for breakfast. In that book, after a siege, the people combed their hair to dispose of the cannonballs that had become entangled there. The teeth of the combs they used were made out of elephant tusks. Indeed, when it is treated by a great author, gluttony acquires a certain kind of charm. Shakespeare's Falstaff is a classic example. Not even the Puritans could deny their sympathy for this character. The author's power transforms what it illuminates into gold. At least it confers upon it the splendor of a Flemish still life. In their natural setting, such types are less attractive. Thus, for example, the knight Hans von Schweineken, born in 1552, who placed himself at the service of a bankrupt Silesian prince, mostly by drinking a lot of alcohol with him. Like Falstaff, they are surrounded by dissolute followers who would thrive with particular opulence during the Baroque era. Grimmelhausen offers in his Simplicissimus an image of the shocking disorder caused by the 30 Years' War. We have not completely recovered from those years. The 17th century snatched away from us what it granted other countries. It vulgarized what in other places was differentiated and softened. The countries of Central Europe always run the risk of becoming the place where not only their own inhabitants, but also foreigners, come to thresh their grain. The transition to global order is also recognized in the fact that the advantages and disadvantages of a country's geographic situation are no longer of such overriding importance. Thus, England has lost its insular quality, and perhaps we will also shed our Central European traits. Vulgarity always finds a refuge in universities and has been preferentially camouflaged there as academic freedom. In the Middle Ages it was impossible, or at least mortally dangerous, to exclude oneself from the circles of compatriots who, although they offered protection, also made the initiates undergo tests that were in very poor taste. When the recruit was finally admitted to the student corporation, he then treated the newly admitted initiates the same way. This collegial spirit also found a welcome soil in which it could thrive in the military and royal schools. Only in the 18th century was it eliminated in part. Even just before the First World War, the student who was not a member of such a group was considered to be, by virtue of a strange inversion, a savage. He was suspected of practicing secret vices. This closed order, however, benefited the students. They could oppose the bourgeoisie and even the nobility. The bearing of arms as the hallmark of the free man was a custom that lasted right up until the Rococo period. After the Revolution, this right was restricted to military personnel, where it was customary to drink to excess and people were quick to draw their swords. Bloody fights were inevitable. Not only novels, but memoirs too are full of such incidents. People went out onto the street to settle their accounts. In Simplicissimus, there is an account of a duel between a knight and an infantry soldier who wins the fight thanks to a ruse. Casanova also relied on an unexpected knife thrust after a feint, by way of which he dispatched, almost automatically, his rencontres. Or at least that is what he boasted, just as he bragged about punishing a journalist from Cologne with blows from his cane, after the journalist had referred to him as the depraved Casanova. The use of the dagger, in which brute force is not so important, is more elegant than hitting someone with your fist. This can be observed even in nature, in the combat of the diving bird, for example, which Linnaeus named Philomachus pugnax. During its mating ritual, as in medieval jousts, ceremonial simulations of combat take place. The German prefers to fight with a slashing sword. The pointed weapon enjoys, in his eyes, less esteem, like the cat compared to the dog, and wine compared to beer. It is true that at Jena, even during the times of Lockhart, they fought with saber and foil. The result was a grotesque game of acrobatics. A thrust that penetrates the flesh without touching any bones was called anschiss. One can consider the student duel, as well as the bullfight, transformed into a bloodless entertainment in southern France and Portugal, as the transition from an archaic vestige to a sport, if old and new prejudices are not inextricably intertwined with it. Querelles allemandes, the comrades fought over things that have long since been extinguished. As for what really matters, that is, as an initiation test in male associations, the duel is an antiquated institution. Without the feudal tradition, it is just one sport among others, less dangerous than boxing, skiing, or soccer. Or, with respect to the test of character, piloting an aircraft, ski jumping, and other tests typical of the dynamic world. And finally, one can emerge with flying colors, both from the fencing hall as well as from the space capsule, and nonetheless be, when all is said and done, as Schleiermacher used to say, a failure. The human being who dominates the modus operandi, but who fails in the substance, is, in general, one of the tragic figures, and maybe even the tragic figure of the modern world. Perfect even in downfall. Having mentioned Lockhart, we have once again returned to our theme, properly speaking, for we are not done with beer yet. This is not to say that Lockhart, 1758 to 1822, a student of theology, composer, and vagabond, a soldier who served both Frederick as well as the French, an impoverished rector and novelist, would have been content with beer. He was a worthy disciple of Carl Friedrich Bard, who taught theology in Giessen, presided as general superintendent over a Protestant church, and departed from this world as the owner of a tavern with a bad reputation in Halle. His nickname was Iron Head Bard. Bard sympathized at least with Salzmann, Bastow, and the philanthropic ideas that were cropping up everywhere, that softening of customs that Lockhart reviled as the fancies of the petit maître. Not without reason, he saw the cities of Leipzig and Göttingen as places of petit maîtres. Once, when he was out drinking with some students, I don't remember in which city, he tied his shot glass to a string, so that he did not swallow it accidentally while drinking, or so he told his astonished drinking companions. In Bard, all the traits of crude affability were united, such as they were in their origins. He would go on drinking sprees at the expense of Philistine, from whom he scrounged money, and whom he ridiculed. The spirit always ready for a laugh, but also for fraternity, and dissolute binges until dawn. He could not have spent so much time drinking such large quantities of beer if that beer had been brewed with a high alcohol content. This only made the party last longer, however. It takes a long time to get good and drunk. Some beer brewing towns are famous for their particularly light varieties that are only made in the summer. With Lockhart, it was not always clear whether he was still drinking or if he had come back again for more. He would sit in the morning in a bathrobe, with a long pipe, on the terrace of a tavern, on the market square, waiting to be served. It was not rare for him to deliver his lectures in that get-up. His sense of humor was also crude. His favorite kind was the practical joke, usually at the expense of third parties. A poor beadle by the name of Ulen Copper was the target of so many pranks on the part of Lockhart and his buddies, that the unfortunate fellow almost committed suicide. The biggest such joke of all was known as the general stabling. This involved some 20 or more inveterate drinkers who formed a circle, if possible in front of a house where professors and their wives live, and there, while engaging in a lot of obscene talk, they emptied their bladders of all the beer that they had so immoderately consumed. Lockhart loved obscenity. It was one of the main topics of his conversation. In addition, he was always eagerly on the lookout for words and expressions useful for such a purpose. He boasted, among other things, of being the author of an extensive obscenology. The work appears to have been lost, unless it is someday rediscovered, like de Sade's 120 Days. Now would be a good time. Nonetheless, we should not deny Lockhart's claim to genius. He was deeply proficient in the classical and modern languages. He had read ancient and contemporary literature, and he was versed in the Holy Scripture. He formulated accurate judgments. The backwaters of history and of society would stagnate, unexplored, like the swamps at the source of the Nile, if such minds do not sometimes get lost in their depth. Reuter with his Shelmovsky must also be mentioned in this regard. Obscenity flourishes, with particular exuberance, in rarefied air, amidst a lack of freedom and a suffocating atmosphere. The people drink like fish, get in fights, and commit obscenities because they find nothing better to do. The quantity of genius and power that is wasted, and what this waste implies in terms of ruined lives, we can only imagine by reading examples of anthologies of obscenity like The Lawn Tavern Keeper's Wife, 50i. Here we touch upon a fundamental difference as compared to the classical lazybones. In this respect, the latter were less obscene. Even Tacitus boasted about this, 51:1. Above all, They were unfamiliar with the usages and customs of the common death. 52. They drank and fought when they felt like it, which was almost always. Compulsion would have led them to do the opposite. When we ask ourselves why freedom is no longer common freedom in this sense, we might say that the reason for this involves, first of all, room to roam or open spaces. But even in the past, space could be very narrowly circumscribed. Then it was necessary to seek refuge in the forests and to take your freedom with you. And this forest still exists today, even in the heart of the metropolis. There is another, more important, prerequisite for that kind of freedom. Back then, they did not know the fear of death. And with this, the world is transformed. In those days, there was a lot of open space and little fear. Today, there is less and less open space, while there is more and more fear. This does not affect freedom by any means, since freedom is always equally near and available. Montherlant expressed this idea quite well in a good saying, La liberté existe toujours. Il suffit d'en payer le prix de. Anyone who wants to obtain freedom without paying a price for it shows that he does not deserve it. Beer and wine. The meditation has overflowed somewhat. It has brought us a long way. As a key, beer is rather crude, but when the shell is opened, the difference vanishes. The more noble nature of wine harmonizes very badly with compulsory drinking. However, there were more slaves in the wine grape-growing countries, who, undoubtedly, came from the border regions. When the waves of the festival are radiating outward, the differences dissolve. Slaves became masters in the Lupercalia. We are approaching freedom. We have a presentiment of liberation. We enjoy it in the festival. In his cycle of poems about wine, Baudelaire showed that ecstatic intoxication, not only of lovers, but also of the beggar and the murderer, contains freedom. Forgetting does not liberate. Instead, forgetting announces the approach of freedom. The absent-mindedness of old age shows that the essence is beginning to withdraw from the world of appearances. Many things become irrelevant. Undoubtedly, ecstatic intoxication is not just an allegory, but in time absolves from the mere event, from the changing events. Me, voilà, libre et solitaire. Je serai ce soir ivre mort. Alors, sans peur et sans remords, je m'y coucherai sur la terre. 53. They will always be allegories. Hölderlin was more laconic. Once, I live like the gods, and nothing more. In the footsteps of Maupassant, amidst the tedium of the trenches, like many of my comrades, I entertained myself by dismantling, every now and then, the projectiles that were lying about on the ground. I only renounced this pastime after having an accident with an unexploded English rifle grenade. A tiny capsule full of mercury fulminate exploded with greater force than I had anticipated. I was certainly not mistaken in my assessment, based on its shape, that it was a projectile meant to detonate rapidly, but I had nonetheless underestimated its charge. Even so, I was lucky that it did not cost me more than the tip of my thumb. Something similar happened with the piece of hashish that I took a few years later. First, however, I want to introduce a few incidents that took place, to use a simile on a terrain adjacent to that experience. As I have said, during the wars I read a lot. Or in any case, those who preferred books over card games and endless conversations looked forward to the opportunity to read. The spectacular part of war, the one that plays the leading role in the chronicles, is minute in extent, compared to its gray stretches, with tedium and a lot of time spent waiting. For months I lay in wait for what had to come, in the shelter, in the bunker, in the camps and reserve battalions, in the barracks, next to the telephone. To have time for reading, it was an advantage to be a corporal or later a captain, in any case, a kind of police officer. On the Siegfried line, I had spent the whole night in full battle kit without receiving any communications. I was, however, in good company. The complete works of Tolstoy. but I have not yet referred to the military hospitals. In one of them, I think it was in Valenciennes, a small volume by Maupassant, along with other books, helped me to while away the time. From the short stories collected in that volume, two stand out from the rest. One was the Horla, in which the descent into madness takes on appalling forms, and the other was a study on intoxication using ether that provided some food for thought. I do not have it with me now, but I recall that Maupassant experienced the effect of this state of intoxication as an acoustic revelation. He describes it as a dialogue that can be heard by the inner sense of hearing. However, hearing cannot be separated from the participation of the hearer, who either assumes one role or the other, and in this way he splits into two interlocutors. The speaker begins to hear himself and is surprised by his inner dialectic. It is reminiscent of automatic writing. He has hardly even expressed his reasons when a second voice expounds the opposed reasons. The latter are more compelling. Then the first voice returns and penetrates even more deeply, not with words, but as the murmur of a river that flows nearby. Nor does it do so with sentences, rather like a duet that, from the shadows of the garden, penetrates into the dreams of the sleeper. With increasingly more lucidity and therefore deeper and deeper, the reasons gain in their convincingness, and finally touch bottom. It must be the primordial bottom, which does not in turn lie on any other basement layer. The synthesis dissolves. This is how I view this descent to the sources of knowledge today. At the time, I read it simply with the eagerness with which we follow the movements of a daring acrobat, or the leap of a swift creature, with steady nerves, a greyhound or a horse, as it overcomes an obstacle. The flanks tremble, the nostrils twitch with excitement. We often find ourselves with these dope types, especially among aristocrats. The race is often spellbinding, but brief. Maupassant was a sensitive, perhaps even a hypersensitive in the way the term is used by Reichenbach, which explains his success as well as his failure. The Germans appreciate him more than his compatriots. It is probably the case that in France, his discoveries seem all too obvious, too real. Some years ago, I had a conversation about this question with Friedrich Seeberg, who shared my passion for this author, and even more recently I asked Julian Grach about the same topic. He smiled with indulgence. Back then in Valenciennes, my reading was particularly beneficial for me. The times and the atmosphere were gray. The chief medical officer must have been a man of little imagination. Otherwise, every time they transported a corpse to the cemetery, he would have ordered that they should only beat the drum when it was not possible to hear it from our wing of the hospital. And because it was a large military hospital and many people died there, the drums never stopped all morning. Our room was small. It contained 4 beds. In the middle of the room there was a table where Jochen von Stulpnagel played scat with 2 other wounded men. They only interrupted their game during visits and meals. One of the men had bladder problems. Every 2 hours a nurse came and inserted a catheter in him. Before she left with the catheter, he had to try to urinate. To stimulate his urination, she hissed as coachmen do with their horses. It must have been raining buckets. There was also a canal in the vicinity, and a towpath where I went to take the air. As long as my state of mind was only melancholy, I could bear it. But sometimes it became depressive. When I look back at that time, it seems like a miracle that we always managed to float rather than drown in the lethargy of one of those lakes of despair. I could look in my diaries for details of the time I spent in that hospital, but I find it more pleasant to allow them to merge with my memories of other hospital stays. The profound nature of a fever is not measured with degrees of temperature. It seems to me that I possess a more exact memory for books and their contents than for the events of everyday experience, even for the events of my own life. Events are more or less the results of chance. They stick to you the way barnacles and algae cling to the Cristo Sottomarino, the Christ of the abyss, in the Gulf of Genoa. Sometimes divers have to descend to free the image of these adherences. We demand the same thing from authors. a world that is more or less liberated from chance. The use of ether was familiar to me, since my father had given me the beetle's friend. This volatile and dangerously combustible substance formed part of the equipment of the entomologist. It causes a lethal narcosis, but, so it would seem, of a euphoric nature. This can be inferred from the fact that the little corpses of the insects remain soft and their appendages flexible, not rigid, as is the case after death by cyanide gas. I never would have imagined that it was possible to work with a substance with effects like those described by Maupassant. Ether was considered to be the quintessential volatile and flammable substance, almost immaterial. The ecstatic intoxication that the elixir by the same name causes had to be lighter and more spiritual than a vulgar state of drunkenness. I could not pass up the opportunity to try it. Maupassant gave me a good idea. The opportunity seemed to arrive when, in 1918, I spent a few days convalescing in Hanover. My observations about places are also valid for my observations about my wounds. They are gradually diluted in one's memory, chance events that are now almost indistinguishable from each other. In any case, they were progressively getting worse, as if a sniper was drawing a bead, ever more accurately, on my heart. It began with the legs, rose to the head, and finally got to the chest, each time more resoundingly and with more serious consequences. I still wore a small bandage, half concealed by my cap, when I went to the military hospital to confirm my rehabilitation. It was quite noticeable that the mobilization had included the triarrhea. The possibility that the war might be lost never even occurred to me. I refused to accept it. On the top floor of the military hospital, a commission was assembled. It consisted of a doctor, an officer, a secretary, and various hospital personnel who came and went. The sick and the wounded, most of whom were rehabilitated, entered in small groups in alphabetical order. In the lobby, together with other men, Colshorn was waiting, who had the same kind of wound as mine, a shot that had grazed the upper right side of his head. His sign was Aries, tough, but hardly of a spiritual character. These traits of ram and goat were already manifested in his infancy. He did not want to rejoin his regiment because of bitter disputes. His love affairs had caused him to lose track of time and place. Thus, in the vicinity of Tourcoing, he shut himself away for 3 whole days with a woman of Flemish blood, oblivious to the fact that we had resumed our march a long time before. This story still haunts him. However, once he was on the railway line, he met another woman, this one a hairdresser from Linden. She was waiting for him down below, at the gates. We were summoned at the same time. Colshorn was just in front of me in the line, and he told me about his problem. He had headaches, and he could not lift his arm. "In what part?" the chief doctor asked him, as he examined his clinical report. "On the right side, where I am wounded." "Good. You will soon recover. You will see. You will have another 14 days of rest. Then you will be able to pull up trees by their roots." As for my case, I, too, would have preferred that I should be prescribed rest, but mentally I was already well on the way to being cured. Dr. Sternheim, the chief medical officer of the reserves, was famous as a good pediatrician. He had also been our family doctor, even in the most literal sense of the word, since we had lived in the same house on the corner of Bodecker and Wadkenstrasse. My mother held him in very high esteem. He had cured us of measles. As a pediatrician, reservist and intelligent Jew, he did not really fit in there. He would have liked to have more elbow room. This was not exactly what was expected of him. He only found himself there provisionally. We descended the worn stairs. I smelled the odors of watery soup and phenol. On the ground floor I said goodbye to Colshorn, who went off to Linden with his hairdresser. I saw them go. They went arm in arm, which in the old days would not have been acceptable, not even with one's legal wife. Undoubtedly he had swallowed the whole bait on the first bite. In general, he had the gift of being able to carry out rapid and changing maneuvers of approach. During the following years, I ran into him in the city increasingly more often, always past midnight, on solitary walks, without his ever going into details about his itinerary. I had yet to go to Ritterberg, which is in the vicinity of the city. It was the morning when I visited Walter, who was ruminating over plans to commit suicide. Perhaps it was not just by chance that it was precisely at that moment when I conceived of the idea of undertaking an experiment with ether. How did I arrive at this idea? Was it curiosity, boredom, or recklessness? It seems to me that I was satisfied with my situation, much more satisfied in any case than I am today, when I view it in retrospect. The streets and squares of the city, where the crowds of wounded men ebbed and flowed, looked as sad as a worn-out old shirt. At the beginning of the war, everything seethed, as if in a beehive before the departure of the swarm. Now it was nearing its end. The remnants of the people returned, exhausted by their flight, and without spoils. Their power had been dissolved into foam. All of this seems gray and unpleasant to me today, just as it seems strange that I preserved my good mood in the battles of material dog. However, youth has a different calendar. It lives off its own forces. I had made a date to meet a nurse that evening. She was counting on me being there. She arrived at the eaves of the forest in a striped hospital gown. I can only go out like this after sunset. She therefore knew what to expect. Time could not do anything to us. Here, too, I have forgotten her name, even her first name. Only this makes the memory strong and disturbing. Already during my last years at the Institute I had lived with great pleasure in the neighborhood that extends approximately from Friedrichswald to Kallenberger Strasse, which Lieritsky called Kalibutz Street, to indicate that it was not at all a residential district, at least not for married couples. Narrow alleys, small houses, poor people, but there were also some eccentric types. For years I was a regular customer at the house of the old man Lafer, who know much more about books than any of the antique dealers that I have known. Later I was a frequent visitor at the home of the sculptor of masks, Gross, who lived in the shadow of the Church of the Holy Cross, and who at that time was carving his talking birds from wood. That is what he called some geese whose necks ended in phalli. In Waterloo Square there is still a clandestine Guelph movement which goes very far back in time. During the war, I was billeted for a few days in the house of a plump innkeeper. Her husband, a reservist, was in Belgium. She was a conductor on the Doran trolley line and was away from the house most of the day. She did not get home until midday, in her uniform and cap, to clean my room, which was fine by me, since my work required solitude. So I came back to the house after I had said goodbye to Walter and acquired a little ether in the vicinity of the Black Bears. How did Maupassant use it to get intoxicated? I did not remember. Since then, however, I had read about the ether addicts in my father's library, and I realized that they too had fallen victim to the fatal nature of the drug, and that it did not take them long to die, constantly forced to double their dose. They drank the ether and finally consumed it in unusual quantities. Periodically, this pleasure has wreaked havoc as a popular vice, as in Ireland and Lithuania. It seemed that on market days, the air was tainted with ethyl vapors. It seemed to me that it would be good enough to sniff it once the bottle was uncorked. I inhaled it, as the pharmacists say, soaking my handkerchief with a few good splashes and wrapping it on my face. To top it off, I put the bedspread over my head. The effect was immediate. The ascending phase could not have lasted very long, for when I woke up I saw that it was still some time before dinner. I also had an appetite, or at least it seemed that I did. Undoubtedly a kind of intoxication for people who are in a hurry. After putting some loose change and rationing coupons in my pocket, I put on my hat and gloves, and to take a little air, I walked towards downtown, passing by the Friedrich Wall. At Waterloo Square and its environs, a mass of military personnel of every rank swarmed, as had been the case for centuries. Here, I had to be prepared to salute. That is, I had to observe that scrupulous ceremonial of military honor. Sometimes I had to give them and sometimes return them, depending on the rank of the insignias that glittered more or less clearly, but not without inviting misunderstandings on caps, collars, and epaulets. This is reminiscent of the antennae of some species of the silex beetle. 2 or 3 of its members are phosphorescent, and thanks to their glow, animals can see them from afar when they fly through the forest in the shadows. I felt that I was at the top of my game, and even had the impression that I was moving with great ease, and that I could observe the transitions with a striking precision. However, as the experts point out, a sharpening of the senses and of the intellect are the usual results after getting intoxicated on ether. Thus, for example, they tell us of a 10-year-old boy who, after a minor operation, had become addicted to ether, which he inhaled or swallowed, and secretly obtained greater and greater quantities of the drug from pharmacy. He stole from his parents to satisfy his addiction, which had become incurable. In school, he was distinguished for his brilliant academic performance. Above all, he easily solved mathematical problems when he had awakened from his ether-induced stupor. He died at the age of 19, according to Lewin, of a heart attack. Just before he died, he was consuming a liter of ether every day. This is reminiscent of the fantastic quantities that De Quincey used to take with laudanum. My walk led me past the Leibniz Monument to the street that curves from Waterloo Square to Friedrich's Wall. To the left is the fortress next to the line with its fountains. To the right, a small tavern. Behind, the barracks, the arsenal, and a little further, the Schrader public baths. A familiar picture where little has changed for generations. Then I turned towards Friedrich's Wall, a beautiful and peaceful street, where my grandfather and I used to walk hand in hand. To the right, the new city hall. Behind the Mash, to the left, a neighborhood where remnants of the old urban walls are still standing. Now it was busy. During the lunch break, soldiers in uniform surged down all the side streets. As I said, I was having some fun with the ceremonial of saluting. Generally speaking, we must every now and then put ourselves through bothersome experiences and practice them like a game. This surprises pedants, who take it for an excess of zeal. In addition to this attitude, we must also take into account the penetrating optimism that is the after effect of the drug. The dose can be gauged from superficial stimulation to the depths of total intoxication. One could see persons who loitered around busy streets with a handkerchief soaked in ether held up to their faces, because their landlady could not stand the penetrating odor that impregnated the house. And that is how De Quincey also traversed the city of London. In such cases, the external world is allowed to participate in the game. It begins to obey, as if led by the conductor with his baton. It is indisputable that with a little drop one more easily confronts everyday obligations, even those that one has postponed dealing with for a long time. It makes it easier to get started. Old veterans often toss back a small glass before the shooting starts. Liquor that hits the mark. All along the sidewalk I saw the insignias of various ranks appear and disappear like the numbers, colors, and images in a card game. Sometimes I was the first to salute, at other times I had to wait, depending on whether a big fish or a subordinate appeared. I saluted first, or second, or simultaneously, depending on the various branches of the military or ties of comrade. A simple dispenser of worm medicine, that is, a doctor mobilized with his caduceus, did not pose any problem. Then, a second lieutenant comes along, a real Prussian-type bastard, with almost congenital inhibitions. To describe the salute that one must give in this kind of situation would require a whole book. They passed by, as if in a kaleidoscope. Formalities and rules were still in effect, although with uncertain and ill-defined borders. I saw people I knew, like my future runner, the regiment's tailor, Woodrich, and the aviator Bittrich, who was a test pilot for aircraft manufacturers and was swimming in gold. A messenger with his shoulder bag went by. For Woodrich, the world was on the verge of falling apart as far as he was concerned. The last straw was when he heard that a captain had stolen a sausage from the market. Some captain. Bittrich, who survived the war, would later become a real big fish. Salut au monde. My state of mind was exultant, as if I was in a shooting party. I felt like a fish in water. I was in full control of the rules of the game. This was merely one aspect, but I did not feel any less pleased, like someone driving on his way to a date who entertains himself by taking the curves with confidence. A sensation of well-being like that is contagious. It was no longer necessary to contain myself, or to calculate my attitude when I passed by the second lieutenant. I simply responded correctly. I did not violate the rules, but observed them and mastered them as if the whole thing was a game. I could sense a spark of sympathy, a profound complicity, at the instant our glances met. Suddenly, to my left, an officer with epaulettes on his shoulders and wide red stripes on his trousers appeared, a major from the general staff, who obviously was on his way, like every day, to the op. At that very moment, I took the curve with too much confidence, and when I had barely passed him, I heard, "Hey, wait a minute," and then, in the military jargon of Potsdam, with a sharp, demanding tone that did not brook any opposition, "Why didn't you salute the gentleman Major General?" He gave me an angry look, while he pointed at the sidewalk with his hand. It was indeed an unusual spectacle, a general on a bicycle. It was Lin Suden, who was on his way to General Headquarters. I could still see him in half-profile over the red flaps with a crown of oak leaves in gold. Quick rejoinders are not ordinarily counted among my strong points. On this occasion, the ether undoubtedly inspired me. I was concentrating all my attention on the gentleman major. His gaze pierced me with his severe but also languid face. The veins popping out of his neck, his eyes red, a slightly yellow complexion, ill-tempered, the kind of person who was suited for garrison service in the rear guard, an intelligent night shift worker with an iron will. It was obvious that he did not want to let me off the hook so easily, for after having inspected me from head to toe, he asked me, "Why did you leave without your weapons?" In fact, I had forgotten them, but at least I was wearing my cap. Then I said, although it was not true, but it could have been true, "I have a medical exemption." "Well, well, and who is the doctor who is treating you?" "The medical doctor, Captain Sternheim, Major, sir." "Sternheim? Sternheim? It is obvious that he discharged you too soon. It is unlike him. It is true, though, that you still smell like a hospital." He looked me over again with manifest benevolence. "Just like a wounded man, gold-plated. Won't they give you a medal for your loyal service in the trenches? Not at all. You should, perhaps, be a little more careful. But pay more attention. One slip could be fatal." "It will not happen again." His prophecy was accurate. Undoubtedly, the good fellow always felt like he was on duty and took advantage of his walks between the office and his home to enforce discipline and dish out warnings to the undisciplined. In principle, he was entirely correct, since every revolt begins with refusing to salute. But you cannot stop an avalanche. Sometimes our virtues are turned against us, and our faults work in our favor. My disorientation had contributed to a narrow escape from this incident. Still floating on the wings of the ether, I then proceeded to the King George Tavern. The owner had reserved a table for patients with nervous disorders, where almost all the customers had bandaged heads. Odd behavior did not attract particular attention there. Zobel had taken a bullet in the forehead, and luckily it had lodged between the two cerebral lobes without causing serious lesion. A stroke of good luck amidst misfortune, the first prize in a macabre lottery. Munt, on the other hand, had lost part of his brain. He had to learn how to count and add like a child. An old colonial soldier from Cameroon, with a small incision on his upper lip, was agitated at first by the symptoms of an extreme euphoria. We called him Incredible, because that was one of his favorite words. Between one digression and another, concerning how the Battle of the Marne would have turned out if he had been in command instead of Hench, he interspersed some specific memories, especially concerning the time he spent in colonial service. When I heard the boy beat the drum, I grabbed my rifle and ran out of my tent in my pajamas. Then he told us about how he found himself, in the moonlight, face to face with a gorilla, whose teeth glittered in all their whiteness. He shot at the animal without hearing any sound. It was like a dream. Then I heard someone whisper behind me, "Cartridge, cartridge." My girl from the Hausa tribe put a cartridge in my hand. She followed me while the boys stayed behind out of fear. In his frozen state, he was full of good spicy stories, like a shipwrecked sailor returning from the tropics, and he constituted a kind of gold mine of data for the sheikh, who also consulted him in eroticis. He often told us anecdotes about the Hausa girl who came from the savannah and had a light complexion. Although he only provided for her as one would take care of a small dog that lies on the wicker mat at the foot of the bed, it was obvious that he had nonetheless cultivated a bond of affection with her. In this circle, as I have said, I could hardly have attracted attention. On the other hand, I felt that my mind was more clear and lucid than usual, and I took the curves more abruptly, but I still did not feel the state that supervenes after a big breakfast. An intermission inserted into my everyday life. That night, I went on the date I mentioned above. The Major, as I said, had predicted accurately. Things would soon turn catastrophic. When in the midst of collapse, things become even more catastrophic. The wave recedes, and new norms are imposed. That is what happened here too. It was not long before the Major General went down with the ship, in circumstances that were hardly glorious. And at his side, the Major. His offices were occupied by new commanders. Thus, that of the Major, for example, was assigned to Kleist, who also came to a catastrophic end, 25 years later, on the southern wing of the Eastern Front. I met him again in Vorosilovsk. As for the meeting at Friedrichswall, Frederick said to me, he rides a pale horse, 54, and my adversary also sensed it immediately, despite the imprecision of his diagnosis. If I had breakfasted copiously, he would have known immediately. Such a thing can happen, for example, on your birthday. But that it should happen while out on a walk, right under his nose, while I followed in the footsteps of Maupassant, was something that was beyond his understanding. Butterflies flutter in the thicket of phenomena, in whose shadow the panther lies dreaming. So much for ether. Narcosis was followed by an interval of lucid happiness. Ecstatic intoxication had descended into a profound source, similar, but not identical, to the way it was described by Maupassant. I heard something like an orchestra that suddenly started to play, whose theme was taken up by a second orchestra and reflected like an echo that was modulated and developed in a series of variations. The echo was repeated resonantly and deeply. After a brief pause, the first orchestra played again. At first, they were far from each other, and then they began to gradually come closer to each other while the instruments subsided. Shortly before losing consciousness, the image and its reflection became identical and merged in a low-frequency buzz. I had heard the sound of the fabric. In the strings that no longer vibrated, the sound is extinguished. It switched off, it became too low for the human ear. Here, then, is the Hegelian synthesis, harmonically reduced and accessible to any intelligence. A simplification that leads to successions of rhythmic nodes. In this way, it is obvious not why something is understood, but the need, the function, of the act of comprehension in general. Therefore, the thinker who does not work within this pre-established need will not be able to show the question that must be understood. If, in his system, the harmonia mundi does not vibrate, his words will only graze the recipient. This sound must have the eloquence of the word. This, in turn, explains the effect of some systems on masses whom these systems cannot reach intellectually. They not only influence with commentaries, but also immediately. We are talking about afterthoughts, clarifications. Ether is a light and flammable substance. Anyone who chooses it as a vehicle has no other remedy than to take precautions to avoid the fate of Phaeton. Like many stimulants, it acts on men like a spiritual fluid and on women like an aphrodisiac. In certain Belgian cellulose factories, where the air is thick with vapors of ether, female workers possessed by states of nymphomaniacal excitation had to be sent home. We have heard something similar about certain textile workers in glove factories who use gasoline for cleaning the product. Close to the fabric, concepts and sentiments are interwoven in an ineffable unity. The thread is spun, colorless, almost immaterial. Ether has often been praised as a remedy for alcoholism and has been used as a substitute for liquor. Thus, in Ireland, after 1840, when a determined preacher of abstinence, Father Matthew prohibited peasants from drinking liquor. The idea is plausible, for there is no doubt that ether has a more spiritual effect than alcohol, and a spiritual need lies at the root of all ecstatic intoxication, including the drunkenness of the beggar. You pour out for him hope and youth and life and pride, the treasure of all beggary, which makes us triumphant and equal to the gods. 55. The intention would therefore be more or less comparable to that of the teachers who propose to replace pot boilers with good books, and it leads to equally unsatisfactory results. In both, the measure does not reside in the material, but in the human being who enjoys it. Otherwise, it would not even enter into anyone's head to drink ether instead of inhaling it. In mammal alone, thousands of lighters were consumed in 1897. When a carriage passes by at a gallop, it leaves in its wake the odor of ether. This presupposes a decline in quantity. At the same time, perceptions become more vulgar. Thus, an orthopedist who had become intoxicated with an ether-based liquid heard disagreeable music of an organ grinder, that is, the melody of Maupassant in its cheaper version. We may imagine that fumes and vapors liberate forces more subtle and spiritual than solid and liquid foods. This would naturally also be true of scents. They are subtle emanations of the material, often signs above all in the night. Many of them only emerge when the sun sets. Since time immemorial, they have been considered to be vehicles that were suitable for the supreme approach and supervention. They are used in exorcisms, invocations, as incense for rituals, and in sacrifices. To smell perfumes, we need moist membranes, remnants of remote eras of marine life, but now, the sea of air has to replace the ocean, even for the most subtle forms of transport. Back then, the entire body was covered with hypersensitive membranes and was capable of receiving impressions of a kind that would now be unimaginable. Then the kinds of messages transported by the breeze from flower to flower were, and are, the rule. They are recollections of a single wave and a single sea. Narcosis. The war was lost. Although such retrospective judgments are pointless, it was a mistake for me to have remained in the army for a few more years. Werner von Fritsch, who visited me once in Hanover, also thought that the army was not the place for me. He said this to a comrade after a conversation the three of us had about Rimbaud. I only found out about this 20 years later, after Fritsch had been killed in Poland. It is true that it hardly helped him to have risen so easily through the entire hierarchy to the highest level. What he said was more or less applicable to a whole generation. Back then, Fritsch was serving in the riding school. The epoch of horses and cavalrymen, however, not to speak of knights, had already concluded. It is possible to save oneself from the burning cinders, but not from the mud and ashes, when Krakatoa erupts. At the time, I had discovered Rimbaud and was fascinated by him. Even today, I consider him to be one of the fathers of modernity, and I can imagine how meeting the adolescent poet made such an impression on Verlaine. Rimbaud, tu mérites la première place en ce mien livre. Fritsch firmly believed that this kind of literary enthusiasm was prejudicial to service in the military and therefore to one's career. He was right. Passion is always a sign of something that must be done, but also of something that must be omitted. Reader is not a favorable qualification on one's service record. We should also note the restlessness caused by devoting oneself day and night to a dozen things that have nothing in common with each other. If most of them are nevertheless successfully concluded, this can be explained, among other reasons, by the fact that, unlike my father, I always return to pick up the thread. It is not loyalty, but affection, as Martin said once to a girlfriend. This interruption and resumption of the threads is necessarily associated with a change in judgment. We approach the core. Something similar happened to me with ecstatic intoxication, which interested me first of all as a vital impulse, then as a spiritual impulse, and finally as a catapult at the wall of time. I can consider Maupassant to be my guide to initiation in the second degree. His influence brought me intellectually to the fabric itself. He praised ecstatic intoxication as a mediation of absolute knowledge. It was as if I had eaten of the tree of knowledge. Soon, one no longer even recognizes oneself in the mirror. The mirror is, of course, a touchstone. If we successfully project the ego into it, we will have achieved a significant release. Thus, after various brushes with death, the mirror image becomes stronger. My experiments with ether were infrequent. Months would pass without applying myself to this study or resorting to it as a means of escape, when the real world was not enough or required some heat. All things considered, a raised temperature in a sauna, for example, could bring about an analogous clarification of vision. Experiments with narcotic substances necessarily had to be rare, for the simple reason that they could hardly be fitted into my busy daily schedule. Nor could I plan ahead for such experiments, since the desire to conduct them would arise unexpectedly. Therefore, a miserable outcome would have been predictable, and that is what happened, in fact, when the turn of chloroform came. Chloroform is abused like ether and other similar substances, but it is more dangerous. Lewin tells us about some patients that he had himself treated for this addiction, and also about an apprentice who was found in a state of deep narcosis, with a handkerchief wrapped over his mouth, and could not be revived. The evening was gray, and a cold drizzle was falling when I began the experiment. The city was inhospitable. Before inhaling the drug, I set a reliable alarm clock, which was all the more indispensable to me insofar as I always came to feeling lousy, and usually walked until late at night or read or work. Often, later, a certain restlessness would make me leave the house, as if I would otherwise miss a chance to have an adventure. Then I closed the door. The ecstatic intoxication of the solitary man always displays features in common with the practice of magic. In both, precautions are taken to avoid surprises. This also applies to the act of procreation and suicide, which constitute respective experiences that harmonize with ecstatic intoxication in its deepest layer. There is a hypersensitivity and a hyposensitivity to poisons. Chloroform is no exception. It affected me like heavy artillery, like an axe blow that extinguishes consciousness. It was different with ether. Then the string of the bow had vibrated, not provoking unease, but sonorous waves. There is probably also homeopathy of dying in the thicket of the forest glade. Hypnos illuminates the path with his twin brother, Thanatos. The alarm clock must have been ringing for quite a while when I jumped out of bed. My awakening was disordered, like that of a passenger who is dizzy after a stormy crossing. My pillow was stained with vomit. It was a Monday morning, the worst time, according to an unwritten law, to call in sick. Fortunately, I did not have to teach class that day, as I usually did, but was scheduled to attend morning gymnastics. I therefore dragged myself to Waterloo Square and threaded my way through the detachments that were being drilled absent, deaf to the words that were directed at me. Note, in command of a company that would depart for Russia the next day, where Sicht was secretly training airplane pilots, remembered that morning, even years later. It seemed to him that I had come directly from a night from which I still heard the echo of excess, as if I had drunk all the beer in the fountains of the Garden of Tivoli. I let him think so. When it came right down to it, that explanation was more normal, more natural. There are cases where it pays to feign vices. That way, one still stays within the rules of the game. Otherwise, the feeling of not having satisfied the demands of institutions always made me feel anxious. It is just on the border of the measureless where you recognize your value. 56. It soon becomes disturbing. How could coral resist the waves without its protective skeleton? In the long run, this made me a friend to the Prussians. Their instinct for order, not their desire for war, has given them a bad reputation. And with regard to this point, I am a Bonapartist. In any event, Stirner did not give a free pass for high rank. Of course, sovereignty is innate to the ego and his own. He can only affirm this if he is ready to sacrifice something in exchange. Freedom has its price. Besides the fact that deep narcosis is very dangerous, and that I might have shared the fate of the apprentice, the ether experience described by Lewin left me with a disagreeable memory. It was, as I said, an abuse that was better concealed behind the appearance of normal excess. Excesses like that abounded undoubtedly in that era that was designated with a term that was already in common use, the post-war era. Despoiled nature had reestablished its equilibrium. The bad experience I had in a hotel in Halle must have taken place around that time. I will discuss it later, since I am not proceeding in the world of ecstatic intoxication according to historical method, but by degrees of approach. Experience and effect coincide only approximately here. Anyway, I was led to engage in an unavoidable moral withdrawal, which necessarily entailed a conscientious spiritual house cleaning. The topos around the column of Waterloo, with the barracks, arsenals, mess halls, and military prisons, made me feel uneasy, as well as the adjacent neighborhood of Calaba. Old houses, with their landlords and tenants, shops and taverns, where instructors would toss back a glass now and then. Although, during that period of the inflation crisis, we paid with millions of marks. Corporals were still known as liquor drinkers, and that because of the 5 cents by which the Prussians had increased their pay, and which, at that time, was enough for a shot of liquor. Compared to the 19th century, this consumption was in decline. Moltke had already seen to it that canteens were filled with coffee instead of liquor, as was previously the custom. When it was time to harvest the potatoes and turnips, the peasants still brought to the fields comb, a strong yet watered-down, alcoholic beverage that was nonetheless consumed in large quantities. It would therefore appear that certain forms of heavy labor require such supplements. Thus, thanks to Rainer Brambach, to whom we owe some good verses, and who for a while had earned his living as a stonecutter at a granite quarry, I became aware of the fact that a day of work like that, with such a heavy hammer, was only bearable with the help of vast quantities of strong red wine. In Sardinia, I saw something similar. The liquor monopoly kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It increases both profits and productivity. Most likely, such monopolies were based on the fact that it costs more to renounce these agreeable things than it does to renounce necessities, salt, tobacco, and alcohol. As for the connubium, it is only valid if state and church have granted their permission. Will strew chopped straw before her door. 57. Liquor also serves as a sign within the social hierarchy. Back off, my good man, you stink of liquor. There were types who were always drunk, and who played a role in popular jokes as comical figures. Idlers, coachmen, porters, old Swedes, Low-level officers from Potsdam, who had even served under the great Elector of Brandenburg, and who obviously had attained an incredible longevity. Preserved thanks to alcohol. Industrial society cannot allow this to continue. And when Holderlin says Bacchus is the spirit of the community, it is something that has less and less value for this society. Undoubtedly, it cannot renounce euphoria, but it must not allow this factor take refuge behind the individual's right to control his consciousness either. Stabilizing and harmonizing elements must be introduced, but only within the limits of the playing field. That is, they must not partake of the Dionysian quality. There must be no trespassing in zones of epiphany. The blood alcohol level establishes the limits. This is where the work of the pharmacologists begins. The modern world, with its efficiency and its records, but also with its comforts and its whole atmosphere, is unthinkable without. Furthermore, it is possible that tobacco will also be dealt a setback, and that the era of the smoker, properly speaking, will someday come to an end. Ecstatic intoxication, as approach, must be limited to certain places and certain times, to reservations outside the technological world. From my window I could still observe figures from an already eclipsed era. Across the street, there was a store that sold military equipment, where business went from bad to worse, and whose owner, Papa Ludeman, also served alcoholic beverages. These people often went into the store for only a minute. Carters and guards also went there, who did not have much to do, but who knew all the regular customers. It did not take them long to disappear, along with their horses, and the blue uniforms with the long tails, and the sabers they dragged behind them. In this world there is little movement, and a lethargic contentment reigns, as is the case with carp and crayfish in lakes and ponds. Since antiquity, the authors of comedies have found their best fishing grounds in such waters. There is also tragedy, and Buchner saw this quite well. It is most unfortunate that Grab, who since childhood would not let go of the bottle, would prefer to focus his interest on Hannibal and Napoleon instead of the criminal underworld with which he was so familiar. He wanted to become a German Shakespeare. This is already a handicap. It was not necessary for this to be a proclaimed goal. The pearl grows not only in the sea, but also in artificial nurseries, and around small grains of sand. Although the neighborhood where I used to live was consumed by flames in one horrible night, I still often visit my old house in dreams, Mittelstrasse 7, ground floor. In Hanover I lived in many different houses. My nocturnal visits, however, are limited to that one residence and another one on the Krausenstrasse, where my grandmother spent the last few years of her life. It cannot be merely the force of memory that causes us to return to such places. They must be realities of a much more dense substance. How else could I explain that I return continually to an apartment in the suburbs of Berlin, concerning which I only know that I wanted to rent an apartment that was already occupied? It is obvious that we also move about by day through an oniric world, parallel to our everyday concerns, that lends itself to things of a different kind, almost imperceptible. If something important happens, it seems rather as if it arose from that stratum and realized itself. I look around these desolate spaces. For many years, lower-ranking officers from the nearby barracks stayed here. The furniture was seldom replaced. It was always cheap and impersonal, and was already over 50 years old. Too many books. That is what almost everyone thought who ever came to visit me. I had installed a bookshelf with iron brackets over the sofa. One fine day it collapsed, which did not at all surprise me when I came home. Hume's History of England was too heavy. Later I gave it to Valeriu Marcu. There is a monograph on the deaths of bibliophiles where this kind of accident, together with falls from ladders, plays a leading role. The expression, "end up crushed by books," acquires a concrete meaning in this case. Even today I feel threatened when I look around my house. I had to move out of that house. I no longer liked it. It was never particularly hard for me to walk up or down a few flights of stairs. Certainly one must take society seriously, but not too seriously. In the Foreign Legion, It did not take me long to get to know the mess hall and the brig. As for the base pegre, only in the punishment battalions and in French Guiana was there a minority of the most select. The fact that I nonetheless made something of a career in the Prussian army was all the more curious if one takes into account that my record noted my desertion from the Foreign Legion. Once again, I benefited from the generous spirit of that army, for the legionnaire, as I learned afterwards thanks to Benoit, was considered to be a suspicious person, and as such was subjected to close scrutiny. Much later, while on garrison duty with the security service during the occupation of Paris, I attended a conference convened by an official on the arrest and registration of suspicious elements, along with Spanish Reds and Russian immigrants. He mentioned legionnaires. Compared to the Jews and the communists, the suspects that this flunky specialized in on the Avenue Foch were not big fish. But one thing is certain. Anyone who enlisted in the Foreign Legion was considered to be capable of anything. Nevertheless, it is rare for excesses to rain down from the sky. In their majority, they are symptoms of discontent about a certain situation, with the advantage that the thing ends abruptly and does not allow for delay. White Knights. Just as I was getting ready to move on from that intermediate category to the east, I discovered a gap that had almost escaped my notice. Cocaine. I am not so much interested in classifying drugs, something that I will leave to the pharmacists, as I am in depicting in their rough outlines those states that drugs provoke, and which should be taken into account. Cocaine calls to mind Bodo, a comrade from my conscription age group, whom I got to know after the First World War, and for whom I felt a certain admiration. The type of person who made a good impression on us during our school years, and even during the 1920s, the kind of person who is dear to us, whom we meet everywhere that humans gather for work or for pleasure. He occupied a central place there, that good-looking young man with a good physique, with an alert intelligence, with whom everyone wanted to be friends. He was a good gymnast, dancer, fencer, horseman and motorist, and even an eloquent speaker, always quick with a response. Without exaggeration, the world was his oyster. Everything went his way. At the university he obtained the position of teaching assistant, and in the military he was a junior officer. The comrades chose him as their spokesman. Wow! Born under a good star, it could only augur for him an ascent to a position of authority. Then, however, disappointments can arise that are comparable to those caused by the passage through adolescence. The model is something more light and subtle. I find it strange that it should have been encountered above all among aviators. In fact, all of them had a predisposition to that job, an elemental kinship with the symbols of the air. I am thinking of Odette, whom I heard say at breakfast that you fly better with your ass than with your head, which seemed convincing to me. That was when a flyer could still distinguish himself with his aerial acrobatics. His fate is typical. Politics only contributed the circumstances. During those years, there was something else that made an impression. One's first literary conversation. This does not necessarily involve the world of books in the strict sense, but rather the encounter with the reflective man. His lot is isolation from the group, long hours spent walking with a friend, discussions that lasted long into the night. And even when the conversation turned to the history of crime, one would often look back on such conversations as the root of complicity. This is no less true of good influences. If, instead of carrying on with his monologue, Raskolnikov had opened the door to Razumikin, the crime never would have taken place. Both qualities were united in Bodo. He was enchanting both in society gatherings as well as in intimate conversation. A fortunate case that has been repeated in my life, and which has accompanied me over the course of time, whose desert stretches, which have been getting increasingly longer, could not otherwise have been traversed without great suffering. When I moved to Berlin, that is, already quite early, we lost touch, and only occasionally heard news from each other. We met again for a second time, much later, at the round table of the Hotel Georges V in Paris. To evoke him, I have had to take out the file with his letters. It seems that the good fortune that he enjoyed never abandoned him over his entire life, not even during the worst moments, because almost no one in our epoch has managed to escape unscathed. It remained faithful to him in his final journey. Among the characters whose outlines I have just depicted, there was no lack of obstacles. One of them was gambling. It is true that here too generally they have a lucky hand. With the final dissolution of the world of the estate system and its values after the First World War, here too there was, as in other domains, a transformation. On such a landscape, after a felling of trees, if something still survives, it does not take long for it to become absurd, strange, or simply boring. This is what happened to the duel, fencing with sabers, the word of honor, hand-kissing, the old customs of courtesy, and the knightly virtues. Perhaps here or there an Ikigai 58 survives. In such places, the conditions for the game in its noble version are still fulfilled. Naturally, the game of chance will never be extinguished, but its forms will change. They are adopting the rhythm and automatism of the world of labor. In a description of Las Vegas, Thomas Wolfe, The Candy-Colored Tangerine Flake Streamlined Baby, 1968, I find that place described as the Versailles of America, an extraordinarily apt comparison. As a link in the chain leading to Las Vegas, we should cite Monte Carlo, which flourished during the 19th century, and with the end of that century, lost its attractive power. Furthermore, roulette, compared to dice in card games, already represents a transition towards automatism. A restriction is imposed that affects the relation between style and motif. The motif can attain a greater profundity and depend less on time than the collective spirit of an epoch and its style. Motifs are not only universal and recurrent, leitmotifs, but can sometimes be grasped in a particularly apt and valid way. Thus the motif, fortune, and bad luck, in the form of roulette. In the face of such a correct assertion, some motifs are concentrated in simple and eloquent models, as in this case in the wheel and the ball, in the red and black chips, in the odd and even numbers, and in the zero that only benefits the house. The old idea of the Wheel of Fortune has been brought to its perfect formula. Today, Monte Carlo has been transformed into a kind of museum, and the casinos, conceived all over the world for the purpose of separating fools from their money, have become as superfluous as the national borders near which they are constructed. The game of chance has adopted other forms. It makes use of other means and founds industries and monopolies within the automated world. In Hanover, gambling encountered propitious soil in various epochs. So it has been since olden times. In any case, ever since the horse was adopted and honored in Lower Saxony. Until the death of Wedekind in this region, not only was the horse honored, but it was also worshipped. Woden originally had an equine form. Like many other creatures, the horse passed from totem status to heraldry, one of the transitions with which its final reduction begins. In the Kingdom of Hanover, the horse still appeared on flags and postage stamps. The equestrian statue of the king, Ernst, August, in front of the Hanover train station, withstood not only the year 1866, but also the firestorm on the great night of the bombing. Whenever I leave the station from its main gate, his statue offers me a kind of consolation. This must come from the steed, rather than the horseman. It is not a royalist sentiment, but a tribal one. Guelphs, like the dynasty of the Hohenzollern of the Mark of Brandenburg, are hardly native to these lands. Even when the kingdom became the Prussian state of Hanover, the horse still played an important role. The army preserved its cavalry school in the capital, which also survived in the Republic. This was not by chance. In the changes of history and governments, places preserve their own force. The fact that meanwhile, the era of horsemen and horses had already become obsolete was a fact that could not have gone unnoticed at the time. Horses and horsemen, however, were still capable of causing some after-effects in connection with the races in autumn. The passion for the horse and for gambling are closely related. They are united in the bets on horse racing that cannot be as ruinous as the pure game of chance because, on the one hand, they are limited to one result, and on the other hand, they leave time for reflection. It is true that the races create an atmosphere that is generally favorable to gambling. This is also true with reference to our narrative. Throughout that entire era, Bodo gambled with some comrades in small back rooms or at the Herrenhausen castle, where a bookmaker in English in the originala occasionally passed through with a roulette wheel and a baccarat pallet die. The gamblers never finished and hated any interruptions. Lord Sandwich became famous for his indefatigable sedentary behavior that did not even tolerate a pause for eating. But he made his servants serve him those slices of bread that, bearing his name, have since become indispensable. One will understand perfectly that the nights were very brief, and that is why the rooms where they played were furnished with thick black curtains. These curtains were usually closed, simply because the game of chance is the object of persecution, but also because no noise, no outside presence must disturb it. The air is thick, the gamblers also smoke endlessly. The light is dazzling, the service silent and suspicious. These are places that one enters in a state of tension, and, at the same time, with the feeling that one is under surveillance. It is likely that there are secret back rooms, hidden from sight, but even if there are not, the demon lies in wait. I was only in Herrenhausen once, and I did not stay long. The atmosphere was unpleasant. Like all activity that requires concentration, gambling is also undermined by drink. The narcotic effect weakens attentiveness, and the stimulant effect makes one take the curves too fast. One lets one's guard down. On the other hand, the tension of the white nights leads to exhaustion. The gambler is forced to depart or to snort powder. Attention directed towards a limited field must remain alert, without either excitatory acceleration or fantastic influences. The desirable state is, more or less, that of a hot air balloon that must be kept at the same altitude. Towards this end, chemistry offers excellent means, among which, to speak truly, it is hard to discern where stimulation becomes doping. An enhancement of performance can also be manifested as greater endurance. Undoubtedly, the resort to outside substances has to be made increasingly more often, since energy does not decline in a constant way, but following an abrupt curve. Suddenly, the balloon touches down, no matter how much was done to prevent it. The ascending force is exhausted. Bodo and his friends, among them a young doctor, had discovered that small doses of cocaine were more effective than coffee and tobacco for staying awake. In addition, the effect still persists on the next day, until the end of the game. They would thus appear to be as fresh as roses. At most, one noticed the fact that their teeth were clenched, and they were constantly sniffling. None of them became addicts. To the extent that I have been able to follow their careers, all of them attained high ranks in the military hierarchy. It was harder for Bodo to quit smoking. He even departed ad patres with a cigarette in his hand. Cocaine became fashionable during the First World War. Zurich, that two-faced Janus, was one of the heartlands from which its rule emanated. Cerner's collection of novels, Zum Blauen Affen, at the Blue Monkey, provides an idea of the habitat in which the drug spread. It is also said that fighter pilots with weak nerves used it to instill themselves with courage, which could not last very long. In his classic work on poisons, Lewin classifies cocaine as a member of the euphorica and tobacco under the category of excitantia. Such classifications possess, like those applied to mental illnesses, very blurry contours. They denote states and products that not only have very different repercussions on an individual level, but which also harbor divergent and even opposed powers. In this connection, it is helpful to once again cite the saying of Paracelsus, solo dosis facit venenum. In this case, too, one can reverse the classification and include tobacco among the euphoric drugs and cocaine among the excitant drugs. In medicine, It is used as an anesthetic and coagulating agent. Gamblers and pilots take it to stay awake and also as a kind of fuel, as a source of energy. Cocaine does not exist in a pure state in nature. It is contained, along with other alkaloids, in the coca leaf, which in the Inca Empire was counted among the gifts of the gods. For this reason, it also played a role in ceremonies. By chewing it, the Indians dispelled fatigue, hunger, and pain. They therefore valued it for its energizing and euphoric power, and also, as we would say today, as an appetite suppressant. In fact, during their long excursions in the high mountains and while working on the plantations, it favored levels of production that Humboldt had already admired in his native guides in the Andes. Tschudi, who traveled through South America 50 years later, observed in situ Indians who chewed 10 times the usual amount and who looked prematurely aged. Once again, we touch upon the connection between ecstatic intoxication and time. And here we also note the curious fact that the Indians used the quid of cocaine, the cocada, as a unit for measuring distance and time. In the mountains, time does not last as long as in the plains. It is also surprising that the Indian prefers to enjoy his first quid immediately after waking up, while he is still resting, rather than at work. Thus, this first cocada, like our morning cigarette, is consecrated to pure pleasure. They snort cocaine while they are playing, and undoubtedly with moderation, perhaps the way one smokes a black Brazilian cigar or drinks a cup of café mocha. Their journey is made at a galloping pace. Later, they resume their previous pace. It seems that the moderate consumption of coca can hardly be more harmful than the compulsive use of tobacco. At various times, the Jesuits prohibited the use of this stimulant. Above all, for theological reasons. Because the plant only seems to make you stronger by means of a deceit of the evil one. Then, the Indians planted the bush everywhere in the jungle thickets. Similarly, marijuana smokers now cultivate cannabis indoors, or in the more remote parts of public parks. Just as we distinguish the drinker from those who abide by the customs that regulate drinking, likewise the Indians distinguish the coquero, someone who consumes coca in inordinate amounts, from the person who peacefully chews his quid with a contemplative air. The coquero only knows one pace, the gallop. This rapidly leads to ruin. With regard to artificially synthesized substances, this dangerous possibility becomes the rule. The dose is too strong. That is why I assumed that Bodo took the drug without abusing it, almost with a grain of salt, so to speak, which is all the more likely if one considers that, despite his great skill as a gambler, he did not bet with abandon, and he usually won. I felt little inclination to play, nor did I have gifts of the gambler. The good hand is among the gifts of nature, and sometimes it is unmistakable. Just as in the lottery, there is a series of prizes that one is ridiculously unlikely to win. I forgot to mention that, as I was leaving the gambler's conclave, I found myself face to face in the dark hallway with a high-ranking cavalry officer, a successor of the Universal Marshal, who had also been a major in Hanover. I was wearing a gray coat from 1912 that I found in my closet. He saw my image in the mirror, turned and said, "If I ever see you here again, you'll see what will happen." Even today I attempt in vain to decipher what this blunt insult meant. Gamblers are touchy. They think that certain kinds of faces will bring them bad luck. It is also possible that he had pedagogical intentions, that he was admonishing me in that particularly dangerous den. Obviously, the kind of people with whom Bodo associated did not bother him. In that case, there would have been a big difference, not with respect to the game, but with respect to the drug. Immediately afterwards, I headed straight for the border. Bodo praised the lucidity that this substance confers. It was conducive to a fair and general view of things and to clear decisions. He said I would have to try it. My pen would fly over the paper. He did not have to ask me twice. His friend, the doctor, who was also an adept, gave me a blue pillbox, about the size of a 5-mark note, and a little spoon. One night I locked myself in my room with these accoutrements. I had come from the gate of St. Aegidius by way of Friedrichswald. The first leaves were already fallen. After making myself comfortable in a chair, I opened the box. It was filled with bright powder. The substance was white as snow, but intermixed with more elongated crystals, so that it formed a kind of cottony substance with a silky finish. I touched it with my finger. The sensation was not exactly pleasant. It produced a feeling of numbness, as if talc had been rubbed on my fingertips, and as if there was something unnatural in its cottony glossiness, like synthetic silk. Many products of organic chemistry have this sterile glossiness. They potentiate by way of reduction. There is nothing left of the green of the coca leaf, as I later saw it in the jungle. Similarly, morphine is pallid in comparison with the black weight of opium. There, the purple dream slumbers. I tasted a small dose on my fingertip, a concentrated bitterness. Later, with a little spoon, I snorted a little in each nostril. The effect was almost instantaneous. My nose seemed to freeze and became numb. My breathing became deep and slow. An optimistic state of mind supervened upon me, as if the energies that I had previously dissipated in images, books, and objects were now concentrated within me. Perception withdrew to the interior, with a smooth but sure motion, the way the horn of the snail retracts when something brushes against it, or when a shadow falls across it. Its body becomes more solid, at the same time that it contracts. There are molluscoid forces that work not in the manner of the lever, like those of mammals and creatures with jointed appendages, but on the basis of an undifferentiated mass. It recalls the handshake of certain comrades who smoothly take hold of your hand, as if by enclosing it, they wanted to absorb it, producing a pleasantly dangerous effect. I picked up my pen and I tried to describe the leaves that I had seen on the cobblestones during my walk along Friedrichswald. They were still fresh before my eyes, with their metallic green, over which the colored rust of autumn is superimposed. I thought that was a good phrase that I must have remembered from somewhere. A pair of impressions then followed, the first written in shaky characters, and the second in a series of illegible scrawls like the readout of a seismograph. I soon gave up trying to write. It was unnecessary. I felt as if my capacity for representation had increased, and as if, to the same degree that it intensified, I became incapable of all representation. A paradox exemplified everywhere in animate and inanimate nature. A dam must have an emergency spillway that corresponds to its capacity. If the amount of water held by the dam is too large, the floodgates will be opened to let out some of the water that cannot be drained through the power generation conduits. Similarly, a surge of electric power that is too great will trip the fuses, instead of letting the current follow its course through the circuit. My brain was then in a state similar to that of a dam with a water level that is too high or a tripped circuit breaker. I could no longer deliver energy in small quantities. With energy like that, it would be easier to illuminate a city than a desk lamp. Incapable of working, not due to a lack, but due to excess. Incapable of procreation, not due to impotence, but due to unbridled vitality. Here the reef is nearby, and the danger of shipwreck is great. It is necessary to grasp this contradiction, not only in the study of ecstatic intoxication, but also in the study of adolescence and the period of life that follows adolescence. This contradiction recurs in history and is typical of the changes in which Titanism is reiterated. It also heralds the dawn of the worker. The greatest risk resides in our own power. I began to feel a more pronounced sense of cold. Not only had my nose gone numb, but so had my mouth and palate. At times I ground my teeth, like a horse chewing its feed. I went up to the mirror. My pupils had become big, like the eyes of a moth, darkened and dilated by the alkaloid. My face muscles were rigid, frozen, as happened to me once, when I was on a voyage beyond the Arctic Circle. And, at the same time, my face was glowing. The cold became more intense. If De Quincey imagined having lived in a coma for thousands of years, mummified, inside the pyramids, this was due to the consuming and desiccating effect of opium, such as may be studied in old Chinese men, and as one may observe in Benoit and other legionnaires. The brown paste mummifies. The snow freezes. It also entails a dilation of duration, or at least of the consciousness of duration, for what is time but the consciousness of duration? When the brain congeals and is transformed into a block of ice, it is just as impossible to form thoughts as it is to empty the North Pole with a bucket of water or to make it spray out of a fountain. The great central power plant goes into standby mode. In the absence of thoughts, the consciousness of spiritual presence and of power grows. The brain no longer thinks about this or that. It senses itself in its unlimited plenitude. The small change that once circulated has been deposited in subterranean vaults. Along with this, disillusion increases, as well as indifference towards the pretensions of the world. The block of ice becomes an ingot of gold. The human being turns into his own harpagon. Now everything becomes possible for him, just as the miser could acquire everything if he did not prefer the sublime power of gold to spending it. Here, too, tragedy is concealed just below the surface of comedy. This state of mind is not easy to understand. In any case, one cannot just trivialize it as a sterile variant of the imagination. The spirit believes itself to be omnipotent and considers that the effort that had previously absorbed its attention was not worth the trouble, nor was it enough. The settling of accounts in the world of the imagination, and when it comes right down to it, an instructive one. This is what can happen when the brain finally begins to exempt itself from service and uses its reserves for itself. A power that is not diminished, but stockpiled. Of course, this is only a transition, a trajectory. I had seen those ghostly faces with dull, deadly nightshade, I-60 in the cafes, not only on the Alexanderplatz, but also on the Kurfürstendamm. A repugnant spectacle, although in those days not a rare one. If there was one thing alien to the dynamic world, it was that total rigidity and lack of expression. It was not encountered among the opium or the cannabis smokers. Among them, their outward aspects ran the gamut of every kind of happiness and passion. With the cocaine addicts, however, ecstatic intoxication turned them into statues. Everyone knows that Snow encountered an especially warm welcome in the underworld. This cannot be the result of chance. In such environments, any difference between the vocation of the human being and his action is destructive. The human being sees his portrait corrupted by crime and vice, as Wilde has shown in Dorian Gray. Against this, artificial paradises are not enough. The spirit wants, at least for a few hours, to return to its unlimited plenitude, to its immaculate whiteness, even if it is a glacial whiteness. The fact that the human being opposes his intelligible character to his empirical character cannot be interpreted from a moral perspective. He does not want to recognize himself in his virtue, but in his own individuality that has been bestowed upon him. When Raskolnikov wants to plumb the depths of his dreams, he does not take Christ as his model, but Napoleon. The streetwalker does not want to see herself as Mary, or even as Mary Magdalene, but as a courtesan, like Madame de Pompadour. For a few hours, the spirit erects its statue. It cannot, however, put up any resistance at this altitude. It has to constantly inject itself with new forces. Ecstatic intoxication can approach closer to the absolute, but only in image. For an instant, we recognize what is possible. A glance is enough to pass through the door. The faces of the night are like ghostly masks, with dark visages engraved in the material. My outward appearance was similar. I got up now and then to look at myself in the mirror. This was part of the experiment. Otherwise, I remained seated, my hands on the arms of the chair, while the hours passed by one after another. In ancient China, it was said that the kingdom was ruled by peace when the emperor was seated upon his throne in a just position. I understood the meaning of this rite later when I examined many temples of the Far East. A sublime repose emanated from the idols. Flow, illumination, and the impregnation of cosmic energies take place without effort. There is no cross, no Grunewald, no clock, no anxiety, no constant musings concerning the perpetuum mobile. Reliable chronicles speak of Tibetan monks who spend the night, naked, nestled up against rock-studded walls of ice, and there they dry, one after another, soaking wet cloths, which they spread over their shoulders. This cannot be achieved by virtue of their own body heat, as motionless as they may be, but only by another thermal flow, that is, a heat that the cosmos instills directly into the bio. By way of a circuit, through fuses, which protect us against short circuits, all of us feed on this radiation. Facts of this kind, such as Q observed in his travels in Mongolia, often shock us because they do not fit into the system of our dynamic world. But why do they also make us feel uneasy? If we were to be told that these monks were connected to a network of electrical current, we would feel relieved. This current has existed since time immemorial, long before it became visible to us, and then usable by way of a series of phenomena. It is one current among others, known and unknown, just as our world is one among others. Anyway, I needed reinforcement, and I obtained it with the little spoon. The amount I took was only a pinch of powder, but its effect was immediate. Not only had my nose, face, and cheeks become cold and numb, but my entire organism was frozen, as if I was immersed in liquid oxygen. A plant with filamentary roots and feathered branches, crystallized even at the cellular level. A flow of a pure and clear mass welled up so quickly that I seemed to be as motionless as a mirror. Then, creases and blemishes appeared on its surface, phenomena that are also manifested in soap bubbles just before they burst. It was not a pleasant sensation, since it introduced time into my ecstatic contemplation. When we perceive velocity and gravity, the fall has already begun. My state of mind began to deteriorate. I resorted more frequently to the little spoon. Although the nights were getting longer, the light filtered through the curtain. My body felt like a racehorse that is always getting noticeably weaker, no matter how frequently and insistently we apply the spur. At this threshold, the drug ceased to be effective. Even though I increased the dose to absurd levels, all that remained was the toxic effect. It makes you lethargic, it paralyzes, it destroys, it allows the demons to enter unopposed. These are the twilight states of mind, in which Dmitry Karamazov heard the sleigh bells ringing. It might also be the ambulance siren. Cocaine has in common with morphine and chloroform the property of killing pain. It is distinguished from them by the fact that it does not quell, but maintains attentiveness, and even increases it. Snow, in the case where it encounters an intact organism, transports the spirit to a state of attentive frigidity and abandons it, by suppressing the perception of the body to the solitary pleasure of the self. It can blossom like a water lily in a pond at night, bathed in the rays of the moon. With addiction, serious disturbances supervene, such as, for example, hallucinations involving horrible insects that swarm on and under one's skin. You cannot get rid of them, even if you try to kill them with knives and scissors. If they were real, the threat would be easier to deal with. Serious abuse harbors other dangers. The paralysis of the muscles of the breathing apparatus, for example. This danger looms in the hours before dawn when, to maintain your high, you increase the dose more and more. It is as if a gambler were to double his bet, but without hope. After the cannons, you have to throw the anchor overboard too. The ship, however, sinks quickly. The water is already up to your neck that almost does not feel the cold. Icebergs within and without, the brain, the tip of the iceberg, is all that is visible. Your ears perceive the rhythm of the ship's orchestra. It interprets the melody of life. Our nights are too short for such long journeys. Dawn is breaking. The bugle call has sounded. One can hear the measured steps of the changing of the guards outside. Mounted troopers are also passing by. They want to give their horses some exercise while the square is still deserted. It was Sunday, and it was still some time before church services. Attendance was voluntary, and for the lower-ranking officers, the service was reduced to leading the detachments to the church and then back again. The interim was spent in one of the nearby taverns. Even the conversations held in these taverns were marked by that melancholy aura of puritanical Sundays. The house also began to come to life. The regiment's tailor, like most of the veteran soldiers, was an early bird, and the men under his command imitated his example. Before the war he had already sewn numbers on many jackets, starting before breakfast, piece by piece, at 30 cents each. On the other side of the building, the lights were also already turned on. That is where Lieutenant von Einem lived, who was by no means overpaid. He transcribed addresses for 10 marks 1,000. When the dawn breaks after a night like that, we feel threatened by an atmosphere of being on trial. The little sounds that usually accompany the beginning of the day, the light and tentative movements in rooms and floors, on stairs and in hallways, acquire an associated moral tone. They become accusers. We want to deny them, extinguish them. Nonetheless, they become increasingly louder, like an orchestra, which, after an overture, soft as a whisper, floods space, and not just space. At this moment, no resistance is of any help. Then we begin to become aware of the theft we have perpetrated against society by engaging in such excess. I exceed. I went too far. I thus removed myself from my own proper boundaries as well as from those of society. Excessus is excess. As a result, sooner or later, one runs the risk of exclusio, exclusion. The solitary nature of the pleasure is added as an aggravating circumstance. It becomes an all the more urgent necessity the more adversely the drug could affect one's reputation. The student who returns to his room just before dawn scandalously drunk gets a good scolding from his landlady. He has transgressed against order. The neighbors are partly indignant, partly amused. The circumstances are different when the same landlady, upon entering his room with the breakfast tray at the usual hour, finds the student sitting in the chair, with an ashen face, absently staring off into space. This man is weird. For the student, however, it is no less disturbing to see the landlady, who comes into the room fresh and in a good mood after a night of restful sleep. His state is the kind that we find so repulsive that we are shocked. He shows some predilection for crime, but only crime of the highest rank, the kind that is committed in solitude. Nietzsche must have had this in mind in his passages devoted to the question of evil. The petty criminal, the small-time crook, the accomplice, and the thug are economically dependent on society and psychologically dependent on the social relations between human beings. Getting intoxicated in solitude is a replacement for action, a substitute. On a morning like that, however, there are other worse enemies than society, composed of those whose day begins with their morning routine. This was, and still is, dangerous, however careful we are not to make noise. At that moment, the landlady comes down the stairs and Papa Ludeman raises the blinds. 2 floors above, Harmon sets to work with his axe. 61. They are marginal phenomena, background noise as Kubin says. They accompany the farewell bid to the silent and solemn night. Before, we were safe, as if snuggled in a deep bosom. Now the light of day announces its arrival with its pitiless shafts. Underground there is more life, more subtle and delicate, than under the light of day. All those seeds, pupae, rootlets, mycelia, slugs, and nematodes only become visible if a shovel brings them to light, which quickly destroys them. However, the root that nourishes the foliage, the myth that nourishes history, the poet that nourishes the thinker, The dream that nourishes our works and our days lives on. The night is deep and deeper than day can comprehend. 62. More light. 63. This also has a hermetic version. Darkness. Whoever the woman with whom we sleep may be, her bosom awakens our desire to return to the mother. It is her altar, not Aphrodite's, at which we offer the sacrifice. Aphrodite only provides the form, as the gods in general provide the form. Some take her too seriously, others underestimate her. She is the object of every dispute worthy of the name. A dwelling, especially a dormitory, must always preserve an aspect of the nest or the cave. It has to be a refuge. The German word Bau meaning den, cave, hideout, habitation, has a subterranean character. It evokes galleries and chambers, like those dug by animals. Above all, the stronghold of the master fox, male Pardus. Even as a child, I especially liked nests that were also covered on top, like those of the shrew, the woodpecker, and the weaver bird. It must be pointed out, however, that I never liked glass buildings, such as the ones that I contemplated, with more revulsion than admiration, in New York. Naturally, I make an exception for laboratories and observatories, but glass facades are not favorable for limited symbioses, such as are represented in offices and schools. In a glass hospital we can be repaired, but not healed. I've always felt a predilection for black curtains. The light, however, filters through them with increasingly greater intensity. With pale colors, it clearly demarcates the carpets, books, and furniture, and absorbs their reality. I was seated on the armchair. The little blue box lay on the table. Its contents had hardly diminished. I must have consumed a gram. It is true that, in the opinion of the experts, this was an excessive dose for beginners. If I wanted to maintain my high, I had to raise myself up all at once, again, with a much higher dose. I thought about it. The door was locked. The cleaning lady arrived late on Sundays. For such undertakings it should be possible to conceal oneself in the most inaccessible material, to occupy chambers hewn out of the solid rock, towards which an endless stairwell descends. A higher dose entails a higher risk. It is said that in dangerous situations we split into two persons, one of whom observes the other. In war or in a fire, this can get us out of a tight spot. It shows us this or that way out. We think of it as instinct. There is nothing to object to in that. Instinct is a word like any other. Sometimes, this observer, who can so quickly act as an accelerator or as a brake, also assumes the form of the involuntary logical transgression. And that was also the case here. That room never had running water. The landlady would come and conduct a rudimentary cleaning of the room, while the tenant left to go to the bathroom. She made the bed and refilled the water pitcher. The basin containing the used water was emptied in the bucket, along with the ashtray and, in accordance with a time-honored tradition, the urinal. If I had to make the poison disappear somewhere, it was there. The brake ordered me to get up and empty the little blue box in the bucket. The instructions were very detailed, of an almost Levitical subtlety. I had to rinse out the box and its lid to dissolve even the smallest trace that could have stuck to a fingertip. Un soupçon, as they say when pouring wine. The captain had intervened. He is always on board, but only rarely does he make an appearance on deck. It sometimes happens, however, that we immediately perceive the change. It was once believed that in individual situations of emergency, it was not necessary to mobilize great powers. One counted on mediators, effective protectors, and guardian saints. It is not absurd that these cults were so very numerous, involving veritable armies of intercessors, for each individual felt the need for a particular helper, one that was specially devoted to him. To this day, rhetorical flourishes like, "my guardian angel," are still commonly used. The place of the individual in the cosmos, even among millions of human beings, is unrepeatable, like the network of the lines on one's palm. From this point of view, at least, the astrologers know more than anyone else. In every situation, there is a way out for every individual as long as he knows the signs. To drive an automobile, you have to be able to distinguish between red lights and green lights, and to make an emergency phone call, you need to know the numbers on the telephone dial. Considered acoustically, each individual possesses an alarm signal that overcomes all resistance, but he must know the word. Sesame, and the cavern opens. I do not recall if they served me breakfast in my room on the Mittelstrasse. This lapse in my memory seems odd, insofar as I lived there for a whole year. I still recall apparently insignificant details, however, that, like the blue box, seem to be right in front of me on the table. It is evident that things associated with everyday life harbor influences that can only be weighed in memory. That morning, anyway, I was not served coffee, something that probably would not have been very normal in the times of my predecessors, among whom old Hindenburg was certainly also included, who had lived in these two buildings. After 1866, when he was a second lieutenant in the 3rd Guards Regiment, I changed my clothes and rumpled the blankets and sheets on the bed to give the impression that it had been used. This is an old trick of night birds. Then I went out to take a bath, not in the fancy facilities on the Goseried, but at a modest establishment that had opened in the neighborhood. I brought a thermometer with me into the stall, for I had to be careful. My skin had yet to recover its sensitivity. The hot water felt good after the cold that had pierced me to the marrow. It restored my thermal equilibrium. Apart from that, I did not feel tired in the least. To the contrary, I felt more clear-headed than usual. I was walking toward the old part of the city to have breakfast. I certainly did not have an appetite, but I fancied some tea, and I ordered 2 cups. At this time of the morning, one breathed an air of great tranquility in the cafe, which surfaced in the center of the city like an island. With its big glass windows and display cases, it reminded me of an aquarium. That is the way I always saw it, even when I was 5 years old, from above, in my father's laboratory, which had a view of the other side of the cafe. At that time, an automobile still made a big impression. The old men were absorbed in their newspapers. The editor, Stegmann, was sitting at a table with Schenzinger, a doctor and writer like Ben, along with the painter, Vierthaler. Some travelers came in from the train station to have a drink, and there were also some young people of independent means who were wilting with boredom and who stood out because of their sober elegance. The city was still just a large village. Through the revolving doors came some of my comrades from high school, comrades from times of war and peace, and acquaintances of my father, such as the lawyer Edelstein, whom Lunz, I think, has depicted in one of his novels. We greeted each other, or even exchanged a few words at the table. There are states of mind when we use whoever is sitting in front of us as a mirror to discover if we are attracting attention. Sick people, especially people who are mentally ill and addicts, scrutinize themselves in this way. Thus, I, too, was afraid that they would read the signs of my excesses in my face. It was evident, however, that there was no reason for alarm. Then Eggers arrived, an art dealer and also one of the eccentric characters of Hanover, with his broad-brimmed hat and his close-cut gray beard, an octogenarian but still vigorous. His big display window was across the street, at the best location in town. Schwitters and other painters were very eager to have their works displayed there, but they did not enjoy any favor in his eyes. In my house, there is no room for rubbish. The old man did not pay any attention to Stegmann, who had just published Anna Bloom under his Silver Horses imprint, but he sat at my table to complain a little about him and his clique. At that moment I had very different things on my mind. Then Zenker joined us, who possessed a policeman's instinct for sniffing out mysteries. When someone came from the Eilenriede 64 and found himself downtown, he said, "Have you taken a walk in the forest?" He must have had a peculiar sense of smell for such activities. It was, at the same time, presumptuousness, and a certain kind of meddling, by means of which he had the other person half in his power. He was also amusing besides. 20 years later, however, he became disturbing. When someone returned from a vacation after 3 weeks, Zenker was capable of claiming, "To speak the truth, your uncle had a good bottle of Burgundy in the wine cellar." He had an extraordinarily sensitive nose for anything suspicious. He could tell at first glance whether a young girl took money. He sympathized with the streetwalkers, although this was only true as long as they stayed on their corners. He knew them by name. If I did doorway. However, in the break between two customers, some newcomer tried to come into the shop to warm up with a cup of coffee. Zenker would wink at Fritz, a decrepit old factotum, who shuffled around from room to room in his greatcoat with an asthmatic dignity, and kept an eye on the staff. Then Zenker said, "Fritz, a whore," turning his gaze towards his victim. He did not exactly say this in a whisper. Some of the customers heard it. Fritz then went to the table of the undesirable customer and left a note on her table. "You are requested to discreetly leave this establishment." The other customers noted these proceedings with that sense of comfort that degradation arouses in those who are not affected. They were pleased with Zenker's efficiency, just as, long ago, Marshall was delighted with the staff who cleaned the luxury box seats of the patricians at the circus. I could rest assured, if I looked odd or even just drowsy, Zenker would certainly have noted it, and I would not have been spared his comp. I was worried, however, that the waterfall could not have inundated my brain for a whole autumn night without leaving any traces. Undoubtedly, the alternative between movement and rigidity was still unresolved. There are vines and trees composed of ice on the edges of glaciers and in ice caves. On that occasion, ecstatic intoxication had not granted me either images or dreams, but only that abstract narcissism of the spirit, the nocturnal review of its immense but anonymous power. It had to cost me a vast expenditure of energy. I only became aware of this the following night, when I fell into a very deep sleep. The experiment did not tempt me to repeat it. If it was a waterfall, it lacked the rainbow that, even in Iceland, gleams over the cascades where the salmon swim upstream. In the system of Linnaeus, the coca bush is included in the genus Erythroxylum, with the brown plum and cachuaba. In its external appearance it resembles our blackthorn, while the fruit looks like a wild cherry. Among the alkaloids that we owe to Central and South America, cocaine is distinguished by its notable lack of color. If we subtract the sense of well-being from the effects that coffee, tea, and tobacco have on us, and if, on the other hand, we consider solely the increase of the stimulating force, to the point where it hobbles the spirit more than it liberates, we come close to the peculiar combination of wakefulness and lethargy, from which medicine has derived such great advantage. For we must recall that here the West finds itself, by way of a detour, face to face with an augmentation of power by way of extraction. Where coca leaves are consumed in moderation, the harm cannot be more serious than that caused by tobacco. It becomes ruinous for the coquero, for the addict, who chews approximately 3 times the normal dose. This is also more or less the case with the effects of nicotine, if we agree that this applies to a dose of 20 cigarettes per day. In both instances, the improvement of one's state of mind or the intensification of the yield from labor can compensate for moderate harm. Being around a smoker during his periods of abstinence is not pleasant. Anyway, one does not live just to get old. Old age is an addendum, and often not even a pleasant one, to existence. White people do not get much pleasure from chewing coca. Indian women do not chew it, or only do so in secret. The men begin at a very tender age. Sometimes the father will give a child a small piece from the quid he is chewing, similar to the way we will let children have a sip from our glass of wine. Seagulls and pelicans feed their chicks from their own gullets. From a spiritual point of view, this constitutes a feature of instruction among men, a paternal initiation. Initiation, The fact that plants dispense something more than food, something more even than pleasure and healing, forms part of the pre-logical experience. Their veneration is more anonymous than that directed toward animals. Rather than representations of the gods, they are their presuppositions. They can be found everywhere, even in the New Testament, not only in the references to bread and olive oil, but also to lilies, the mustard seed, and the fig tree. When we are walking in a forest, we are overflowing with expectation. Everything changes when the ram, the eagle, or the snake appears. Paradise is the original garden. Photosynthesis is the direct absorption of light. On the altiplano of the New World, the coca bush is also the object of worship. Its leaves are offered as a sacrifice and they are chewed during religious ceremonies. The lesser gods are represented with distended cheeks. They too enjoy the magical leaves. The fact that the gods are offered plants, the way Pallas Athena was offered olives, is a reversal of their true attributes. It would seem more appropriate for them to sprout from the lotus like Brahma, or that they should sail among their flowers like Lakshmi, the goddess of abundance. When we study these phenomena today, we are on the one hand interested in their chemistry, and on the other hand in their psychological effect. The substances whose microscopic structures were not understood until recently and whose active principles had been attributed to the virtues of the plant seed do not act merely on our cells, but incorporate themselves into our cells in new combinations. They form chains and rings of a complexity that the body is not capable of producing on its own. The same is true of perception. It is made fertile with images that, if the plants did not give them to us, no thought and no active imagination would be able to create. From our perspective, chemistry is a mode of transition, and the psyche is an organ that is sensitive to that which supervenes. Just as Western medicine has separated from the juice of opium the eidetic effect in order to isolate the hypnotic effect, so too has it likewise extracted from the coca leaf the flow of euphoria that appeared to the Indians to be a gift of the gods. The narcotic effect has been isolated, a kind of congealment. In this neutral cold, there is no longer any pain or pleasure. Drugs also follow fashions. They maintain substantial correspondences with spiritual transformations that, perhaps, only leave minor traces in the history of style, but which nonetheless have an impact. In the years after the First World War, people took cocaine diet. They took snow in small quantities to stay awake, or to improve their concentration like Bodo. In this respect, industry has since then developed more effective and less harmful remedies, such as the kinds that were used during the Second World War, and then later on a mass scale. The harm that an Indian suffers over the course of 10 years of constant chewing of coca leaves could be compared more or less to the harm inflicted by Ceridon. Yellow pills. They are supposed to level out, above all, the ups and downs of one's state of mind during the performance of subtle manual labor and support concentration, a remedy that attacks the kidneys. Even when its danger becomes acute, snow neutralizes. To the extent that the awareness of spiritual arrogance increases, impotence also grows. The ecstatic intoxication associated with snow not only produces bodily rigidity, but also congeals thought and its mobility. Naturally, this fortifies the consciousness of spiritual power, the haughty disdain for the troops. The general of the army still has all his reserves. Benedek, still euphoric, at Kona Grades. Are we going to join the battle? As I have said, it is not the privilege of an intellectual prominence. It is rather a purely speculative feeling in which will and representation are recognized without producing any visible difference. The individual ego is firmly established on the arms of the throne. Each person thus becomes a Lucullus who eats at the house of Lucullus. It is just that for Lucullus, this is his daily bread. The Western man who lands on the moon encounters the confirmation of his own reality. He had known for a long time, thanks to his instruments, that he would not have to meet with any surprises. like the kind of surprises that exotic animals, abandoned cities, or even native moon people might have offered. If there are previously unknown species on the moon, he will not be capable of perceiving them. Of a totally different nature was the landing of the conquistadores in the New World, that great adventure that gave rise to the modern era. Prescott has approached it as a historian, Stucken, in his trilogy, The White Gods, from the perspective of magic. His way of looking at the topic had been formed by his study of the ancient cultures of Egypt and Assyria, just as, along more general lines, one may observe that today, the archaeologists see more than the pure historians. Our times have witnessed, at least in this field, a certain qualitative leap. While the voyage to the moon was planned in advance from an optical and electronic perspective, the adaptation to the New World took time. This adaptation took the form essentially of a system of Christianization, technical adaptation and exploitation that was perfectly implemented right down to the smallest details. It was always more favorable for the natives when they faced Southern Europeans rather than Northern Europeans. In the sense of the word, ambivalence, which we have already mentioned several times, the physiological effect and the magical eidetic effect of the coca leaf underwent a schism. The natives, who enjoyed it as a sacred gift and as a divine food, that is, in a Eucharistic way, were unaware of this distinction. It was established by the Christian conquistadores. At the Second Council of Lima, the consumption of coca was prohibited and declared to be a sign of superstition and idolatry, just as eating horseflesh was anathematized under the reign of Charlemagne. This prohibition threatened, in effect, to decrease the profits of the owners of plantations and mines that paid part of the Indians' wages in coca leaves. Apart from the fact that it was inexpensive, the advantage of this arrangement consisted in the fact that it increased productivity while also suppressing hunger. Entire tribes and remote villages would be exterminated in this way. Such forms of wages still existed 100 years ago in the opium refineries of Singapore, Viaje de la Fregata Novara, Alrededor del Mundo. In these cases, the conflict ended in the classic way. Both the cultivation as well as the marketing of the coca bush was declared a state monopoly. The exchanges between the old and the new worlds have not concluded, however, and we might still have some surprises in store for us in the encounter between the two worlds that takes place far below the level of the economic structure. The East. Opium. Weakness has zones of light and shadow. We become sensitive to good or evil. When we are weak, men and beasts, germs and illnesses, and also temptations fall upon us. Weakness is the prerequisite of addiction, and a disease is often its trigger. When addiction is treated as an illness, treatments are not applied to the root of the disease itself, but to its symptoms. This explains the high rate of recidivism. In the Salvation Army, they know more about this than they do in the sanitariums. Many individuals never free themselves from addiction, as from crime, except with their deaths. I ask myself why I felt weaker and more vulnerable after the defeat of the First World War than after the loss of the Second World War, even though the latter was an even greater catastrophe. It was probably the case that in the former, deeper layers were affected, especially by the reverberations of the Russian Revolution. Things of this kind are sensed not so much in events as in the form of atmospheric changes, as Alexander von Humboldt described them in his studies on the equinoctial earthquakes. The air becomes stifling before the foundations of the cities tremble and churches and palaces fall into ruin. After the First World War, something new supervened. Symptoms appeared that got worse or better, but never completely subsided. Part of this picture was a sense of claustrophobia, or suffocation, that was manifested as either the reaction of the criminal, or as that of the cornered beast, or also that of the peasant, who thinks he has been cheated by clever lawyers. For me, Stalingrad was a confirmation of this. In this way, the precipitate is Dipality's solution. Then came the nocturnal verification of the Cherushi, passing through the Franks, the Saxons, and the Swabians, up to the present, with details in the peasant wars, the Reformation, the Paulist Church, Wilhelmism, with its pros and cons, like a game in which the movements of history are repeated. Fragments of conversations around the table, the disputes between Bergman and Mackenzie about Frederick III's cancer of the larynx. Wilhelm II would have liked to meet Lubbe during his first Mediterranean cruise, but to tolerate the singing of the Marseillaise as part of the reception ceremony on board a German warship was against his principles. He would, however, have tolerated a rendition of the military marching song Samber et Meuse. Barres. If anyone could have kept Germany isolated, it would have been the Emperor himself. Only gradually are people beginning to recognize that Barres and Wilhelm were very much alike. What motivated the peasants, the dukes, the kings, and the queens? In the Teutoburger forest we were on the side of Arminius. At Berezina we were with Marshal Ney. This can be traced back to the deepest layer of the fabric of Celto-Germanic motifs, reinforced with Roman cross-stitching. Where does that intense feeling of déjà vu come from when we descend into the Etruscan burial chambers, or the sense of déjà vu we experience when we walk along the walls of Celtic fortresses at night? The people are increasingly less visible under the fabric that is becoming ever more dense of parties, interests, and technical representation. I ask myself again if this feeling is necessarily connected with a passion so strong that it is principally expressed in the form of pain. At least it had to be stripped of the ephemeral. The understanding says, why does the disappearance of the stork from our countryside grieve me more than the disappearance of the dinosaur, whose extinction suggests transitions of a completely different order? Why is the fate of the Empire of Bismarck more unbearable to me than the fall of the Hohenstaufen, or the partition of the Carolingian Empire, events that were much more calamitous? The understanding replies that the temporal proximity and our personal involvement in the events distorts their dimensions like an optical illusion, and advises, you will have to counteract this illusion by attaining a spiritual distance. For example, by way of a philosophical and artistic supersession of such things. Such a course of action, however, would not even be effective against a toothache. It is necessary to pay tribute to time. Furthermore, there are still some isolated individuals among us who suffer profoundly and incurably from the assassination of Conrad. We shall make no headway by way of discussions in which some of the disputants have toothaches and the others have false teeth. They are endless polemics. Then along comes a third position that, to almost everyone's surprise, creates a tabula rasa. Personally, I was not in the best shape either. That rifle shot in my chest left me in a state of weakness, which then affected a whole series of organs in succession. I even suffered some relapses in Sicily in 1929. The sense of suffocation was no less visible in the economic domain. Money had certainly not diminished, but had multiplied in a disturbing way. My father was the first to see it coming. He had a good nose for financial affairs. He became aware, before we did, insofar as he was more bound to the place and to the house, of the impossibility of continuing to live in the country. He was not prone to sentimental effusions, which were so contrary to his puritanical education. He did not accept too high a temperature. He rather tolerated a cynical attitude. One morning he came to breakfast in a good mood, as always, and brandished in his hand a wad of newly issued 50-mark banknotes. Now is a good time to commit suicide. He was not able to bear living after the misfortunes of the fatherland, it will say afterwards in the obituaries. He nonetheless found a good emergency solution. In situations of that kind, the most important thing is, as in a fire in a theater, to assess the situation before you lose your head. So too, after the Napoleonic Wars, one had to live modestly, but things were more stable then, because the national wealth was still overwhelmingly based on the land. Above all, people's jobs were less abstract. Inflation was possible, but could not cause large-scale damage. Now, ruination strikes down precisely the small patrimonies that have been accumulating for 3 or 4 generations. Such small concentrations of capital are much more important in the overall picture than the great fortunes, which instead contribute to leveling and create resentment, even when, thanks to them, a university is found. For most people, the library, the music hall, the trip to Italy, the ski resort, the family doctor and tutor were already privileges of the past. Families had always maintained one or another scion who was devoted to hardly lucrative profession. They were survivals of the patriciate, which still persisted for a long time in favorable places like Basel, since the days of Erasmus. The transformations of social status that were heralded by these developments did not bother me too much. After my baptism of fire, they were almost a bagatelle and only disturbed me due to the anxiety of our father, who crept around the house like someone who no longer feels at home, and who pondered over new forms of existence like a silkworm that is beginning to spin. The children become surly when their father no longer feels in harmony. It was during this period that I struck up a friendship with opium. Our relations must have lasted for a few months. Anyway, it helped me get through a gray winter. Its effect was beneficial for my spirit, although prejudicial to my physical health. Above all, I lost my appetite. This is an effect of almost all drugs, and the words of Mephistopheles, "With unmixed food thy body nourish," constitute more realistic advice that is incompatible with the spirit world. I recall once again the atmosphere of those nights, when every 2 years, and almost always adventitiously, I tried one of those cough syrups that contain derivatives of opium. In Benicasine, for instance, a Spanish pharmacist gave me a cough remedy that would have cured a whole family. This memory is specific and is not accessible in any other way. It is more or less as if in the great house of the universe there is a door to a chamber that only a key cut in accordance with a certain pattern can open. From a chemical, magical, or erotic point of view, it is the formula that suddenly opens the complicated lock, the open sesame door seal. Two juices intermingle, that of the brain and that of the fruit of the poppy. The atmosphere returned, and therefore the handle, the act of opening, but not the habitation, with its paintings and its furniture. I have always asked myself about the existence of a new world, but not the kind of new world that is discovered in voyages like those undertaken by Christopher Columbus and the great explorers. The confirmation that Columbus obtained, but on a higher plane. Idealism has left this question unanswered. Perhaps materialism will find new answers. In any event, there is a memory of an extreme approach that the spirit attained thanks to its voyages, of the glimpse of a timeless security and the euphoria that it bestows. Once I lived like the gods, if not in the light of transcendence, then at least in the transparent light that penetrates dust-covered windows. It left its traces. It was a guide for free and light marches. The consequences can even be physical. In the French Foreign Legion, Charles belonged to the group of the old veterans. He had already served 5 years in Indochina, in a country towards which he felt nostalgic until the end of his life. I was a new recruit, blue, and I received different treatment when we were thrown in the brig. I was taken out in the morning to perform exercises on the pretext that I should not lose any time for training, while he was forced to march the whole day in the courtyard of the prison, along with the rest of the prison. The pace was fast, and 2 bags of sand were added to the weight of their backpack. This was intended in part as punishment, in part as training for marching. When we met again in front of the salle de police, I saw the effects of this treatment on his face. He told me that it was nothing. You know what? During bad times like that, I think of the nights I spent in Indochina. Then the images come back, and the time passes before I even notice it. In that period, when Charles wanted to smoke opium, which was only possible outside of the base, he had to do so while walking slowly, until at the break of dawn, the trumpet called him back to his base. The paths were bordered with bamboo canebrakes, and it was dangerous, but no danger could have penetrated that nocturnal walk. I mentioned this episode as an example of the fact that not only danger but also fatigue, even in its harshest forms, can be overcome. The spirit neutralizes pain. It annihilates it. The fakirs testify to this fact in a crude way. It does not seem strange to me that I met Charles Benoit immediately after my arrival, on the first night I spent at that fort, a veritable anthill of fugitives and losers of every variety, of deserters, adventurers, criminals, and pederasts. There are affinities that act magnetically. We are lost like a needle in a haystack, but there is a second needle hidden there too, hence the attraction. It is not chance, but law. The fate of the universe is not death by entropy, but concentration. Concentration, too, by sympathy. It is strange, however, that I met Charles again, almost 40 years later, in 1950. In the meantime, 2 world wars had taken place, and a few other events. He had endured battles, flights, councils of war, and captivity. In 1921, he managed to cross the Spanish frontier, after having slit open the stomach of a local policeman's camel with his bayonet when the cop was trying to arrest him. During the Third Reich, he was obliged to present himself regularly to the police. The old legionnaires were under a cloud of suspicion. Now he was devoting himself, like most Swabians, to building his house. It occurred to me that fate had reserved for him an existence as a homme de pain, and this corresponded to his inclinations. In Germany, he had worked in a brick factory, and then in a stone quarry. He had become accustomed to this kind of work in the disciplinary battalion. Now he was carrying hundreds of sacks of manure every day in a fertilizer factory. I asked him again if this did not seem to him to be too hard a life, and he responded again that for him it was nothing. At first the odor had seemed unpleasant, but what a relief! Now I don't smell it anymore. Except when it rains, then I smell it. Another 15 years passed before he finally got his sinecure. He became a watchman at a park. I was preparing to help him celebrate his 80th birthday, which the community where he lived also wanted to celebrate with a party, when I received news of his death in May 1968. By the way, I have noticed that my ability to distinguish between living and dead friends has declined. I have no other recourse than to always confirm the fact of death and my assent. And even then it is only possible in the light of day, not in dreams or when my mind wanders. I took drops of a dark and bitter tincture of opium. Having just gone to bed, I began to feel something like a spiritual shift or switch. It could be a change from one vehicle to another, or shifting the gears, or another march. It was not a dream, but something different. Time passed more quickly but also more slowly at the same time. This seems to be a contradiction. This phenomenon, however, has analogies in the world of technology. The pilot, in his cockpit with its dials and meters, thinks he is flying at a very great speed. But when he looks down towards the earth, he seems to be going very slowly, even when he is flying at more than the speed of sound. This is an aspect of the experience of our time. I do not recall having visions like those Charles mentioned, or like those described by De Quincey. They probably came to me in abundance, but remained behind the curtain. Or I've forgotten the details now that I no longer see them, or with the passage of time. During normal dreams, I do not lack images, of which I only remember those that strike me immediately upon awaking. The oniric material, the seed of the images, is sensitive to light, and such annotations correspond to fixing the film in a photo lab. Only a minute fragment of the world of dreams rises to consciousness, and even that fragment evaporates, in the blink of an eye, if we do not capture it. Thus, I do not recall visions like those that delighted and horrified De Quincey. Instead, I have preserved a memory of their matrix, the terrain upon which they germinate and grow. The change of images is preceded by transformations of the spirit and of its receptivity. First of all, it is necessary to create a vacuum, just as every painting, every photograph, and every manuscript begins with the vision of a white surface. Time must be neutralized. This light-neutral beginning was pleasant. Sometimes it was interrupted by a soft ringing sound, as if to call my attention. For De Quincey, this neutral backdrop 66 took the form of water. At first, it was like clear water in silent lakes, which later expanded to form seas and oceans. Then suddenly the torrent of images erupted. The sea was fragmented into countless faces that gazed imploringly towards the sky. Myriads of generations must have formed a flood over the course of thousands of years. In this passage, De Quincey says that the sea is paved with human faces. 67. The image would appear to contain a contradiction. Waves and paving stones are not reconcilable. However, this is one of those images that cannot possibly be invented. It unites the prodigious ductility of the spirit with the rigidity of vision. Towers begirt with battlements that on their restless fronts bore stars. The gargoyle on the tower, a crocodile, has fixed his gaze for thousands of years on the sea of houses. Now all these things appear together all at once. This ductility is not just that of the fluid element, but also that of the spirit, which according to Luther is one with water and is in water. Water not only assumes the exact shape of the rocks over which it flows, but also merging with them takes them along in its course. Finally, the limits between water and rock are diluted. Even the fish, which the waves transport, swims over granite. Time passed pleasantly, although it hardly seemed to move. Thus, there are climates that we do not perceive as such, but which are directly transmuted into a feeling of well-being. Temperatures such as those that I have enjoyed after sunset at the port of Rhodes. We feel neither cold nor hot, as in a lukewarm bath, but we do not note the weight of our body either, our own weight. This is a pleasure that is bestowed much more frequently upon animals than upon human beings, especially upon the creatures of the sea and amphibians. See how happy fishes live. 68. Then it became more mild and more pleasant. It was a heat that abolished weight, and at the same time made it lighter. The cough that had tormented me for months seemed to be dispelled. This was the effect of the codeine. The moon was shining into my room. Its light illuminated it. Outside on the dark grassland, the sinuous sandy paths were shining. Robert, the gardener, had returned to work and had raked them. His broken leg still bothered him. Now there were 3 wounded men in the house. Everything we wanted to start here was provisional. Nothing was the way it used to be. I was thirsty and wanted to go to the bathroom for a glass of water. A moment before I had taken a teaspoon of the bitter syrup. Then I quietly opened the door to go down the hall. When you are in this state, it is no laughing matter to run into your mother or your father. My mother had her own problems too, not only because of me and my brother, but because of something obscure, threatening that had insinuated itself into every corner of the house, in every crevice and cubbyhole. Our personal and economic misfortunes took place exclusively on the surface of fate. My mother felt these misfortunes more deeply than my father. She was more susceptible to the impersonal aggression of fate, to which she responded with an energy that was nourished from the undifferentiated, from the substance of the people. 69. Sometimes, seated at the kitchen table, silent and absorbed in thought, she would suddenly say something that could have been written in an old chronicle. For example, he inherited a beautiful kingdom. I would not have been happy to see her, while I was in that state, in the hallway. It would have caused her pain. With her, it would not have helped to feign being sick or depressed, because she could penetrate any mask with her glance. We are never completely separated from our mothers, not even after our umbilical cords are cut. Sometimes, when I was far away from her, she saw me enter. This, as she said, consoled her. I too, however, had felt as if I was approaching everything cool and peaceful, while I was lying half dead in the bottom of the trench, and the combatants were killing each other all around me. That was only a few months before. A clear light illuminated the vestibule, instilled with a spiritual substance, as if by an aurora borealis. In the bathroom, I let the water run until it completely filled a large glass, while time almost stopped. I heard the melody. When glasses, jars, or other receptacles are filled under the faucet, we generally do not notice the harmonious sound with which the solid element responds to the passage of a liquid. The rope of water acts like the bow on the string of a violin, or like the air blown by a flute player into the metal tube. The glass responds to this like a vibrating substance. The sound becomes more clear as the water level rises. They are not arbitrary sounds, but connected with each other, as in an orchestra. We could represent them on a musical score. They are expressions of matter that proceeds from the place where the grid reposes and vibrates. When time expands, we are more sensitive to the sounds that arise from silence. The origin cannot have been characterized by an explosion, since total darkness reigned then. I heard how my glass was filled, as if going up a staircase. The finest temporal cadences and spatial structures vibrated in unison. At such moments, everything can become a musical instrument, but not one is the same as any other. Just as no hour is equal to any other, each one has its own resonance. The same melody sounds different to us at 2 in the morning than it does at midnight. Generally, we do not notice the differences that are very close to the grid. We only begin to perceive them when the corpuscular image is so large that it is trapped in the fabric of the net. I am still standing in the bathroom and listening to how the glass I am holding in my hand is being filled. These absent-minded moments are typical. They can issue into an endless loop. The loop is the symbol of the infinite. But please note that the loop is not closed. This is one of the subtleties of mathematics. I hear the harmony of the mobile and the immobile elements. Both were transparent, the running water and the glass. The sound adhered to the cylinder of the glass like the sucker of an octopus and rose along its surface as it was being filled. Then it slid down into its vortex. It was me, undoubtedly, who interpreted its melody there. Or maybe not. Was I within the material, or had both my hand as well as the glass and the water been introduced within me, as if by a magic spell? It did not matter. In any event, this proved the truth of the verse written by my brother. And melody and instrument are one. In the encounter between melody and harmony, which we may call a coupling, time no longer plays any role. However, there is no delay in the enjoyment, otherwise art would cease to exist. Then came a shock, a sudden unforeseen slip-up on the scale of vision. The water overflowed the top of the glass. I heard it run down the drain, and I heard the sound of the subterranean world that sucked with so much force from the depths. A spiral descended towards chaos until I felt as if I was in danger. I had to get away. I stepped back, but could not snap out of it. The dream included multiple layers. It was a leap in a direction that was out of step with the marching formation. I took the glass of water and I drank from it. The water was delicious and glittered like the glass in my hand. This is also how the sea glistens on nights when the Nautilus, with his flagellum, rises to the surface and his luminous substance leaks phosphorescently onto the nets. I looked at myself in the mirror. My image was powerful, more powerful than I am. Then I went back down the hall, silently, so that my mother would not hear me. I entered my room, and I found myself there, sleeping. I was able to wake myself up. What then supervened was a recognition that shocked me as well as made me happy in an incomparable way. A reflection of this happiness must have been preserved in the old idols, whose smiles we find so intriguing. An astonishment shines forth that transcends cultural and racial frontiers. It is something that transcends even the realm of theology. Even the gods are astonished like that. I looked at the clock. 2 minutes must have passed, maybe 3. On nights like that, there were more than a few occasions where I snapped out of it and return from a long absence. And there was always an inexhaustible happiness in that awakening, so similar to that of the dead man who comes back to life, or to that of the traveler who recognizes his homeland after having been so far away from the frontiers of time. You agree? What happened to the essence during those absences, whose duration was just as indeterminate as their content? What is, generally speaking, that being, Wesen? Long before there were philosophers, a handful of Indo-European auxiliary verbs had already divided up the cosmos. When we say, he is absent, abwesend, this expression can refer to a state in which that he is also, at the same time, present, anwesend. The suffix ent wesen must therefore express more an activity than a state. The present and the absent are cleavages of being. Essence has a temporal power, being a supertemporal power. If we are speaking of a plant, of an animal, of a man, or of a state as essence's entities, wesen, we include in its meaning the reference to a process of something that is decomposing, verwesendes. Light is absent in shadow. The word is absent in silence. Woman is absent in man. However, the absent borders on the essence and finds itself at the same time present. If it is separated from it, one runs the risk of ending up like the man who lost his shadow. The German word Wesen, essence, is also originally linked to Vesta, the goddess of the home. When the master, who was absent, abwesend, returned to take possession of his property, anwesen, he found everything in order. De Quincey's Ode to Opium must have been inspired not only by knowledge but also by personal experience, at least in passages like this. Thou buildest upon the bosom of darkness, out of the fantastic imagery of the brain, cities and temples, beyond the art of Phidias and Praxitiles, beyond the splendor of Babylon and Hecatompilos, and from the anarchy of dreaming sleep, callest into sunny light the faces of long, buried beauties, and the blessed household countenances, cleansed from the dishonors of the grave. Thou only givest these gifts to man, and thou hast the keys of paradise, O just subtle and mighty opium. 70. He then proceeds immediately to the chapter, Introduction to the Pains of Opium. Gaul. It is not by chance that being entombed and imprisoned play the main role here. Pyrenesis carceri, which De Quincey had once viewed in the company of Coleridge, notably influenced his visions. In fact, those prisons full of machines where spiral staircases seem to ascend and descend into infinity represent a Baroque model of the labyrinth. Such works presuppose a geometric fascination, an upwelling of the deepest layers of the world of numbers which crystallize forms. This has been a recurring motif in art since its very beginnings. One fine day the eye was obliged to see the sinuous twisting of a river as meanders, and since then this game of lines has been endlessly repeated. An anonymous person saw geometric necessity behind geographic chance. Discoveries of this type have been made for millennia. A plume of the ancient serpent has been captured. This sense of claustrophobia weighs not only on the artist, he transmits it to the spectator, as if he had pronounced a magic spell. Among our contemporaries, we must mention Moritz Cornelis Escher, 1898 to 1972, a master of fantastic perspectives, whose objective precision shocked as well as perplexed. A rare bird in our contemporary world, a painter who simultaneously knows how to see and knows his job. He is himself aware of this. No matter how objective or how impersonal the majority of my subjects appear to me, so far as I have been able to discover, few if any of my fellow men seem to react in the same way to all that they see around them. 1960. Even more distressing than captivity in prisons, for the author of the Confessions, is being walled up in the heart of the pyramids, where the merciless and ineluctable victory of time is petrified. There, reptiles with sharp fangs lurk as eternal guardians, especially the horrible crocodile. He is always there, his sudden appearance, his eruption, recalls the chronicles of travelers who saw him erupt unexpectedly from below the dried-up mud of the Nile. These horrors are concentrated in the famous passages of the Confessions that have fascinated generations of readers. They describe a meandering course. I came suddenly upon Isis and Osiris. I had done a deed, they said, which the ibis and the crocodile trembled. I was buried for 1,000 years in stone coffins, with mummies and sphinxes, in narrow chambers at the heart of eternal pyramids. I was kissed with cancerous kisses by crocodiles, and laid, confounded with all unutterable slimy things, amongst reeds and Nilotic mud. The cursed crocodile became to me the object of more horror than almost all the rest. I was compelled to live with him, and, as was always the case almost in my dreams, for centuries. I escaped sometimes, and found myself in Chinese houses, with cane tables and sea. All the feet of the tables, sofas, and seats soon became instinct with life. The abominable head of the crocodile and his leering eyes looked out at me, multiplied into 1,000 repetitions, and I stood loathing and fascinated. 71. These images depict the automatism of movement and the rigidity that characterize the dream states of opium. Although an infinite number of things happen, time does not pass. Sometimes the dreamer becomes aware of his condition and suffers a disturbance in the foundations of his perception, as if an emergency brake had stopped a flight at the speed of light. The mill wheel, from which the images leaked, did not turn in time. In De Quincey's time, paleontology was still in its early stages. Otherwise he would have undoubtedly observed that his galleries of horrible reptiles recalled the dinosaur. As the original reptile that, buried for thousands of years in strata of limestone and slate, is finally brought to light. In such accelerations, the whiplash effect is extraordinary. Annette von Droste-Hulshoff, who, as a hypersensitive, did not need opium, also experienced it. Thus, in her poem, The Marl Pit, "Ah, on this slab of slate there are jellyfish." They seemed still to be brandishing their pointed rays at the moment when they were hurled from the bosom of the sea, and the mountain sank down to crush them. Of a certainty, the ancient world is no more, and I am a fossil, the bone of a mammoth, in it. Oh? And my dream takes on a new course. I was covered with sand like a mummy, my robe dust, my face ashes, and not even the scarab was lacking. De Quincey, 1785 to 1859, was born before the Westphalian poet, 1797 to 1848, and outlived her. Nonetheless, The Marl Pit was written 20 years after the Confessions, and by that time, paleontology was no longer in its infancy. If I say again that the dinosaurs are indebted to von Droste at least for their partial resurrection, it is not to be taken lightly. Knowledge is superior to science. Knowledge assumes its form by way of the various disciplines. Let us once again take up the question of presence and absence. When the geologists pick freeze the ichthyosaur from the shale, then the beast is present, or at least his mummy or his fossil is present. This presence was always possible, even in the times of Schutzer, when such discoveries were interpreted as relics of the flood. Then something new arose, which cleared the way for science and even for knowledge, an eros of vision, capable of abolishing time by penetrating it. It evokes the absent to cause it to become present. This absence had not originated thanks to time, however long it may have lasted. Time is nothing but a form of absence. The memory of these beings was extinguished for millions of years. Eros has carried out a resurrection, at least as far as its most important part, the Platonic aspect. If, independently of that precedent, a living dinosaur had been discovered in, for example, a virgin jungle or on Mars, this discovery would only be a simple curiosity compared with the rebirth made possible by the spirit. A partial resurrection, then, an evocation of its presence, in the great arena of representation, and thus only an ephemeral copy, an allegory of the mystery, only an approach. The pyramids, within whose chambers De Quincey, transformed into a mummy, suffered the torment of time without any hope of salvation, are also copies, similes. It had to happen there, in the shadow of the kingdom where the problem of resurrection had most obsessively occupied the spirit. Buried in the deepest depths of dream, the dead wait, for thousands of years, for the absent to return and to restore them to life. This restoration will bring not just a new life, but also a higher form of life, since the living have foreseen it, if only fleetingly and allegorically. Thus, in the lover's embrace and prayer, the problem of the other side has accompanied us since the beginning 72. It is not the monopoly of priests and sacerdotal knowledge. It existed before them and will continue to exist after they are gone. Materialism will resolve it in its own way. Against it, its technical devices will subsist, like the ornaments of the royal tombs in the antechamber. Even today, when the individual meditates in the heart of his pyramid, he does not think of motors, space voyages, or atomic bombs. Only one problem absorbs his attention, a problem that millions of years will not be enough to solve, for it harkens beyond all procreation and all origins. Doctors who see so many people die know little about death. Celtic blood must have flowed into Quincey's veins and Andraste's too. For both, the interval, that is, the lapse of time between the present and the absent, was essentially a time of pain. It is possible that in the work of Annette von Droste there are Christian influences, while in De Quincey one detects classical echoes. In Purgatory, as in Hades, an indeterminate time reigns. For Novalis, the interval is a brief pilgrimage, followed by restoration. Over I pilgrim, where every pain, zest only of pleasure, shall one day remain. If the hunter was buried with his bow and arrows in his burial mound, this is because he was certain that in the beyond he would pass the time in a pleasant way. The Egyptian funerary chambers are ornamented like the palaces of princes, as are the burial ships of the Germans. The banquets and amorous pursuits of the inhabitants of the subterranean world of Tarquinia are of a marvelous good cheer. They are even redolent of a zest for life. The Etruscans, like the Lydians and the Celts, survive in fairy tales. The cremation of the dead was contemplated, and still is, as a temporary transition. With their fiery arms they will raise into heaven. 74. The road to purgatory, on the other hand, is tedious and full of torments. One particular aspect of the problem consists in determining whether the great transition, 75 that is, the abolition of time by way of restitution, can be achieved in any circumstance, as a result of each circumstance, or whether, to the contrary, it must fail and thus sink into the fearful stagnation of time. Religions offer diverse answers with regard to the method, but not with regard to the accuracy of their claim. That unmediated representations should be formed about transcendence does not please the priestly hierarchies. Such representations can be achieved by way of initiation and meditation. Mystics, ecstatics, visionaries, and freethinkers were always suspect in the eyes of the Church, despite the very great debts the Church owed to them. That which flows through them must be attenuated and filtered through a slow process. It must pass through mediation. Finally, in certain circumstances, a halo condenses. As for the thinkers, from Heraclitus to Nietzsche, they have almost never been welcome. Demeter and Dionysius do not need any kind of mediation. They approach without beating around the bush. One undoubtedly encounters guides for dreamers and for the dead there, but they do not work by way of teaching, but, like Aphrodite, by way of physical contact, or like Orpheus, with verses and music. There, the subterranean world shines with its treasures and its great metamorphoses. Its light also complements that of day, which, transfigured, is transformed into Eleusinian light. These are metamorphoses that are heralded not only under the structures of technology, but also by penetrating into their interior. Now there is a cement factory in Eleusis. This would have perhaps implied a nuisance for the minor mysteries, which are celebrated in the spring, but not for the great mysteries, which are celebrated in autumn. Cement and marble are surfaces when one recognizes the maternal bosom of Persephone. Then there are no more differences. The word crocodile comes from krokodrilos, the worm of stone. He comes up to the opium eater and gives him cancerous kisses. Time becomes a nightmare. The sleeper is buried under the weight of the pyramid, and immobilized by the bandages of the mummy, he is ineluctably exposed to its terrors. Baudelaire saw this anxiety as a kind of punishment that follows in the wake of prolonged abuse of the drug. It is a just observation. All ecstatic intoxication comes with a price. However, an argument could be made in favor of paying this price if one also takes into account the fact that De Quincey knew how to condense into a few pages an inspiring aspect of time, in whose vortices we go astray like shipwrecked sailors in the nocturnal sea. We need to expand our horizons in order to once again discover this order of greatness, perhaps by hearkening back to the epistles to the Corinthians or the paintings of Hieronymus Bosch. In its balance sheets, time not only demands the repayment of a debt, but also concedes an asset, and time is more valuable than any other possession. When I returned from the bathroom and woke up out of my dreamlike state, I was pleased to meet myself again after a long absence. I had one other reason for happiness, however. Looking at the clock, I realized with astonishment that only a few minutes had passed. Therefore, I still had an immense reserve of time, and I could prolong, without limits, this delicious night. I let a few drops of laudanum fall into the glass. The night was a blanket that offered heat and security. I wrapped it more tightly around my body. Time became space, dense like a narrow chamber which is no longer in the heart of the pyramid, but far below it. There, so far below, nothing happened. Only a sepulchral silence reigned, an impregnable solitude. On the surface, they could be competing in battles or races. They could be feasting or killing each other. I had so little to do with all of that. It was as distant from me as those who fell in the war. There, up above, need and hunger prevailed. Fires and executions reigned. The tribunals pronounced their sentences. There, time wove its absurd fabric of ropes and barbed wire. Here, down below, it became as fine as silk, colorless and without designs, and, at last, the thread ran imperceptibly through my hand. I did not feel any knots or abrasions, not even any fatherlands. It was the nearness of the grid. The habit of unwinding fabric was counted among the Hippocratic symptoms of imminent death. I would like to conclude this chapter by mentioning a new phenomenon. Awakening, I am referring to the everyday kind of awakening, is accompanied on every occasion by an effort of orientation. This happens especially in abrupt awakenings. The compass is thrown completely off course. When we are awakened by a sudden shock at night, it takes quite a bit of effort to orient ourselves on the symmetrical axis. We all know this extraordinary effort. Often, it takes a long time before we get our bearings and realize that our body is in our bedroom. The ancients loved to compare sleep and death, and even believed that we live like gods in our dreams. On this point, there are many different opinions. In any event, we have the feeling that the day steals something from us. It forces us to return to time. Once I lived like the gods. Some dreamers never come back or, like Scardinelli 76, remain lost for many years in an intermediate realm. Many people wake up happy. Many also wake up sad, but we always miss, whether or not we are aware of this, the power that dreaming restores to us. It has nothing to do with history. This is more than just a pleasant feeling. It is something more than a temporary exemption. It is the exemption from time. It is the absolution that the individual grants himself. This comforts him even on the way to the gallows. The condemned man attends the event as if it were a hanging in another world, derail, and a world that is not his world. This feeling is one of the gifts that are bestowed by ecstatic intoxication. It is a preparatory exercise. The poppy, from time immemorial synonymous with dreams and forgetting, also has the property of dilating time, almost to the infinite, not the time of the clocks, with their cosmic and omnipotent constraint, but the time that is, unreservedly, the dwelling and the property of man, and at the same time, present and absent. This is the greatest luxury, to dispose of one's own time. For this reason, it is always interpreted as disorder. Luxus luxuriatae. This is especially true today, when we live under the rule of clocks. Anyone who disposes of his own time is suspect. Consequently, the forest subsists even when it has been clear-cut. There is another time, the kind experienced in the forest by the monk from Heisterbach 77. But what the deuce had he to do in that galley, as Molière's Charonte said? To synchronize the rhythms, which are coordinated everywhere, even in the most distant domains, on the basis of normal time, is the fundamental job of the clerks. On the need for all of this, we have spoken at length in other passages concerning whitening. A feeling of hangover after excess is inevitable in an era when the synchronization with normal time has seized upon domains destined, by their very nature, to be distanced from it, like music. Here, the absent is immediately incorporated into consciousness. Supplementary notes on opium. Concerning the grid. Today is November 1st, 1969. I have just returned from Agadir, after a brief interruption of my work on the manuscript. There, among the golden dunes, the Dune d'Or, the sand is of the finest texture that I have ever seen on any beach. Each wave that breaks on the shore, after a long unfolding, leaves its traces on the area it covered. Delicate braids, lines of rings, like the annual rings of trees, displays of the lines of life, prophetic signs in the form of a spindle, and the tails of comets that adhere to the pebbles and to the shells tossed up by the sea. The sand provides the grid, which the sea employs with art. Its extraordinary fineness has the effect that the undivided power of the material is filtered through the most delicate of screens. Sand and wave, earth and water, Neptune and Gaia, time and space are united under the light of the African sun, until they form a chain of cosmic auguries. This spectacle is also seen from afar. Every wave erases the old sketches and traces new ones with the trail of its foam. It is not that objects are lacking here. For 2 weeks, I was busy with relatively small objects, but I also saw larger wrecks abandoned by the tide. A gigantic ray, for example, the skeleton of a dolphin, a palm tree, and a ship that had run aground. A central question of art criticism, probably the most important one of all, is the following. How is it possible for the artist to approach the grid? I have before me the beautiful image of a ray created by Bernard Buffet, born in 1928. The fish lies upon a base of bricks. There, the grid seems crude. It is the merit of Gaston Bachelard, in his brief but profound reflections in La Flamme d'une Chandelle, The Flame of a Candle, 1964, to have brought to light an observation of George Sand, which is pertinent to our theme. Sand asks, in her Consuelo, how Rembrandt, by way of nebulous gradations of a light brown color and another darker brown, could produce in one of his paintings such spatial effects that the meanings of the objects represented are altered by this vague illumination. With this effect, it was as if these objects were submerged in the indivisible and then emerged from the depths invested with a new light. This passage is instructive, both with respect to the importance as well as to the insignificance of objects. Naturally, what is important is not the why, but the how of art. The motive is in itself irrelevant. If a style crystallizes and augments the importance of the technical conditions, one will observe a turn towards the indivisible, which cannot lead beyond the grid. They are not so much advances towards, as retreats from, the phenomenal world. They culminate in tragic conflicts, when they coincide with phases in which mastery has been achieved. Frozen at the end of autumn, jellyfish that rise up from the deeps of the sea in the shadow of the mountains. The influence of the grid is more an object of sensation than of demonstration. It demands in the material world a subtlety of perception, analogous to that which is demanded in the spiritual world for the knowledge of metaphysical elements. Invisible structures can become visible in another key by transposition, like the microscopic structure of the atoms in a rock crystal the size of a man. They can also be manifested in the diffuse, as George Sand experienced thanks to the art of Rembrandt. In the final analysis, the galaxies are also formed of stars. This is something that can be sensed, even without the high resolution of our electronic telescopes. There is much that can be expected, in this respect, from the progress of photography, when it has been freed from the obsolete antithesis of art and technology. Here, too, synthesis can create something new. Magic 78. A second note concerning time's influence on sound. Among the works that I read during those weeks at Agadir was Derison's journal done Interprete Ancini, 1886. 100 years ago, the author, who was at the time a young soldier, accompanied General Montauban during the operations that followed the Taiping Rebellion. He is a good observer and his book is worth reading, if only because it recorded some details concerning one of the greatest looting operations in the history of the world. The sacking of the Summer Palace in Peking, an imperial residence full of priceless treasures. Its looting was like a festival that lasted for weeks and concluded with the burning of the palace. In actions of this kind, we behold the repetition of the eruption of an elemental power into a higher civilization, higher, at least by virtue of its lifestyle and its refinement. Palaces in flames are part of the scenery, like the palace of Darius in Persepolis or that of Montezuma in Mexico. With respect to the relation between sound and time, I am reminded of the description of a watermelon, which D. Arison praised as incomparably superior to the Italian variety and even the Spanish. He had heard the Chinese say that watermelons attained their peak of ripeness when they were harvested at night before the dew covered them. The harvest had to be conducted under a rule of strict silence. Since this, the most delicate fruits would burst if it was exposed to the slightest sound. Among the tricks perpetrated by a bad neighbor, one consisted of banging on a gong at night, during harvest time, in an adjoining garden, causing major damage. It will be understood that these refinements of horticulture and of the pleasures that accompany it have now become impossible. A jet fighter would annihilate the harvest of an entire province. We are threatened by similar experiences in viticulture. Just as in Fortunate Eris, everything is music and melody. So, too, is everything a reason for joy. The loving care which the grape grower bestows upon his vines, no less than the voluptuous pleasure of a discerning wine taster when he hears of a good harvest. Masters and servants are united in a duet. Darison also tells us that they inserted a tap into those exquisite fruits and filled them with Madeira or even with Kirsch, a practice that is still enjoyed. Generally speaking, those campaigns in China undertaken by the European states, which took place throughout the entire 19th century, were notable for their combination of arrogance, brutality, and stupidity. Eruptions of barbarians into an empire that could boast of being the oldest and highest civilization that had ever existed on the planet. Borinks, cop, à la polonaise. My nauseating experience with chloroform was obviously not enough to cure me of my yearning to explore such no-man's lands. The main course had yet to be served. After the war, when her children had grown up and things had almost returned to normal, my mother could take trips more often. It was her great pleasure. When the leaves turned red, in the forests of Bohemia. She went to Carlsbad for 3 weeks, and at the beginning of summer, she went to Weimar for a brief vacation. Both places were easy to travel to. One benefited her physical health, and the other her spiritual health. In Weimar, she stayed at the Elephant and made arrangements for a cab to take her to the Belvedere, the Tiefert House, and Ettersburg Castle. She knew Faust by heart and could carry on an entire conversation by stringing together quotations, which was not rare at the time. The use of quotations was one of the weaknesses of the 19th century. George Bushman, died in 1884, published 3 editions of his famous sayings. This genre has since gone out of fashion, as had already occurred with the type of reader who was well versed in the Bible. Both cases presuppose a homogeneous stratum of educated people. Only once did I join my mother in trips to those 2 cities, although I liked to travel with her, especially beyond the Alps, but also beyond the Main. My mother recovered her cheerfulness there, her nature revived. She felt better, especially on the soil of ancient Rome. She would not have been out of place in a Feuerbach painting. In our northern lands, this light, almost ethereal, effervescence, unclouded by any sediment, is rare. She faced not a few tribulations. 5 children are always a cause for worry. Her greatest fear, as she confessed to me later, was that one of her children would get mixed up in some monkey business that could not be remedied. In such a case she could be relied on, and more than ever. To be seated in company with my mother, with an uncorked bottle of wine, was a great pleasure on either side of the Alps. This memory still comforts me. In Munich, her hometown, we drank beer with particular joy at the Schneider Bräuhaus in Taldorf. In Innsbruck we frequented the Golden Roof. In Garmisch, the Post Office Café. Then she ordered wine from the north or the south of the Tyrol and chestnuts. I cannot recall the topics of our conversations, but I can clearly recall the atmosphere that accompanied them. This is a good sign. The words dissolve from our memories before the melodies. When we want to approach our mothers, this is the right way to do so. We went on those trips in the Anno Sancto of 1925, when my mother accompanied me to Naples. Since then, whenever I think of the Roman churches, Santa Maria Maggiore is especially dear to me. We were there together when the cardinal led a procession. The rays of the sun fell obliquely through the stained glass windows on the mosaics. Priests were sitting in the confessionals, and now and then one of them would tap one of the faithful with a kind of fishing pole. It was a very ancient image. By the way, I only heard my mother utter the word Mary once, in a prayer that sounded strange to me, when Felix, my younger brother, died. Perhaps it was a memory of her early childhood, for ever since she was a girl she had rebelled against the customs of my grandparents, who went from one church to another every Sunday. In those days she was reading Ibsen, and once, while she was in the company of her brother, had spoken with him when he was sitting in the sun at the Luitpold Café. The rebellious women of that generation were close to her heart. In her last years, her favorite books were The Memoirs of a Socialist by Lily Braun and The Diaries of the Countess von Reventlow. When she was told that one of the first suffragettes, I think it was a Mrs. Pankhurst, had destroyed a masterpiece at the British Museum, she thought it was good news. There is a photograph that shows this lady being arrested by a policeman. She was wearing a skirt that covered her legs all the way to her ankles. My grandmother from Munich visited us every now and then, almost always when my mother was about to give birth. She prayed almost without interruption. In any case, I remember her as a gray little old lady who was always muttering to herself. The fact that my mother should have married a heretic was for her, naturally, a misfortune, and even perhaps a catastrophe. She allowed me to go to the market with her, where, after having spent a long time examining all the wares on sale, she still regretted spending a penny, even if the merchant sold his goods at the cheapest price. Also, she introduced meals that were previously unknown to us, such as, for example, a second breakfast at 11. This tendency to a modest comfort was a peculiarity of even the most petty bourgeois residents of Munich. They resided in a city that was both prosperous and cheap, and which did not lack for contrasts. There the children of this world and the pious souls too felt at home. The journey to which I am referring was a short one. It took us from Saxony to Hanover, where we both had business to attend to. I, supposedly, after the conclusion of my leave from the army, and my mother, with regard to moving from our previous home. That would place it, then, at the beginning of the 20s. Those were times of political unrest. Our journey was interrupted by a railroad workers' strike. My father accompanied us to the train station. As was almost always the case in the morning, he was in a very good mood. He was a real morning person. Early in the morning you would hear him on the stairs, not in the role of Sarastro, but in that of Papageno, which corresponded with his voice and his state of mind. He sang or whistled coming down the stairs. Going up the stairs, he would take 2 or 3 steps at a time. By then he had overcome his financial problems. The inflation crisis had passed over him like a wave that submerges us before it reaches its crest and subsides. In Leipzig we had a stopover for a few hours, long enough to have a leisurely lunch and then take a walk around the city. Although the rising cost of living had only just begun to take effect, rationing had already been relaxed. I infer this from the fact that, in the restaurant of the gigantic train station, there was an a la carte menu. In more intimate surroundings, the bill of fare would have been almost luxurious. The restaurant was situated on a raised level, as in most of the large train stations, which had evidently been constructed according to a common model. So we went up the stairs, and we were seated at a small table. A maitre d' presented us with the menu. "Look," I said, after reading the menu carefully, "here is a dish that I have been curious about for a long time. Probably, as always, it's some culinary extravagance. What is it called? Carpe à la Polonaise. I hope all your desires will be so easy to satisfy. All right, order it, or else you will be dreaming of carp tonight." I did, only to realize once again that in whims like this, the imagination plays the leading role. Not in vain do restaurants constantly feature new names and descriptions for dishes that are always the same. I should have known better, since I've always preferred freshwater fish, including the famous trout, on the hook rather than on the table, excepting those kinds that swim up the rivers from the sea, like the salmon and the eel. Fish that lie slumbering in stagnant or still waters do not develop any muscle. It is rare to find carpe à la Polonaise in domestic kitchens. The preparation is complicated, and is only worth the trouble if you are cooking for a large group. Various strange spices, light and dark beer, onions and mushrooms, caramelized sugar and syrup, pepper bread crumbs, and even more ingredients are indispensable. Not to forget the blood of the fish, obtained by making an incision that must not damage the bile gland. Served on a platter of toasted white bread, it would be an imperial dish for an oriental table, a delicacy at a Jewish wedding. It must not be confused, by the way, with the carpe à la juive of Lorraine that is served in gelatin as an appetite. That is more or less how I remember it. On this occasion, however, it was served in small pieces, and disappointment was inevitable. Many dishes make our mouths water when we read about them in cookbooks, or in the memoirs of Casanova, or when we are thinking about them in a tavern. The mind must contribute 9/10 of the pleasure, and it is an old problem that one cannot save the remaining 10th for later, for supernatural nuptial feasts. We thus return to our theme. In the desert, St. Anthony transformed his hunger into an overflowing abundance. After picking through the soft flesh of the fish and the pepper bread soaked in dark beer, I seemed content when we left the restaurant. Although I said that the dish was delicious, my mother saw through my irony. In Brühl they had leather hides on display again. It was not that they needed money, but only that now it was distributed differently. Once, on the occasion of an imperial visit, the facades of the houses on both sides of the street had been completely covered with hides, as if they were the flanks of a gigantic animal. My mother mentioned this fact. I preferred to loiter in front of the shop windows of the bookstores that sold used or new books. Leipzig is a city of merchants and books, a good combination. We turned the corner of the city hall and Auerbach's tavern, and without being in a hurry, we reached the train station, even after having a cup of coffee at the Felsche Café. Anyway, we only got as far as Halle, where the train stopped. The railroad workers had gone on strike. The platforms were crowded with angry, more or less desperate passengers. We had to get off the train. I suppose it was a regional work stoppage. Anyway, it lasted only until the next morning. In the meantime, one part of the crowd had dispersed to the waiting room of the station, and the other part had gone to the hotel. We also managed to find 2 rooms in the vicinity of the station. The lobby of the hotel was packed with foreigners who were gesticulating or sitting on their baggage. One was going to a wedding, another was going to be late to a funeral, another was counting his money, which was not enough to pay for a room for the night. "Just what we needed," said my mother. "And in Halle of all places, too." She harbored some kind of prejudice against the city, with whose origins I am unacquainted, and her prejudice would be confirmed yet again. Outside, it began to drizzle. It was November, if not according to the calendar, then at least by the weather. It was probably late winter, since the street was covered with dirty slush. Anyway, we were lucky to have found a refuge. We said good night, and we then retired to our rooms to get some rest. Our rooms were connected by a door. After having taken my personal effects from my valise, which at the time was still called a nécessaire, I made myself comfortable and put on my pajamas. There was a chair in the room that had known better days. I reclined upon it, put my legs up on a coffee table, and covered them with the blanket. Now it was time to read, a duty I almost never neglected to perform. At that time, in Halle, I had brought along a small edition of the 1001 Nights. When I was taking it out of my valise, my glance fell upon a porcelain container, about the size of my palm, which bore an embossed oval inscription, Extra Cannabis. It was perfect. I could take advantage of my stay in this place to test this experience. Anyway, I was accustomed to doing 3 or 4 things at the same time. Thus, I could read, drink tea, smoke a pipe, pet the cat, and also think about this or that pleasant experience. All these things harmonized well when they were unified by right state of mind. The porcelain container was made in such a way that it could have held 20 cigarettes. It had a small lid, with a clasp shaped like an acorn. It was an example of the sobriety that flourished in the last years of the 18th century, at first as a reduction of surface area, which still did not affect the proportion. This tendency can be observed in every domain, but especially in the work of silversmiths. Druggists' jars were no exceptions. This reduction becomes evident when we compare the offices of the late Baroque period, such as have been preserved in Salzburg or Mergentheim, with our contemporary laboratories. In Oslo, the Swan Pharmacy shows what the imperial style was still capable of creating, not only with regard to artisanal works, but also in symphonic performances. As for the containers, they were either broken one by one with the passage of time, or else they were retired when the proprietor decided to update his equipment. The Lion Pharmacy in Leisnig must have known a whole series of such containers after having been obtained its license. The latter was granted by August the Strong. In the old documents, we can still note extraordinary privileges, such as, for example, the right to manufacture Deriac right in the middle of the marketplace. When they were not destroyed, the superfluous containers found a place on a shelf in the storage room. That is where the medicinal herbs were stored in the old days. Hardly a trace of such things remains, since plants have long since disappeared from the old pharmacies, and with them, so have the magnificent botanists of the stature of Parkinson, author of Paradisus Terrestris, published in London in 1629-79. Now they no longer administer leaves, flowers, roots, or bark, but active principles. For a long time, nothing had been stored up there but old junk. I used to like to poke around up there, and I could do so whenever I wanted. Of course, the old rectangular bottles, made of colored glass embossed with inscriptions, had long since disappeared, but these porcelain jars had not yet become museum pieces. There were more than 100 of them in the storage room in the loft. They must have been put there all at once, God knows when. I picked out a few of them, choosing the ones with labels that were more or less odd. The glassware had to have been manufactured at a nearby factory about 60 years before, and was put into storage maybe 30 or 40 years later. The small jars had contained ointments, but only rarely does the pharmacist dispense their contents with a spoon, which, like the mortar and pestle and even the scale, has gradually gone out of use. Besides, the names embossed on the porcelain jars referred in part to substances that, now that they were obsolete, no longer figured in doctors' prescriptions. The extractum cannabis, for example, was only used occasionally in Western pharmacies, while in the East it was considered to be a panacea. It was obtained by rolling the cannabis leaves on planks and scraping off the residues, or by having men walk through fields of cannabis wearing leather aprons to which the resinous residues adhere. In the West, pills and tinctures of cannabis were effective remedies for insomnia, melancholia, and depression. They were used, along with opium, as psychopharmaceuticals. In every pharmacy there was a kind of domestic gnome, a factotum, who besides running errands, performed all the tasks that did not require any particular skill. One of these tasks involved refilling the containers, and the assistant probably spared himself the trouble of cleaning them first. With the passage of time, the contents dried up like an Egyptian mummy, petrified and crystallized. Some substances have preserved their consistency over a long period of time in a most surprising way. Among them, extract of cannabis. A layer of resin covered the bottom of the jar, which had acquired a dark, glassy green color, such as is described in the manuals. It is true that, according to the treatises, with the passage of time, the substance should have turned gray, and should have lost some of its potency. Anyway, it would not hurt to try it. Perhaps a trace of the active principle remained in the paste. I committed the typical betrayal of trust by taking not only the container, but also the contents. This recklessness was certainly contrary to the sensible judgment of my father, but this was not the only secret I concealed from him. For my father, intoxication was a disgusting vice. How was it possible to reconcile a passion for the music of Mozart with a rational interpretation of the surrounding world and its problems? How would such a thing be possible for a penetrating and even incisive intellect? This is a question that I have often asked myself. In any event, the common denominator had to lie at a great depth, which speaks in favor of Mozart and also of my father. I have only seen him tipsy on 2 or 3 occasions, and then only slightly tipsy. Then he would light a cigarette and take a few drags. He loved difficult problems, but only if they could be solved, like a chess move. The eruption of irrational ideas and elements upset him. He abhorred excess, just as, in general, he abhorred the unpredictable. From major phenomena he extracted the mathematical details, in order to devote himself to their examination. Thus, of the operations of the First World War, which seemed confused to him, he selected only the Battle of Skagerrak. Like all pharmacists, he had some unpleasant experiences with morphine addicts. This topic was taboo among us. The paste, as I said, was an intense green color, like the color of the branches of pine trees in a snow-covered forest. I had not brought a spoon with me, or any kind of knife, so I took out my toothbrush and dipped it into the paste at the bottom of the jar. That is, I used the celluloid handle of the toothbrush, which was a transparent red color, like a caramel. A dab of resin adhered to it, a sticky substance that felt rough on my teeth. Maybe it had not been sitting around as long as I thought. Now I could shift gears, get up off the ground. The course of the day often seemed to me like a road covered with broken glass, gray, lacerating, full of dissonances. However, there was still the hope that in this landscape something would take shape and articulate itself, round off, and melt into a unitary form, something that would not require so much an effort of will as a capacity for vision. Reading offered me an example. I do not specifically recall which of the stories from that great book that I began, and continued, to read at the time. I have forgotten the title, while I still remember the plot. It is expressed time and time again, with greater or lesser clarity, in stories in which the almost unlimited extension of time becomes visible. Magicians like to show off their powers, so that even in our time they perform the miracle of the mango tree. In newsreels you see them, seated, with their hands motionless. In some stories, all they need is a cup of water. They beg the Sultan in whose court they are guests to lower his head. The Sultan then hears a roaring sound, as if he was sinking in the sea, on the bottom of which he undertakes a pilgrimage that leads him to a distant coastline. There he comes to the surface in a city. He looks like a beggar. He walks to the mosque, and there he finds, standing in front of the mosque, a woman who is awaiting the first man who comes along, for a law or a vote obliges her to give herself as wife to precisely that man. She leads the foreigner to the baths, and then, dressed in the finest vestments for the banquet, she accompanies him to the wedding. He devotes himself to sharing the fate of this lady. He fathers children by her. He acquires houses, gardens, and slaves, and over the years rises to the highest positions and honors. His luck does not last, however. He is implicated in dangerous conspiracies, cast into captivity, and condemned to death. He comes to the scaffold. The executioner puts the rope around his neck and hoists him up. He hears a roaring sound, like the rumor of the waves crashing on the shore. Then the rope breaks his neck. When he raises his head, he realizes that it was not the sound of the sea that he heard, but the sound of the water in the cup the magician is holding, where he had actually been submerged for only an instant. The great lords were not always pleased by their sojourns in the world of dreams. One of them, an Egyptian sultan, I think, was even so enraged by his imaginary torments that he ordered the magician to be beheaded. As De Quincey, above all, experienced it, the sting of time. As it turned out, the magician was almost always rewarded with ingratitude. One can observe this in the demonstrations staged by hypnotists. When the spellbound persons snap out of their trances, they glare angrily at the hypnotist. The students who were tricked at Auerbach's cellar were no different. Tease, magic. Strike, the knave is outlawed. A.T. I reached out and opened the book. The bitter part of the day had passed. How could people have put up with it before there were books? The Sultan lowered his head. I saw the magician smile. I saw the stupid astonishment on the faces of the assembled swordsmen. They had their hands on the hilts of their scimitars, except for one, who was holding the turban of the Sultan. Then I heard the roar of the sea, and I began my pilgrimage through its depths. The images were powerful and direct. They were not mediated by reflection. Up until then they had glittered like light from a mirror. Now I saw the same light, but up close. Before, I had read the text in a good translation. Now I heard it recited in its original language. I was no longer a reader. The tale revealed a depth that I had never even suspected. It had made the sea and its monotony accessible. Whoever heard it, whoever felt its waves wash over him, no longer needed the text. He could dispense with the letters of the alphabet. I set the book aside. I was breathing faster, with a great feeling of pleasure. Every breath was a joy. I was conscious of this pleasure. I felt it as a light touch in my diaphragm. This touch was rhythmic. It was like the movement of a pendulum that touched me very softly. It caressed me, and then was lost at the distant point of a long oscillation. It returned and brushed me again, a little more deeply and delicately. I continued on my pilgrimage on the bottom of the sea, and I heard its murmur. It was a rich and pleasant sound. The pendulum went back and forth. Its impetus was increasing. Now I ascended along with the pendulum. One of its components had broken away from the faces. I rose with the bob of the pendulum as if on the gondola of an amusement park ride. It had the form of a half-moon. The keel was as sharp as the blade of a knife. It hardly grazed my skin. It was the air current that was caressing it. My sensitivity increased when the swinging pendulum was on its way up. At its high point, I was seized by vertigo. All of this forced me to laugh compulsively. Then, I came back down whistling. The motion was unstoppable and uncontrollable. It reached a point where I was afraid I was going to fall. Serenity was followed by intense pleasure. Then came qualms, and then anxiety, almost without any transition. After reaching its high point, the pendulum began to oscillate in the opposite direction. It is as if children were playing with a small fire and were amusing themselves with the flames, until, hissing and crackling, it reached the crown of the trees. Then they run away, terrified. The fire spreads in the blink of an eye. Our sensitivity has its limits. When we cross a particular threshold, perception becomes paradoxical, as if contact with congealed objects causes blisters like those caused by fire. Extreme pains can be transmuted into pleasure, as in the execution of Damiens. Likewise, pleasure can become too intense. Then it is manifested as a theft from nature. The situation reverses in an instant. Anxiety did not gradually creep up on me. It supervened with all its violence. The swing of the gondola did not slow down, but moved as if it had reversed directions. I jumped up, looked at myself in the mirror, and did not recognize myself. That face there, pallid, distorted in a sneer, was stronger than mine, and was hostile towards me. It was up to something wicked. I could not look away from it. I must have ingested too strong a dose. Maybe a lethal dose. Above all, it was necessary to remain calm and not wake up my mother. The substance must disappear. The jar was still on the table. I quickly opened the window and threw it out. It landed in a snowbank. Then, it would be advisable to drink as much water as I possibly could to induce vomiting. I could not allow myself to be overcome by madness. The anxiety increased, however. I could not bear to be closed up in that room for much longer. The hallway was dimly lit. I walked down the hall, opening doors as quickly as possible. In one room, 2 men were sitting, counting money, and stunned by my intrusion, they immediately stood up. In the next room, a lady was squatting over the bidet. Her husband waved his fist at me. Downstairs in the lobby, there was still a crowd of people. I rushed forward, running barefoot and with my pajamas unbuttoned, among the crowd, bumping into them and tripping over their suitcases. "You can't do that here, sir," the young bellhop shouted. I was already on my way back up the stairs. Irate guests were coming down the stairs, the ones whose privacy I had violated. There was nothing else I could do. I felt that I had to wake up my mother, since I was no longer capable of dealing with the situation. She was still awake, reading in bed, as had been her custom since she was a child. It was not the first time that I made her worry, but this must have been the last straw. She stared at me as if in a dream. My condition and my face were reflected in her look. Then the bellhop came in. I heard my mother saying in a low voice. He suddenly felt indisposed. Nervous agitation. Telephone. Call the doctor. Then she came to my side, while I, in a state of growing anxiety, could not stop writhing on the bed. The doctor arrived a few minutes later. Undoubtedly, he lived in the vicinity and often made house calls for patients at the hotel. Hotels are microcosms of society, stations along the road of life and its trials. Furthermore, one's health is in peril on journeys. Every kind of case, from indigestion to suicide, is an emergency here, and the hotel desk clerk needs a first-class doctor who will respond to calls without delay. This doctor was around 60 years old. He was corpulent, with loose folds of skin. The light gleamed on his balding head. He came without a coat, either because he only lived across the street or because he left it in the lobby. He was breathing heavily, undoubtedly because he had walked up the stairs. And except for this particular detail, his presence radiated tranquility. while the bellhop, who was looking over his shoulder through the half-open door, displayed a look that was somewhere between curious and horrified. I saw the doctor's white skull approach me under the light, and lower down on his bald head, I saw the two lenses of dark eyeglasses. They must have been almost perfectly circular. You want to tell me everything about this. Now you are trying to be careful not to reveal your secret. That could prove fatal. Even today I wonder just what kind of fatality he was talking about. He was certainly the approach of a power that represented order with its morality and common sense. In this sense, every encounter between the sick person and the doctor conceals, to a greater or lesser extent, a certain hostility, and in cases like this, it comes to the surface. They are border skirmishes. The white skull with dark eyes approached slowly and leaned over me. Next to the bed, there was a reading lamp on a small table. The doctor took hold of it and shined its light on my face. It was unpleasant. I saw how the bellhop's mouth suddenly opened. Then the doctor began the interrogation. Have you ingested anything? A medicine or some other substance? No. At the same time, he carefully looked all around the room. But the jar with the green paste was outside in the slush. I had to take off my jacket. My mother helped me. The doctor examined my arms and put his hands on my chest. He palpitated my stomach. Did you drink or perhaps eat anything? This question brought back to me the memory of the Leipzig train station and the carp à la polonaise. That was my scapegoat. I would shift the blame onto the fish. A good idea, and better yet, I was not the one who suggested it. I only said nothing since today around noon. This set the stage for my mother's answer. It must have been the carp. The doctor nodded his head. Although he might not be convinced, at least he accepted it as a hypothesis. Despite my attempt to restrain myself, I could not help but smile. The doctor then put some dark powder in a glass and asked the bellhop to bring some strong coffee. The bellhop disappeared into the kitchen and returned in a little while with a serving tray. The doctor had chosen the right remedy. Already the first swallow was like a soothing balm that spread softly through my soul. The tension was relaxed just as suddenly as it had arrived, and along with it that strange mixture of wild frenzy and anxiety. In its place, serenity spread. It was more than beneficial. It was a profound pleasure of existence. Real happiness is without reason. It comes like a wave that catches us by surprise. We are unaware of its causes. Perhaps, far from the hotel, a meteor plunged into the sea. Perhaps it was only a favorable conjunction of the stars. It is the kind of happiness that is becoming increasingly more rare. My mother could now breathe easy. She could not believe her eyes. The misfortune had passed, like a dream whose meaning is not revealed until you awaken. Even the doctor was satisfied. The case had caused less inconvenience than he had at first expected. He did not waste any time with unnecessary talk. In addition, some of the other guests had gathered outside the room, unbidden, out of curiosity, and now they, too, joined in the atmosphere of good cheer. Even the man who had shaken his fist at me was there, a small fat man in a t-shirt. He said to my mother, "It's not at all odd that he should lose his nerve in such a condition." A favorable atmosphere among the group that had gathered temporarily in that sparsely furnished room, and who now dispersed. I only saw friendly faces. I felt lucky myself. There has to be something in us that acts directly on the environment, which then takes the form of an echo or reflected image. This is valid for both good and bad occasions, for both the crests and the troughs in the waves of life. Our mothers are the only persons who will never let us down. On Christmas and New Year's Day, I often visited my parents whenever I could. On St. Sylvester's Day, we dined on cob, as is the custom in many families. Since time immemorial, this animal has risen with the wave of life, as the bearer of good luck for the ushering in of the new year. In that region, it was served as blue carp, with a sprig of parsley in its open mouth, and garnished with lemon slices. An image full of color. The red roe, the melted butter, and the raifort with cream also made their contributions. The fish, which came from the lakes of Bohemia, got bigger with the passage of the years, and we had to extend the table after the grandchildren were born. Friedrich Georg, who had for many years sat across from my father, was gradually moved farther and farther away from him. The old man contemplated the big table with satisfaction. As a self-declared positivist, he did not hold the beyond in high esteem, but he did believe that we survive in our children. While everyone was gazing at the fish with delight, our mother warned us to watch out for bones, and she did not forget to point out that this fish had still been alive and wagging his tail only that very morning. "For," she added, "when it comes to fish poisoning, I have already had enough of that for the last time in Halle." Ernst can tell us something about that, can't you? "Naomi?" "Yes, what an unpleasant story," I usually answered, and could not avoid blushing a little. I reaped compassion where I least deserved it. In this connection, I would at least like to mention the astounding expenditure of cleverness of which one is capable when a great disorder seizes control of one's head. Undoubtedly, this cleverness is rooted in a deeper layer than our intellect. It can be manifested by putting itself at the service of the intellect, or by overruling the intellect in an instinctive way, more or less like a chameleon. This strange animal does not choose its camouflage, coloring the way a painter would, but by reacting directly to the light. His skin harbors a grid as sensitive as a very fine-grained photographic film, but it surpasses film, since it also conceals a trick. Behind everything that is automatic, this trick lives, which refines it to an incredible degree, but which can also live without it. To have disposal over and to judge. How is it that a failure, a mistake, or a debt afflicts us for such a long time, and we never completely liquidate it? The feeling of being in debt to my mother has tormented me since the incident in Halle. This anxiety is a specific, almost Tantalus-like torture. It is always possible to put an end to resentment produced by a misfortune, as it is possible to put an end to the pain caused by an insult, even a serious one. Time heals these wounds. However, why does the memory of an injustice which weighs upon our own conscience torment us for so long and so disastrously? They are not scars. They are the edges of an open wound, and the memory accompanies us. It goes back to our first year at school. It seems as if there is a judge in our conscience. Yes, there is a judge in us. This jurisdiction has nothing to do with morality, nor does it have anything to do with rights or the law. That would be too simple. Nor is it just about expiation. The fathers of the Church shed much half-light on this domain. If it was just about expiation, then this judge would have to fall silent once. The debt is paid, but that is not what happens. We can leave the prison, or the brig, after 10 or 20 years, and nonetheless never cease to be tried by this internal court. We might even believe that we human beings have condemned ourselves unjustly. This changes little or nothing. The judge does not pronounce the final sentence. It is each person who casts his own shadow over himself. Among the great criminal trials of our century, the case of the lawyer Howe demonstrates this in a special way. For after he was released from prison, he committed suicide. Even the stubborn denial of guilt, maintained right up to the end, is not directed so much at the world as at the image of our own conscience, which maintains a merciless silence. Thus must you be from self, there is no remission. In this venue you cannot win an appeal to declare a mistrial. We are treading on terrain where things become serious and inevitable, like death. Justice remains elsewhere, where a complete silence reigns, as it was in the time of Socrates. And so it is today when justice is increasingly more obviously patterned on the traffic code. What importance does this internal judge have, which has such a minor relation with crime and punishment? By the way, Raskolnikov could have beaten the prosecutor at his own game, but he could not escape his own conscience. Raskolnikov did not owe his defeat to a logical error, but to a fracture in his substance. Hence the abject nature of the crime committed with an axe. Napoleon, whom he believed he was imitating, would never have thought of such a thing even in his wildest dreams. Before this court, the seriousness of the crime does not enter into consideration. The ease with which dictators brush off their qualms of conscience, even when they are responsible for vast destruction, is shocking. 82 Napoleon did not feel any guilt when on his deathbed he murmured these words, Tête d'armée cornée. Nonetheless, the spirit that disposes also suffers undoubtedly as bitterly or more bitterly than any other. It is just that he is aware of his failure in a different way. We have to consider this manner of judgment in a more simple and general way, as a will to have disposal over something, whose tragedy consists in the fact that it cannot rectify fate. Speaking in biological terms, we expect to modify phenomena, and this is more or less practicable, while the genotype perseveres inalterably in its essence. There is no pardon. All absolution, all punishment are only symbolic acts. What is this anxiety, this unease, responding to which no critical consciousness, no prosecutor, is capable of provoking on such a deep level or with such bitter remorse? We are not capable of producing it. We are not capable of reestablishing the image. But what does it mean to reestablish? This image has never existed. It has been incorporated into us with its fractures and its fissures. We do not establish any equivalence between it is necessary and it is advisable. That would be like that. The exemplary model recedes more than any other from this equivalence. However, the world strives ever more diligently to adapt to this model. Nonetheless, this internal judge persists, and he knows nothing of forgiveness. He accepts neither repentance nor a good conscience. The distinctive feature of great problems is the fact that they are not susceptible to resolution. Their value resides in the incessant questioning which in vain calls for a response, and in inextinguishable unease. In the north I have seen masses of logs descend with the current of the river, forming a tangle of tree trunks. At first they move slowly, and as they approach the rapids, more quickly. At the same time, they revolve on their axes, and submit to the rhythm of the current as if they were controlled by a magnet. In many places, a lumberjack helps them along. This is something that is repeated in the tangle of branches and roots of the tree of life, in the lines of the hand, in the chromosomes of the cell's nucleus, in the fate of the individual. That which does not submit will be forced to yield. On hashish. Before proceeding, we should undertake a general review. This is what many proverbs recommend, many of them venerable sayings. In this respect, the tried and true maxim, once burned, twice shy, also apply. When we get a black eye, we learn something that perhaps can be useful for others. While it is advisable to recommend prudence with respect to all drugs, it seems that with hashish it is necessary to recommend extra caution, for it causes unpredictable and, in part, violent reactions. 2 or 3 grams of the extract should suffice, in Lewin's view, to induce a state of ecstatic intoxication. With the right preparations, even a fraction of that quantity should be enough. He explicitly mentions an infusion of mocha as an antidote. What happens when a person takes an overdose is unpredictable. In any case, we have taken the risk of engaging in an adventure that might turn out badly. The name of the plant, cannabis, has origins and relatives in very ancient languages, such as Assyrian. The Greek word, konabos, means ringing, clashing, ding duo. It refers to the throes of not only happiness, but also aggression and excitation, which are often manifested in hashish intoxication. Some examples are found in the 1001 Nights. When the caliph is making his rounds with the vizier in the evening, he hears laughter, orders, and threats coming from a hut. They enter and find a hashish eater who is enjoying himself in solitude, and who is himself the target of his own jibes. In a public bath, Another hashish eater suffers an eruption of hallucinations, which in part horrify him, and in part amuse him. Likewise, the story attributes other effects that are purely narcotic to the drug, mentioned under the name of bang or binge. It is used to anesthetize victims who are targeted for elimination. Thus, in the story of the slave, Ghanim, who is bewitched by love, his female owner, Zubaydah, makes a slave girl, who is a threat to become her rival, drink bang or binge, as it is related in the translation that I have before. It was, as the narrator says, a round piece of binge, of such potency that if an elephant smelt it, he would sleep from one night to another. Sudden narcosis can therefore be caused by a strong dose, and anxiety never even gets a chance to develop. Furthermore, the drug unleashes a wide range of reactions, depending on the temperaments of its users, giving rise to either exhilaration or somnolence. The two states sprout, like the thorn and the rose, from the same root, and may be observed in the behavior of any conclave of users. We must also keep in mind that the same dose might be a stimulant today and a depressant tomorrow. The result is uncertain, and the risk increases as the dose increases. This is why the kind of intoxication that, like the blot, is intended to conjure magical forces, is preceded by a stage of waiting, anxiety, and worry that can intensify until the door to the sensations of annihilation is open. Perhaps it is an aspect of the nature of hashish that it erupts from, and violently seizes upon a particular geographic region. The history of the Eastern countries is rich in chronicles that describe such eruptions, and it is also rich in accounts of the draconian punishments with which the state attempts to erect a bulwark against them. It is a notorious fact that for some time now, in North America and Europe, cannabis consumption is becoming more and more widespread, especially as a drug that is smoked. The result is a particular form of communitarian life, and also of criminality. It is not yet possible to foresee the eventual scope and meaning of this phenomena. Compared to this new trend, the initiations celebrated more than 100 years ago by a handful of Parisian literati have left only sparse vestiges behind them. They did not go beyond the experimental phase, and they would have fallen victim, like so many other fashions, to oblivion, if Baudelaire had not created a monument to them in his artificial paradises. It is true, of course, that in every fashion a deep current flows that, although it is often hard to recognize, rises as froth on the surface of everyday life. This helps to explain, by the way, the comical effect that fashions often arouse, which is not just the product of their being unusual, but also of their aspect, as a herald that rises up from the depths. This is why the object of fashion, after momentary stupefaction, is eagerly adopted. Hashish responds better to the critique of culture and to the cultural ennui of dandyism than opium. From a metaphysical perspective, it leads to a shallower stratum, nor does it separate itself from society, although it distances itself from it. The habitués of the Hotel Pimodan were more often under the effect of stimulants than drunk from alcohol. For this purpose, all that was needed was a tiny piece of hashish paste. In this state, they could walk the streets, go to dinner, or go to the theater. One may think of the effect of an intensification of the habit of smoking that, besides, did not take long to take root so deeply as to captivate the smoker. The smoker had, as Baudelaire says, the sensation of being inhaled by the pipe. Reversals of perspective like this, of a strange precision, which describe the growing intensity of the ecstatic state, abound in his study on hashish. Music is conceived as a mathematical operation, which is why the notes are transposed into numbers, although they retain their sensual and voluptuous character. Something similar takes place with grammar. The substantive marches solemnly through the sentence like a king, which the adjective covers with a transparent veil, while the verb enters on the scene as a winged angel. In the theater, the stage, with its characters and its action, seems infinitely small. Everything is more distant, but defined by a more distinct border. It serves at the same time as a springboard to fly towards the realm of dreams, without either the continuity or a logic of the work, suffering from any alterations as a result. To the contrary, the absences introduce new subtleties. Parisian dandyism is more cultivated than that of Brummel, who did not feel the need to possess artistic reserves, or much less literary reserve. What they have in common is the suspension of relations with the environment, and this harmonizes with the states of mind induced by hashish. Many stimulants that modify the circulation of the blood cause a sensation of cold, which is bothersome. But Baudelaire was fascinated by the idea that he possessed the privilege of enjoying a feeling of coolness in the middle of the summer. When he attended the theater, there, he saw the actors and the spectators as Lilliputians, as if he was viewing them through a gigantic telescope, but from the wrong end. Under the influence of hashish, perception and sensitivity become more acute in such a way as to produce anxiety. One of the guests felt, at first, enraptured by the power of beauty, but later he was horrified to think of what would become of his mind and his organs if his nerves were to continue to undergo such refinement. He could not, however, stop this process of refinement. Ecstatic intoxication dragged him like a runaway horse that is heading for the cliff. In this respect, Baudelaire mentions the fact that hashish can sometimes, without any obvious cause, induce a more violent effect than usual. For all these reasons, one gets the impression that no approach has been consummated here. This form of ecstatic intoxication is merely one of the stations along the road towards the 0 point, a temporary shelter, a multicolored tent that is set up just for one night. In our surroundings, a great desolation prevails. Its inventions possess the inherent property of abetting the vile proposal to limit human freedom and indispensable pain. This observation is related to a commentary on chloroform, 83. The small chunk of hashish is like the tent that Peri Banu presented as a gift to Prince Ahmed. He found that when it was folded up, it fit into a nutshell, but when it was unfolded, it could shelter an army. Its fabric was made of air. The small Parisian cliques abandoned themselves under this tent to either extravagant pleasures or to aesthetic pleasures. If the ecstatic intoxication proceeded favorably, things glowed as if they were covered with fine shellac. They were impregnated with beauty. The prerequisite is a spiritual power that knows how to transmit this beauty to the environment. A breeder of oxen, so it says more or less in artificial paradises, only dreams of cattle destined for the slaughterhouse. The visions induced by hashish are therefore related to an exaltation and refinement of the imagination, rather than with the supervention of something external. This is already suggested by the title of the book. Baudelaire concludes, in part from conviction, in part from prudence, with the fundamental objection that he raises against drugs, that it is a detour of the human being to trust to pharmacists and alchemists when he wants to attain to paradise. As authentic and venerable paths to paradise, he mentions fasting, prayer and labor, and also the noble dance. These are the same methods that Goethe proposes in The Treasure Digger, after having warned against vain magic. The poem is splendid up to where it says, "Dig no longer fruitlessly." The great prophet reaches his limit at this point. Ever since I first heard these verses, which my mother recited to us in a dramatic voice, I never liked their morality at all. One never digs fruitlessly when one digs deep enough. Wherever we introduce the shovel, we touch points that are equidistant from the center. Every step leads us closer to the goal, even when it is a step backwards. Since then, a lot has changed, and not only in the visible world. The transformation of visible things follows thoughts, which are invisible. Nor do thoughts lack their antecedents. They come from the heart, as Volvenardius says, 85. Of the classic means recommended to attain participation in the spiritual world, all that really remains is work, while prayer retains less and less of its persuasiveness. And the noble dance. That is the perfected work of art. is increasingly more rare. According to Nietzsche's verdict, anyone who chatters about paradise renders himself suspect as someone who is not of this world. In his view, in the 20th century, the priest would occupy a rank even lower than the pariah. Some symptoms were already apparent even then. The demand for faith is increasingly taking on the form of a gymnastic exercise, when it does not simply fall par terre. It consists of discussions in houses whose cornerstones have been fractured. Then it is better to descend to the basement. When the access routes to paradise have become artificial or have been hermetically sealed, then the expression artificial paradises also loses its meaning. They become more genuine than those passed down by tradition. That is, matter acquires more force than the idea. This is a logical conclusion that is not without practical consequences. Here, we are offered something more than a simple demand. Even where the shovel only scrapes bedrock, it will not be unfruitful. Perhaps it will even obtain some profit. In this respect, the situation from which we start has changed since the times of Baudelaire. Behind spiritual curiosity and a certain kind of boredom, which, to speak truly, is already itself a sign. A peremptory necessity is announced. A hunger that cannot be satisfied with bread alone, and which is concealed behind a large number of manifestations of contemporary unrest, and also behind its excesses. On both sides of the 0 point, determined by Nietzsche's verdict, it is advisable to redistribute the emphases. This only changes the attribution of weights, the rising and falling rhythm of their oscillation. What is lost with regard to ideas is gained with regard to material. Language can only follow this tendency. Reflection cannot engender weight. It only verifies its redistribution. Words follow, after a certain delay, the constellations. This also applies to events. If there are no more wars, then there can be no peace, either, in the ancient sense of the term, and there cannot be any artificial paradises where paradise has become illusory. One of the best interpreters of our world, Aldous Huxley, recognized this and derived both contradiction and serenity from it, as was inevitable. I do not know to what extent it would be possible for me, in the following considerations, to accept the validity of his thesis. This is not very important anyway, but its value as a symptom must be emphasized. Huxley and Baudelaire devoted themselves to the same theme, but the reflections of the one and the other were situated on this side and the other side of the line respectively. Both are artists, but the distribution of their centers of gravity, aesthetic or scientific, are differentiated in a way that one can recognize in each encounter with their respective epochs. The 0 point is also the point of crystallization, and despite the fact that the atoms preserve their weights, their arrangements are modified. With this, what we recognize as beautiful can also be transformed. The heart of nature remains intact. Beauty is only a sign of approach, a signal. This explains changes in style, transitions, the marriage of Figaro, anxiety in the universal desert, alone in the glacial cold of the world, the neutralization of chromatic differences in white, extinction, monotony, necrosis. This is total abandonment. Everything must perish. There cannot be any beginning, history, or sequence of styles. The drum beat of the shaman, our attention directed towards distant space, beyond serious monotony, died away. The surroundings must remain uniform, if they must be apprehended all at once in a unified whole. The journey descends towards the undifferentiated depth. Monotony, even that of our epoch with its combination of technology and egalitarianism, conforms with the spirit of this journey. It prepares for approach. From the very start, it is necessary for it to be present as distance, and then as upheaval and waiting. It is often difficult, and even impossible, to distinguish between ascending and descending forces. This difficulty becomes particularly perceptible as one nears the 0 point, when one attempts to formulate a judgment on the cycles of forms, on both this side and the other side of the line traced by nihilism. To become aware of a cycle of forms does not mean to oppose some qualities to others. Values do not determine the origin, they are the end. Fate is anonymous and colorless, a gray spider web. Stylistic transformation, that is, axiological, qualitative modification. The image undergoes metamorphoses by way of models. One master takes over from another, and one school takes over from another. This leads over the course of centuries to a great change, but the genesis is always demonstrable. However, just as fate pulses in history, it is necessary for art to contain a strange element that is not based on the power to make, but on displacements of being. This element is only comparable to itself, as is the case with volcanoes, which, although they are undoubtedly similar to other mountains, nonetheless form a category apart. It is necessary to express this problem more precisely. A small volcano, even a solfatara, is connected with its kind through a nexus that is different than the one that connects it with other mountains and mountain ranges. This does not mean that volcanic forces are not at work in the latter, or even that they might not someday erupt. In this sense, we only observe indirectly what we observe directly, even today, in volcanoes. There are analogous differences in historical events. When Moses came from the tabernacle, and when Paul was struck blind on the road to Damascus, they did not participate in historic events, or even temporal ones. Nevertheless, something happened that took place on the stage of time, and continues to have its repercussions on it. Thus, just as telluric fire exists everywhere, and not only in volcanoes, so too is there a non-temporal element in time. It constitutes the object of a singular desire, a nostalgia, unique to our era, where everything must be transformed in time. Art also has its own history, and consequently its own time. However, there is something different, a volcanic force, concealed within it, a primitive matter that works under the activity of configuration. It lives in all art, just as telluric fire, more or less present, works in mountain chain. Its immediate emanations, however, are subject to another law. As in the last days of Pompeii, they supervene unexpectedly. Their rhythm is not known. Wherever such forces erupt, the generative activity of forms must suffer. It cannot be otherwise. This explains certain disputes that, in our time of transition, extend their impact and redouble their acrimony. In the usual scandals of the salon or the theater, the dilemma is posed as to whether it is advisable to change the decorations or to incorporate a new wing into the building. Circumstances are different when the house is beginning to shake and tremble on its foundations. In this case, it is no longer a matter of new forms that are striving to be manifested. It is formless power itself that is clearing the way for its own advent. The restlessness that is then born far surpasses the boundaries of art. Its scope, and therefore its penetration into the social, political, and ethical fields, is as obvious as it is difficult to judge the depth of its epicenter. We approach geological strata where even the premises for the construction of judgments melt. Thus, noble and base, high and low, right and left, old and new. Thus, norms are also set in motion, good and evil, righteous and unjust, beautiful and ugly, in the ecclesiastical, juridical, and aesthetic realms. Pretensions still preserve their legitimacy for a while, although they lack guarantees. The crust that separates us from the magma becomes thinner. Nietzsche already quite preciously perceived this. Where I go, soon no one else will be able to go. Volcanism is unmistakable. Its symptoms, however, the birth pains that announce its advent, are hard to discern. How can volcanic symptoms be distinguished from normal geological movements? There are certainly transitions, borderline cases, not to speak of those phases in which time acts on its own or the dew settles on the plant when the night is deepest. Similarly, things that seem normal in their time, when contemplated retrospectively, acquire prophetic significance. Only the three wise men beheld the Star of Bethlehem in its true splendor. Therefore, how do we distinguish the entry into a new decade, or even a new century, from the entry into a new constellation, a new house in the astrological sense? 86. This involves a process of dissolution of stylistic qualities and sequences. New frames of reference arise, not within the already established systems, but as the constitutive beginnings of systems. The emperor will kiss the bishop's feet. All of this does not erupt by any means, as we have said, like a volcanic eruption. Volcanic substances are concealed in the sand and in the rocks, just like radioactive isotopes. Material substances that have the same aspect, but different effects. In particular, in the two kinds of light that separate the dawn from the dusk, everything takes on a twilight tone. Whoa! This is one of the reasons why the historian cannot spare himself archival work. It is necessary for him to have seen the microscopic focus and to have examined the places where it begins to crack. This knowledge is indispensable, even when the details do not appear in the final work. The latter must comprehend the time. Thus, the geologist can infer the existence of a landslide of mountain chains on the basis of a piece of rock, evidence that he will later discard. It seems that, if we compare them with the methods of the natural sciences, the historical sciences lack scientific instruments. Lumber that is beginning to break may emit such a cracking sound. Such splitting can herald a fire. Phenomena of this kind belong to the order of the plausible. Like the sparks thrown off by a fuse, it can also precede an explosion. This corresponds with the system. What is most disturbing, however, is the crack that reveals something more than the alteration of a frame, due to old age or fire. Now the curtain that conceals the blaze is torn. It is no longer a matter of this or that particular phenomenon, nor is it about naked existence. The threat looms over a being that embraces life and death. The stars become cold. A universal anxiety looms over the cosmic desert. On September 26, 1783, the Marriage of Figaro was performed in Gennevilliers. It was a private performance before 300 people, the flower of the ancient regime who, as Saint Beuve says, met to applaud that which would destroy them. The uproar that it caused was unprecedented. Beaumarchais ran about like a madman, and when someone complained about the heat, he broke all the windows with his walking stick. On April 27, 1784, when it was once again allowed to be performed, the fuse was lit. It was performed in Paris. Not everyone approved of it. La Harpe, who would later enthusiastically join the revolution, until Robespierre ordered his imprisonment, criticized it. One can easily understand the pleasure and the joy of a public that is enchanted with amusing itself at the expense of authority, which consents, in person, to our making fun of it on the stage. And Napoleon later said concerning Figaro that it was the revolution in progress. This is an example of a theatrical scandal. The genre goes back to antiquity. It exhibits a model of society. It exhorts society to contemplate itself in the mirror. In this case, it was not so much the rooster of Socrates as the birds of Aristophanes, which, covered in light feathers, stirred up a commotion. It is true that the voice of the former is still heard. The stinging whip of satire is attractive for only an instant. Its barbed witticisms do not take long to become blunted, after having blazed like a fireworks. People ask themselves where its disturbing power came from. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. In such situations, it was enough to lift up your little finger to already seem like a genius. When all is said and done, laughter does not need any other pretext. It is contagiously intoxicating, like St. Vitus' dance diet. The ancient physicians defined sardonic laughter as a laughter not motivated by the corresponding humor. This is correct. The humor can even be contrary. It may presage disturbing events. Unmotivated hilarity proceeds, without any warning to the suitors at the banquet, the bloodbath at the home of Odysseus. This hilarity runs all throughout Cantos X and 21. The great adventurer who returns home dodges the bone thrown at him by one of the suitors, ducking his head, smiling grimly Sardinian fashion as he did so. And it hit the wall. And then, as he effortlessly stretched the bow like a lyre, he took it in his right hand to prove the string, and it sang sweetly under his touch, like the twittering of a swallow. The suitors were dismayed and turned color as they heard it. At that moment, moreover, Jove thundered loudly as a sign. 87 loudly! Almost no one reads Homer anymore, and it is even more rare for him to be subjected to an adequate interpretation. Actually, there are exceptions. I would like to believe that Marx and Beckmann have studied him with rigor. In any event, you only have to strike this mountain that has been petrified under the work of the philologists a couple of times for the most limpid of waters to burst forth. Like light, laughter also has its dark side. One does not laugh with impunity. Now and then, history corroborates the warning of Ecclesiastes. Don't be a fool. Why die before your time? Chamfort offers an example, nor did Beaumarchais get away unscathed. He who laughs and the object of his laughter are much alike. They complement one another in an almost erotic relation by which they are intertwined. When a monarch dies, it also constitutes a misfortune for those who have laughed at him at his expense. This only becomes visible from the vantage point of a certain distance, when the epoch as such enters into one's field of vision. To find something comical, one needs to have some relation to it. It is no coincidence that, of all the animals, the monkey is especially comical to human beings. In these reflections, we would do well to take laughter rather than ridicule as a point of departure. The monkey, separated from the human being who makes fun of him by the bars of a cage, is not in himself ridiculous. Laughter, the object of diligent study on the part of clever spirits, has to be examined in isolation. It raises its objects, as the wave raises ships and rafts, and often only just brushes against them. Like a wave in a storm, laughter can also intensify until it becomes intoxicating. Then, the fun stops. The ships sink, the object is destroyed. The baker and his wife return with the little baker's apprentice from Varennes. The performance of the marriage of Figaro marks a lesser transition. A new estate begins to develop. Society gives itself a new form. That is, it remains identical in its nucleus. The modification, undoubtedly a major and painful one, is consummated within the system. A lesser transition, in this sense, is any change that takes place within history. And therefore that is what the French Revolution was, and in general, every revolution is. Naturally, there has never been a lack of spirits who claim to see within history something different, particularly in an apocalyptic epoch. When Jung, Stilling asked whether the national insignia is the eye of the animal that emerges from the depths. This corresponds to its metaphysical necessity, which easily leads, as it does in his meditations on the realm of the spirits, to reckless judgments. For the historian, such aspects are superfluous, even annoying. His work is optimal when it obeys the advice, "Shoemaker, attend to your shoes." The historian is neither a pessimist, nor an astrologer, nor a prophet. In this respect, Spengler no longer belongs to that fraternity, despite the fact that his entry on the stage, precisely at that historical moment, was not by chance. The domain of the historian is limited to time, and with it to the lesser transitions. The field he cultivates is time. Anything that transcends this terrain, for example, metaphysical or theological speculations, can, instead, harm his work. Nietzsche can attend the school of Burckhardt, but the reverse would be implausible. On the other hand, we must admit that we are leaving the framework that we have identified with history since the time of Herodotus. That is why it is not possible for us to continue our inquiry regarding the situation within the image of the world we have inherited. Nor can we continue to trust the means and the forms whose legitimacy was never cast into doubt for thousands of years. The fact that war, borders, property, and matter should disappear, that the power of the Father should disappear. Behind all this, a framework of forces is at work that no longer merits the adjective historical. Something new is taking place within and without history. The fissure is no longer that of a house that is collapsing, nor is it that of a fire or a conflagration, as many peoples have suffered since ancient times. It must conceal something different from a fire that can be exploited or quenched in the classical way. We must avoid an error, that is, the notion that a symbolic representation can transform the course of events. The sinking of the Titanic offers, even in its name and in a whole symphony of details, an analogy, an image, a symbol of a particular state of technological and socio-economic development. Something similar is true of the great scandals, the Dreyfus affair, the case of the royal jewels, and the trial of the captain of Copenhagen. All of them are symbols, models, abbreviations. They may offer an intuitive image. They may also help hasten the process of change, but only within the system and its necessities. If they had not taken place, what was necessary would still have been verified. They are images that can unleash consequences, but less as a cause than as a triggering factor. Sometimes one gets the impression that Cleo is playing hopscotch. Thus, the Queen has nothing to do with the history of the necklace that weighs so heavily and so decisively on her neck. The burning of the Reichstag is also suspicious. The tide comes with or without warning signs. The astrologer is limited to the symbol that establishes a link between an event and a constellation. They are images for contemplation, not for the will, works of art. There is an astral substance in things, even when the coordination remains hidden. It is in the lamb, in the stable, and in the manger, and precisely for that reason, the star is more than a sign of reference. It acts necessarily, but that it should be seen can depend on chance or on the movement of the clouds. In this sense, space travel can extend knowledge, but only within the frontiers that the Earth concedes to us in its sublimations. Just as history has its rules, it can also produce facts that do not conform to those rules. When, for example, as the Bible recounts, the king of a besieged city, in a dire situation, appears on the wall of the city and sacrifices his son, which causes the besieging army to withdraw, then this does not belong to the system of history, although it must be chronologically included in the epoch subsequent to Herodotus. In this respect as well, the Old Testament is a goldmine of discoveries. Goldberg provides some shocking details in his critique of Judaic doctrine. There are circumstances in which a similar event can be ordered in a chronological sequence. Even so, chronology is among the crudest tools of history. The Stone Age extends in certain remote places right up to our century, and even, when it comes to questions of spirituality, it may be found in places that are much closer to us. Both history and art harbor strange materials that have nothing in common with their legality, and it is even possible that they both violate it. Art proceeds within the framework of history, which, considered in this context, appears as the history of culture. Both action, as well as the objects of action, receive by its means a different light. They are projected in a lighter medium. Now they appear under a typical general abstract, objective form in a concentrated ideal romantic, or any other way you want to call it. Even where art surpasses its limits, merging with, for example, politics, ethics, or religion, it remains within the system. I'll go to you. Its unity is unmistakable, both spatially, in countries separated by great distances, as well as temporally, in the succession of styles. Its periods are like the segments of an animal, which can be differentiated, but concerning whose organic articulation there can be no doubt. In this framework, therefore, the premier performance of the Marriage of Figaro represents a lesser transition. The enormous excitement to which it gave rise must not deceive us concerning this fact. It is normal, in the sense that plagues of locusts, earthquakes, or eclipses are normal, which recur in accordance with determined cycles, and may even be predictable. The excitement is precisely a sign of the fact that a model is understood totally and universally. Revolutions and reformations necessarily belong to the course of culture. But what happens when the movement leaves the very orbit, and not just a certain period, of history, and history itself becomes questionable? Then, just as politics is incapable of adjusting to the classical means, art cannot create a dependable model either. 1. With the downfall of the gods, their statues collapse too. No one needs to assume responsibility for this collapse. It collapses by itself. Bakunin jumped out of his carriage and took off his frock coat to join the workers he saw, who were busy demolishing a house. Léon Bloy had visiting cards printed with the title, Demolition Expert. A. Nietzsche opened The Twilight of the Idols with the epigraph, The Hammer Speaks 28. Today this is a business opportunity for those who want to loot the rubble. Corpse robbery has become a branch of collective industry. You have to use a lantern to look for people who are not participating in it. Matthew 8:22 offers a word of advice. 88. The fall must always have its antecedents. However, there is a difference between pushing, according to Nietzsche's exhortation, what is on the verge of collapse, and pushing what has already collapsed. The totem animal of Nietzsche was the eagle rather than the vulture. It is true that cleanup specialists are also indispensable. Even the Brahmins had to admit this. But one can recognize clearly by their odor who belongs to the caste of the vidangeurs. It can be discerned in the vicinity of the flayers' huts. Un vautour, se nourrissant plutôt de chair morte et de vidange, que de chair vivante, Buffon, Oiseau, 248. But this activity also surpasses the domain of necessity. Montaigne observed,